with you guys. I think evolve, and Zeta has been showing that kind of progress here, and
Okay,
it showed in the results so far of the stage one. But that said, we've only seen them play once, so this will be the second time. I believe we do have a gentle giant coach on standby. Shall we welcome the guy who loves Tactibear, Zeta Division's Coach Carlisle.
You didn't get Tactibear last time.
One day we'll let you take it back with you, but
I said he could fight for it, but then I looked up and I was like, oh, I don't say this often, but I think you might actually win this fight. Welcome back, Carlisle. Okay, so after the last match that you guys played against Global, you had mentioned there were some mistakes made. How have you guys rectified that, obviously without revealing too much? Do you feel confident now moving into today's match?
Hello, hi everyone. Yeah, like this week we focused too much on like trying to fix those mistakes that we make against Global, so we can come like here stronger than like last week. That's kind of like our mindset right now, that we can come like week by week better and better, so we can be like a really good team week by week. So our focus was to try to fix all those mistakes.
Now, Team Secret had a very convincing win on play-ins, on Icebox in particular, and they're definitely looking to finally secure their first win for stage one. So I'm going to ask you, how's your Icebox?
That was one of the maps that we focused on trying to fix.
Great.
Yeah, because like the funny part is in practice we are a really good team in Icebox, so it's a matter of time that we can show what we are doing in practice on the stage that we cannot perform yet. So in this week, we know we're going to play Icebox. We kind of like already know how the draft is going to be. So we focus too much on trying to fix and come with a better Icebox today.
so does that mean that, you know, did the draft go pretty much exactly how you thought it was going to go? Because for us, it was a little bit surprising to see that Sunset ended up being left open and that they had tried to target the Ascent ban. Because I think overall, I don't think it's unfair to say, like, Zeta is a very strong Ascent team, but the wins have never really come that easily. So I would have thought that that would have been, you know, Sunset would have been the target ban. So did that surprise you at all?
Yeah, the Ascent part, I think like word-wise, Ascent is the same composition like for everybody. So
Sure.
It's going to be a hard game no matter what team like face against. But yeah, I think the draft today will be like two options. Or we pick Sunset on the second map, or the Sunset will be the third map. So we have the choice to play the Lotus and let this Sunset to go to the third map. So we can play Lotus instead of Sunset this time against them.
If that's the case, then I'm a little bit curious. Why did you guys pick Lotus? What's the thought process behind that? Because Team Secret's Lotus is not something to like scoff at either. So you guys worked on something for that, yeah?
Yeah, we work on something.
Oh,
He's smiling,
he
okay.
always has surprises for us.
Well,
Last chamber?
Maybe.
so on that note, back in the LCQ, obviously before your time with Zeta, one of the things that Jesse Vash said backstage in one of our documentary series that we had after they had lost was, no chamber, no win, but they had chamber. So that's why I'm like, are we gonna have that chamber? But yeah, just a little bit of maybe a soft confirmation. So I'm getting excited.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe we can see some different things on Lotus today. Not too much difference, but little different things.
Do you feel any pressure going up against Team Secret? I know you weren't really around besides for kickoff since last year, all this back and forth. What are your thoughts actually? Is there any pressure to actually defeat them this time?
I don't feel any pressure. I think like our team don't feel any pressure towards it. I think like just we pushes ourselves too much to be a better team week by week. So in my expectation is just that we can be a better team from last week today. That's my pressure.
Did Deb happen to look at Reddit or whatever the Japanese equivalent would be earlier today? Because he lost an accolade earlier.
That's exactly
and
what I wanted
I'm
to
curious
ask,
if he's a little bit upset about that and wants his land kill record back.
I don't know if he's upset, right? But Aspas got that one, so I'm really happy for Aspas because Aspas is Brazil, is Brazilian.
Sure.
And he's a friend of mine, so, and I'm half Japanese right now and half Brazilian, so
Yeah.
if Dap can get this score back, I'll
It's
be happy
win-win
for
for
him.
you.
But it's
It'll be a
win-win
damn
for me. But I hope he come with like this blood on his eye, so he can have a great match, and we can win.
And the last question before I send you off, what team are you particularly looking forward to matching up against this stage one?
I think like Jinji. I think I like to play like against good teams, and I really want to play against the best ones. And J&G was second on Master, so I really want to face them.
Ah, nice. Man's not afraid of challenge, and he loves Tacti Bears. Thank you so much, Coach. All the best on your match today. I can't give you Tacti Bear. I know you're looking at him, and I can't. Projection, they're giving me the like the.
Okay. I'll say goodbye to him.
The three of us will pitch in together, and we'll be able to get one.
Especially if Depp beats that record, that kill record today. I think.
I'll buy the whole team of Tacti Bear.
I think we can talk about something. We can talk about something.
Oh, thank you. Like that Tactic Bear and the bundle also, please.
And the bundle.
Everyone get a Zeta bundle.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Coach. I'll take that back. You look like you're gonna walk away with it.
See ya.
Bye. It's a good day to be a Brazilian Japanese coach.
What a chill dude.
Yeah. He likes teddy bears, but he also wants to
He's
face
getting
against
excited.
the strongest teams in Pacific. It's great. We like that kind of energy.
It actually makes so much sense now that I think a lot of people were caught off guard when it was just like, he got signed as a coach for a Japanese team. That's so weird. The largest population of Japanese people outside of Japan is in Brazil. It's actually in Sao Paulo. I just forgot about that until this very moment. So he's probably so familiar with Japanese food and culture, actually.
Yeah.
But I'm just kind of like thinking about his reaction to the question about Lotus and their Asian competition. He's like starting to smile a little bit, and he's excited. He's like, ooh.
You can see it. He has like the little
Tricks up his sleeves.
like giggle, the little Dr. Evil like ha ha ha.
What's it
Got an
gonna
evil
be?
plan. I am excited. He definitely did disappoint last time too when we asked him questions about what we should expect, and he told us we should be surprised. And it looks like they've been constantly cooking. This is the kind of evolution that we want to see from any team here in Pacific, and Zeta Division is full well on that.
No, for sure. I mean, just seeing Depp move over to something like the Phoenix, something that he had only played, I think, like 7 times prior to that game. It was something in that ballpark. It was very few. And just absolutely dominate on it. I mean, as far as what he's teasing us in this series, it might not even be Laz Chamber. It might be more stuff from Depp.
Maybe
Depp's going to be playing some new stuff. I don't think Depp's going to play Omen. I don't think they're going to go that far down the rabbit hole. But Depp has. I mean, when he set his land kill record, he was playing Sova. So Depp has shown that he does have an incredible amount of flexibility and depth to his play. But it does feel wrong seeing him play non-duelist, even if he does crush with pretty much whatever he does. So I'd be curious. I'm curious to see where the surprises are going to come from.
Well, we are going to go to the stage really soon, but is there any hope for Team Secret? I would like to think so. They've definitely done it before, and they just pulled it out when the energy is right. Yes.
Yes. Got it.
Yes. And I won't elaborate.
And Quack,
I do.
Are you willing to elaborate?
Well, yeah, just a little bit. I think Coach Warbirds definitely, does a lot of prep for the team. So if they have the anti-strats, if they are able to adapt on the fly to some of the curveballs that Zeta throws at them, then yeah, it's probably possible.
And I do think Team Secret, given all their experience on the roster, they are one of these teams who are very adaptable, and they've shown it against other very fast-paced teams or very creative teams before, and have also overcome that. That said, we're going to go to the stage and welcome out the players.
on this one. I mean, Zeta Division, they were put in a pretty tough spot coming into this draft, just given that Secret have pretty proficient performances on both of their worst maps.
All right, well, we're going to see what the outcome is. We're going to go over to our casters who are going to bring us through the first map, Icebox, William, and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. We are getting ready for our first match. Of course, two best of threes lined up for us today again. But as we just saw on stage, it's going to be Team Secret versus Zeta Division. William here with Paperthin, and we're really already getting into that zone where every team starts to desperately need a win to continue their hope to make the playoffs.
Yeah, especially on that alpha side of the bracket. Everybody other than Gen G looking to find their first win so far. It's pretty crazy to think that way, but I mean, definitely Team Secret can get it done here today. Yes, I picked Zeta, but man, I would not be shocked at all. These teams are generally pretty neck and neck with each other historically. Like the desk was talking about, there aren't huge roster changes on either side. You know, obviously Zeta's gone towards the younger end of things with their two new players, but I definitely think that Team Secret can bounce back here today. Maybe even up their overall series. Right now, Zeta's leading 3-2.
Yeah,
is today going to be the day?
Yeah, 3-2. I mean, like you said, that means this is the 6th time already, right, in the past 2 years. And now, if Team Secret's able to win it, the rivalry continue. But if Zeta Division wins now, I think they start to try to just inch ahead, right? Especially with the roster changes saying that we're working in a newer direction, a direction where we're trying to grow even further. And something that's interesting now coming into this Icebox, yes, it didn't look great for Zeta at kickoff, but both teams came in with new compositions coming into stage 1, right? They've kind of tweaked a little bit, trying to advance to what seems to become the new meta in this somewhat evolved Icebox, and I'm curious to see who's going to be a little more locked in their overall play.
Yeah, I mean, so far, when Zeta's innovated, they've generally looked pretty good, or at least, you know, shaking things up versus what the normal meta is. They often have a fair amount of success. Thinking back to Lotus, you know, last year, Depp on the Neon, potentially. We'll maybe see that again. Could be something to watch out for, but yeah, neither team changing up from what we saw before, but certainly Zeta's going to have a lot of new ideas coming through. I was a little, I'll just be frank, unimpressed with some of the coordination with the initiators for Zeta Division.
Sure.
The last time they went against Team Secret on this map, it didn't feel like there was quite that cohesion you really needed to get over the line, especially against a really good Icebox team like Team Secret. This is one of their favorite maps. You know, obviously they were very sad to see it leave the map pool last year. Now that it's back, yeah, their success hasn't been the best, but they've had to go up against, you know, the likes of Gen G and others to try to get over the line on this map.
Yeah.
And it has, you know, it's had some ups and downs, but it's been really close usually against some of the best teams in our league.
I mean, even in their previous matchup last week, right, it was against RRQ, and quite frankly, if it wasn't for that ace by Chimkin in overtime, Secret may as well have pulled it across the finish line. Of course, very neck and neck. Both of those teams showing a little bit of improvement here on Icebox as well in a grueling best of 3. But I love that you called that out, because this competition for Zeta Division, we're seeing it pop up more and more. Obviously in Pacific, Gen G, one of the first teams to really popularize it, but then Sentinel's also using it throughout Masters of Madrid and back in Americas. And we've seen the coordination of the double flashes between the Gecko and KO. Not quite at that level for Zeta Division, but they're going to need it. They want to go up the likes against Team Secret, especially with Jesse Vash continuing on that Sova, trying to make sure that he's able to delay the enemy team with the line of set he has with the intel that they're able to gather.
And it's one of the things that makes Team Secret so difficult to go up against, especially on this map, is that Jesse has a phenomenal feel for the movements on this map. He does a great job bouncing off of the information from his Sentinel like NDG, as well as his own utility to kind of keep his opponents in check, keep them under control, and maybe even stall or prevent some of those util combos from ever really bearing any fruit. So really curious how this one's going to all start out. Zeta on the attack side, Team Secret on the defender side, looking like it could be a relatively pacey A hit. We'll see, but Jesse's ready with a recon. See if it gets cleared. They're going to dodge the 0 points.
Oh, and I love the early 0 point coming out for Zeta Division as well. Covers Nest and Pipes. Now, Jeremy just trying to pretend that he's still over on Pipes, but he can't land the first shot, and he will go down to a calm and collected depth. And already, Team Secret trying to gain an advantage in the pistol. They purposely sent both of their intel util to buy extra time for Jeremy to get snug right in the nest. But that won't be happening, and now a 5v4 in favor of Zeta.
It's well read by Zeta here. Hirodon really on point already with some of his util usage. We'll see if that is going to continue. Team Secret, though, still holding this 2-2 split as Zeta keeping their sound cues quiet, so they're not revealing their presence just yet. But that 0 point is going to give the bank away, and now you've got the full-on force.
แล้วเช็ค
The
มา
last
เหมื
four,
อนจะ
Team
เจอ
Secret
เป็น
making their
ล้า
way
นตรง
through
นี้
some rotations
เดี๋ยว
here.
จะมีการ
Some
สแต็ก
long lurks
คลิป
from
มัน
three of
เกิ
their
ดขึ้น
players. It's going to
บ
be
ริเวณ
tough for Zeta if they
เอ
don't account for
และ
this.
กำลังจะ
This is
เข้า
up to Jesse Vash to try to draw as
Pacific
much time as
อ้อ
possible.
ม
The
หลัง
turret
มา
will
ถึ
get
ง
taken out, but only one
3 คนด้ว
classic
ยกัน
herd in the flank. So Zeta says it doesn't matter how many there are. We want to push
แล้ว
through.
ไปได้หนึ่ง
And
ครับ
Laz is going to lend the numbers just a bit, continue that numbers advantage 4 to
มีภาค
3.
ให้เผื่อ
But Hero
คน
on
ที่
depth,
แบบว่า
sitting at 40
กำลัง
HP
ฟัง
right
เอฟ
about.
น้ำ
Hero
มา
will
เพลิ
get
น
a
เลย
kill to try to stabilize.
แล้ว
Jesse Vash
Jesse
and
Vash
NDG split apart. It really comes
อันนี้
down to
เป็นแค่
NDG
ตัวเล่นหรือ
currently
เปล่า
on belt. Jesse's just trying to draw a
เทค
little
ดาว
bit
มา
more
จากวันนี้
aggro
โด
to
น
his
เดฟ
side. NDG finds a kill, but Depp will also trade on the other side of the site. And now NDG, the rookie, he's been a little quiet in the early games, both in kickoff and stage 1. But Team Secret needs him to come alive right off the bat, and the pistol already spotted, trying to isolate the 1v1. And a quick one off of the tap. Tries to get the second, but won't land the headshot as Sugar Zero crouches for it.
Yeah, this is good stuff already from Zeta. Already good util usage, counter util usage on the opening to make sure that they didn't get fooled by the positioning of Jeremy, and then the turret placement in the back. I mean, look, that's kind of a stock standard. If you know your team's going A on the pistol round, you set that turret in the back, and it gives you so much info. Laz with the Sheriff, yeah, maybe not as clean as you're used to seeing, but that's a tough angle to shoot from, and still finding some good damage. Depp picking up a couple kills as well, and that's pretty huge. But I just want to point out, Will, you and I were seeing this before.
Yes.
I kind of hope we get to see Depp with a classic in hand. That's all. I'm just going to hint at that.
Yeah, hopefully we catch it at least once during this map here, because Depp clearly very energized coming into this match. Jess talked about it a little bit. He's got some extra motivation, but now Team Secret going to be a fast push out, and Envy's going to land the clean headshot right at the tip against Laz. That lets Zeta Division know they want to go for a fast hit onto B. They know the strong side is on A, but do they choose to continue push? Yes, they want to make sure, is there an anchor by Snowman? It's not going to be there, but the spike's planted for main, and Heron will have to make the call as quickly, as soon as he gets a spot here. It's going to be the first swing. Ready for more.
และส่งแฟลชมาจังหวะนี้เห็นรอยไกลๆมานึกว่าปิงปอง
Team Secret. They're approaching and they're not stopping. It's just a swarm of 5 members with their pistols. Huron takes a big hit, but Sugar Zero's there in long range with the crossfire. Huron spotted, but he's now just drawing aggro as more members coming in from Snowman. Sugar Zero still good for a third. Huron finally gets one, and Sugar Zero gets the fourth as Borkum tries to hold the defuse.
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff here from Zeta. You know, leaving that controller on the other side of the map, even though he dies, gets you plenty of info, gets you the safe plant. Good crossfire set up there. Hiroro not overstaying his welcome. There's something Team Secret was doing there a little bit that I thought was really kind of cute and maybe would go unnoticed. They had the Sheriff right in Envy's hands, and Jesse Vash was baiting that initial shot outside of green to set up for that Sheriff peek from Envy to see if they could get some value out of that Sheriff in that round. Didn't come to fruition, but little things like that can really kind of snowball around, kind of change the destiny for a team. It didn't pan out, but I like what I'm seeing from both teams so far.
And now Team Secret will just go for that fast war. We've been seeing that a lot, especially with the KO. You're able to kind of push them back with the early util. Of course, the Silva Recon also helping in that. They can really buy a lot of time here on A. And Team Secret with their first buy round, not all full armor, so they really want to make sure they can snowball forward from here on out. Not going to make any fast pushes. But Zeta,
ดูแลนี่เดือด
it's
ป่ะ
the bonus, just going to go for a set execute. We've got 2 Bulldogs, 2 Rifles, Phantom and Vandal on top of that. And a Stinger in the hands of Huron, who's already ticked down very low by the shock darts.
So much damage done to
ชาย
Zeta on
ที่
the
ยิ้ม
way
แย้
in,
มที่
though.
สุด
They
ใน
have a
ว
lot
ง
of
การ
weak
มาโล
players.
โดน
Jeremy
ของ
put
เก่
a
ง
lot
มา
of
ขนาด
pressure.
นี้
But the
แล้วไป
fragments
ยิ้
are
ม
really
สักห
starting
นึ่
to
งที
push
แล้วก็
them
หุบ
out,
ยิ้
and
ม
Jeremy eventually was going to get routed out by Depp. Good for 2 already in the site. Spike planted by Wingman. And suddenly the retake's not looking so happy for Team Secret. You've still got 4 members you have to battle through before you're even concerned about any potential post plant. We can see on the minimap, it's just the 1 nano swarm. NDG being held at screens. Look at this, to swing back around by the double of Zeta. And then you're out there for the swing out as well for the trade. He can't quite get the shot onto Borkum. 2v2. Zeta Division, if they can go up on a 3-0 start, it would mean absolutely everything, but they can't quite line up the shot. He's crouched right under it. It's a tough one to hit with the toxic screen, and the defuse will eventually go to Team Secret.
Yeah, Laz, they're expecting the player to be diffusing from up inside the nest, but in fact, they were on the box underneath it, able to defuse from that lower angle, so didn't really get the shots that he wanted to connect. A great spray down there for Borkum, broke this round open for him, gets the third as well. And that's going to allow Jeremy to hold that defuse. A decent idea in the post plant there for Zeta, but able to find just a small weakness is Team Secret. But that early setup, you know, yeah, they do some damage on the way in, but Zeta's able to once again just bully their way through. You can see the depth already kind of feeling it. 5 kills in here, has the Blade Storm popped into this round. Recon Dart is eventually be left unaccounted for. I think most of Zeta was able to sneak by all of this. Gonna grab the orb, give a little bit of noise away. NDG and the others scooching over. Just getting ready for some contact here.
Got a high-low Secret as well, so Dev, he's going to have his work cut out for him. Never mind. Borgum just going to make sure that he slows everything down before that. So Team Secret, they don't decide to greed it any further. Really utilizing the high-low and the Poison Cloud as well. And then we do have the Blade Storm getting eliminated by the Null Command. Envy, perfect timing on that. Wants to make sure that they can continue the round win streak here once they've already got a hold. So Laz, his lurk has to make some impact. But look at Team Secret's position on the map. I mean, they're prepared for anything and everything. They're prepared for a lurk in A. They're prepared for a deep lurk in mid as well. And Zeta, unless they get some contact kills, this map ain't opening up.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we're seeing so far from Team Secret, is they're very content to mostly stay planted until they really have full confirmation. Vash there good with the Guardian to take down Laz through the window. Depp, Blade Storm ready again as the no command is wore off, but still looking for an opportunity to distract. Jeremy has the read on it anyway. Takes Sugar Zero down, and Depp, good for one.
Yeah, Depp's on a separate mission right now. Just got to rack up some things on the scoreboard here for himself while he has the chance. And of course, no reason to stop yet. Couldn't quite get the refresh there as Envy. Another Guardian kill as well for Team Secret. So clean with these long-range shots from Secret. And as you mentioned, I mean, understanding the entire team, knowing that they're content to play backwards. So as long as they cover all the potential flanks, they should be safe holding one angle each.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a little bit ahead of schedule there for those two initiators. That's what I'm worried about with Zeta, is the util doesn't really connect, and Borkum kind of has an easy double, and Depp, for whatever reason, didn't feel comfortable to go flying in there yet. Maybe was still worried about the null command getting popped while he was in the air or something, not exactly sure, but regardless, it's very well held by Team Secret, doing all the right things at the right time, using that ultimate to really make sure that Depp can't get any value out of that Blade Storm. Yeah, he still gets a couple kills in the late round when it kind of is over, and a little bit more pressure towards the belt area as you see Zeta's fanning out, trying to make a little bit more space here for Depp.
It's a fast dash in, and while the flashes aren't quite there to cover yet, Jeremy still gets out alive. Not going to take the fight just yet. They don't want to get swarmed by the potential stingers, and Envy will get a long-range shot right across from screens. Two members still on the site as well for Team Secret. Envy still holding on the screens with a triple kill as well. Laz, all of a sudden, the last one alive. And sure, he's picked up a rifle, but there's also the flank that he has to be worried about. He hears it. He catches Borkum a little late on the swing. Still 85 HP. 3 more members to battle through for Laz. He's got 50 seconds. Everything that he has to work for here. He's going to go for the long way around. Now, Team Secret, how good is your internal timer? Because Laz is even going to go further through Kitchen, trying to make sure that he catches all possible angles from an advantageous sight line.
Yeah, someone's going to have to piece this together from Team Secret pretty quickly.
They're waiting for screens, that's for sure. We see NDG peeking for it, but they're not quite ready for the entire wraparound. The real question is Laz, are you going to have time for this? Because you're going to have to go, if you go this far, if you want to commit, you got to go through heaven, and you're not going to have the time. 18 seconds on the clock. It's got to be the snappiest 3K we've seen. He spots 1, he spots 2, but he can't even finish the first kill. Unfortunate for Laz as Team Secret leads 3-2.
Yeah, had to go for the fast play. Even got the dink on NDG, but it was through the wall, so didn't get the kill. A decent attempt from Laz there, but again, Team Secret starting to get their feet planted, starting to understand the pace of the Zeta attack already. So you're going to need to see a little bit of change from these rookies. Yoran and Hiroron really going to have to kind of step it up. They've been walking in and kind of getting eliminated pretty quickly, so their utility isn't finding value yet. I wouldn't mind to see an early timeout from Zeta, because right now it doesn't still feel like they've got all of these pieces working together like we're used to seeing when people run the Gecko KO. See him clear the corner, but nobody, again, really pushing space except for obviously the pit on the other side of the map. But once again, Team Secret happy to play back. Player up on screens, player on site behind the box. But Jesse watching mid. All their bases covered. See if Zeta can finally get through past the pistol and the eco.
Yeah, I mean, it seems also perhaps be a little bit of conditioning coming in from the pistol round, right? The early round Team Secret does push out with the util, as we see a lot of teams do with double initiator. So now Zeta always waiting to clear for that. The real question is, do they wait for the refreshes? Now the pop flash, but he's not hit by a Jeremy. He's way on top of screens, and the flash goes a little bit too deep into the site. It's quite clear. Zeta will still get the plant, but they're already down in numbers. And like you mentioned, Paper Thin, a crucial round here for Zeta to secure, so they'll commit the lockdown
แต่ไม่เป้า
comes
ไม่
in
ค่อยจับ
after
เล
the
ยวะ
plant, so they're gonna buy maximum time
สำหรับ
possible.
เซต้า
You've got a
เพราะ
Mosh
ว่า
and
มั
a
น
Snake
ไม่
bite
ต้อง
left
ใส่เพราะว่าตอน
for
นี้
the first plant.
จับเป้า
So
แทนเซ
choosing
ต้า
to
อยู่
still fight close quarters on the site. They
เปิด
don't
กล้อง
want to
ว่า
risk
ให้
it.
เปิดกล้องนะ
Just 2 pieces of utility. The
หรือว่า
Thrash
ไม่ควรเปิ
trying
ด
to buy time once again, just using to delay, trying to swing out off of a hero run. Thins the numbers out, but he gets traded by Jesse Bash as Team Secret starts to pile in. The high-low double swing is good on both sides of the site, mind you. And Euron just trying to spray down as he sees the second peak, but it's just too many members.
Yeah, it's really good discipline. Team Secret
พัด
very
เจอว่า
happy
ชอบ
now
โปเกมอนเลยถาม
to
พี่
play
เต้ว่ากิน
retake,
ข้าว
to just sit
เกี่
back,
ยวเลยสิคือ
let some of this util come at them, dodge it, find the picks where they can.
เมื่อคืน
If none of that
ฝัน
happens,
เสียง
okay, fine, they get the
ยอม
plant.
แล้วตะหอม
And then, you know, Jesse Bash gets a really interesting recon dart here to the left of the box, just where Depp got killed actually at land. Nobody from Zeta gets revealed, but you kind of get a ton of information that nobody's on the bottom floor. So Jesse, even though one of the players gets traded early by Hyunodon up on top of the nest there, he's able to swing in right away, take that kill, and then they can start pushing a lot of space. So Zeta giving up a lot of ground, and Team Secret really taking
เปิด
advantage
ไป
of
ก็
it.
ได้
And now there's that timeout. Perhaps 1 or 2 rounds later than a lot of us might have hoped for, but still going to come out well enough for the Zeta division to have room to recover. 6 rounds left in the first half right now, as Zeta will continue the attack. And something, again, that they'll have to continue working on is, do they even have the read that Team Secret hasn't really been pushing out? Do they really use util to gain value? Because like you said, Peter, then sure, they're throwing the Dizzy out, right? They're clearing the close quarters, but they're not really working other parts of the map or anything else off of that. They're not getting a reaction out of Team Secret. There's just not really any net positive for Zeta division.
Yeah, I agree with you. I really think they need to just spread the map a little bit, see if they can bait out some of that early util. You know, it seems like at the very least, Team Secret is happy to get any contact on A, and then Jesse Vash lets loose with some of those shock darts and stuff. So bait a little bit of that util out. You know, keep Laz on maybe the A side, have him try to work that. Not this round because it's an eco, but in the future when they have rifles again. See if you can really spread the defenses of Team Secret, make them earn it. See if you can isolate some 1v1s, rely on that
สวัสดีครับทุกคน
young
พร้อม
talent
ยั
you
ง
got. Depp and Laz, incredible players in their own right as well, of course. So see if you can find some opportunities to let your mechanics shine as well.
Zeta this time playing things a little slower, of course, on a bit of a mixed buy as well. Just the Guardian for your end, but everyone else has Sheriffs for the long-range fights on top of it. See how that comes into play for Zeta division. Slow clears, drawing out util across the entire map. Secret once again content
สุ
to
ดยอด
just
เลยผม
hold
ไป
their
ข้างนอก
default
ผมไม่ทา
positions.
กัน
They've
แดด
not really
แต่ผม
filled
กลับ
any
มา
part
ผ
of
ม
the sites,
อาบ
even
น้ำเสร็
on
จ
A,
ผม
just
ทากันแดด
barely holding on to
นี่
pipes,
คือ
ready
สู
for
ตร
the exit by Jeremy. And now it's the Odin ready for the spray down. Knows that they might just try to force for a plant here. Here's Wingman going across, and there's the ping. He actually gets Wingman, but he won't be able to get the kills as Dizzy comes flying through over the toxic screen. Zeta division still trying to hold on to the site, but they don't have too much room to work with, as we do see Kitchen entirely filled up by Team Secret, and Zeta will have to slow
นี่คือ
things
สูต
down.
รสูตรหน้า
Depp took
ขาว
advantage of that timing to sneak underneath the bridge.
อย่า
Team
หาทำ
Secret
นะ
might be somewhat aware
Hello?
somebody's in that vicinity. Some shots,
พร้อมยัง
work them, trying to keep them busy, trying to get
เนี่ย
the
มัน
rest
ก็
of
ไม่
the
อยู่
team
นะ
over here
เซ็งสัตว์
as Team Secret.
มึงว่าเปเปอร์เล็กโยนป่ะ
They can
เอฟ
sneak around
เปเปอร์
back
เล็ก
with
โยนทำไม
Jeremy.
มันมี
Plan
เปเปอร์เล็กด้วยเหรอ
trying to come down here.
มึงว่าช็อตเมื่อวานเปเปอ
Zero
ร์เล็กโยน
may
ป่ะ
finally
ที่
get
เท็
the
กเจอร์เก็
opportunity,
บเก
but
ตอ่ะ
Hyunodon wiped out.
Yeah,
Mấy
the turret
dồn.
gets spotted as well. So Zeta, they were trying to kind
Dồn
of
có
bait
ghê
out
ạ.
some peaks to try to get early picks with the Sheriffs and the Guardian, but not going to happen for the time being. Adept still not spotted just yet, but he gets surrounded on the drop.
เกมกวาง
He's
ยัง
too
ดูเยอะ
distracted by the members in Snowman, and now suddenly Team Secret is all over the site. Laz, the last one remaining with a Sheriff. He's good for one tap. Can he get two?
เฮ้ย
Yes, two
มา
remaining.
แล้ว
One
จิง
makes
เกอร์แมน
two.
ไอ้
They
เหี้ย
have
ไป
to
แล้ว
continue on to the third.
แปลกๆ
Team
ว่ะเซ
Secret
ต้า
will lead
ตอนแรก
5-2.
กูเจอเซต้าแล้ว
He
แปล
can't
กๆว่ะ
get
เอฟ
Laz those 1v1
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยว
like
เข้ามา
that, not with the Sheriff in his hand.
Yeah, that was getting a
ประวัติ
little.
เซต้า
That was
เค
one
ย
of
โด
those
น
moments when
ซีเค
when
ต
you're
ดัน
really calling the
13-1
play,
ไง
you start to feel like, oh, this might actually
Hey,
happen. Like I didn't think it would. But Team Secret eventually gets a wraparound as well.
I'm right there with you. I really felt like for a moment there, I was like, oh boy, here we go. Depp revealed his presence there a little bit too early, I feel. Maybe could have held on some of those shots, but
เอ็มนับเวลาหน่อย
it was an
Ah,
equal round.
I mean,
It's not
yeah,
a big deal.
it's one of those things where also they spent so much time trying to bait out the early
Cú chát
games,
quá.
they don't get it, and eventually
อะไรนะ
กูช้ากว่าวินึง
man, so
Hey,
it
Chapa.
all
Đục
falls
vềอยู่
apart.
กู
But like you said, it's an eco. They get the spike
Aw.
plant. They're at least trying to put some
Đục
pressure
vô à?
across the map. We'll see if they're able to use
Đục ở
that
đâyอยู่นะ
conditioning, because this time Secret putting
Đục
some
nám đi.
early pressure with that 0 point gets to or plants Jeremy in that default pipe
Ép quân cho
position.
This is something that certainly Zeta is going to have to try to address. Some of these high positions that Jeremy's been taking caused them some difficulty, and then the follow-up with Envy off of that, you know, they'll kind of bait and switch
อยากเล่น
very, very
เขาอยากเล่น
nicely.
แค่นั้น
And
นะ
that was something we saw even in their
เหตุ
eco
ผล
round
ที่ดี
where it didn't really matter because of the gun differential, but something that Team Secret is very, very strong at. The ping there, the Odin is so brutal, Laz.
ไอ้
What
เหี้ย
a
เลยน่ะ
180
เล่น
from
เลย
เหลือ
เล่น
หนึ่ง
Oh my god.
I mean, that wall
ตายเถอะ
saves Laz life in this round. And I
Yeah.
mean, what a setup with the drone through the window as well.
แล้วบอกกู
Nice
เจ็บ
play
กูร้องมาแล้ว
there, Zeta. Double
กูไม่
triple
เจ็บ
peek here onto Yellow. Borg doesn't really have a good exit. He's going to need coverage here from Envy, but he is going to be stuck. He has to find his way out, and he's good for one as Envy goes in for the trade. But Zeta will trade back now 2-3, still in favor of Team Secret. Zundistry comes out, trying to just delay the plant that allows Team Secret to approach onto the site. NDG his job just to delay. He gets taken out by Huron as Depp now creeps up. Team Secret spike planted. We see the flash drive coming in. There's the pop flash, and it's going to be
สวย
Depp
ว่ะ
who
เด็บ
finds both with a
Depp มา
quick
ว่ะ
double
เนี่ย
triple kill.
พอกูมา
And
เซ
Zeta
ต้า
put
เอาเลย
that one on the board.
Well, there you go. When you kind of simplify
Hey,
things
Papa,
a little
ไป
bit
เลย
here
ไปเลย
for
ไปเลย
Zeta,
เอาแบบความ
they're
จริง
able to really work off of each other
Papa,
very
ไปแข่ง
nicely. Great read by Hirodon that somebody could be coming
เล่น
in
แท
their
น
nest,
วันนี้เล่นแทน
fake the
last
plant, then wait him out. That's so
แทนความ
smart
หล่อ
from
ได้
a young
ด้วย
player
เออ
to have the patience to do that, and then setting up Depp with that flash drive. Very snappy stuff from Depp, who I'm super curious if we're going to see what classic he has in his hand, but
He's hiding it.
he's hiding it. But
Until
I
he
mean,
breaks that record, he's hiding it.
yeah, well, I also said that if Depp can put up at least 30 kills on one map, I'll
บอก
buy
คุ้ม
the
บอกคุ้ม
Zeta bundle today. So there you go. He's already well on his way. He's got 10 kills in 8 rounds.
He's trying his best.
He's doing. I mean, he tweeted about it. That,
Yeah.
he noticed it.
Yeah, he definitely noticed. I mean, you could tell it's something that he kind of kept in his back pocket as a pride point, right?
Yeah.
And
Who
now
wouldn't?
Aspas just comes swinging out.
I certainly would. I'd be very proud of that.
That was a crazy match for sure, where he set up that original record, but now thwarted by one of the best back in Americas. But for now, record be damned. Depp really wants Zeta Division to take the lead back, and they'll do their best, slowly creeping across mid. Jesse Vash is aware of it. He gets one. He's ready for the second peek as well. Gets a ding, yeah. But he will go down eventually.
ทำไม
Jeremy
ดิ้ง
also
เบาจัง
taking
วะ
a big hit
ดิ้ง
as
แค่
well.
78
Zeta
องศา
Division
เนี่ย
overall still in a pretty advantageous
Man,
spot here in
good.
round 9.
Yeah, you do like a little bit of the change here for Team Secret. Trying to gamble a little bit that B might be where Zeta continues to put pressure since they had
See
success
you,
there.
little homie.
Let Jesse sneak up. Jesse's still doing a fair amount of damage, so
ไอ้
you're
ยู
not
แลนด์นี่โหด
super
ปะวะ
displeased
ใช้
with
ได้
that
อยู่
at all by Team Secret. Up on top, pick goes down. Plant gonna try to be put in. All this util once again goes into the nether.
รีเทค
Secret
จ้า
is just waiting for this retake.
มีอัน
โอ้ย
ติ
ใช้ทุกอย่างกันเลย
Still lands on top of the box here as well, so he's going to be the first line of
บี
defense.
NDG
So as you mentioned, a lot of the util already spent, but right now no way to break
Hindi,
the
hindi
lockdown
nga.
because of it. And Depp, I
Huwag
don't know if he's
kang
going to
umiiwas,
get out
tagadoon
just
ka
in
niya.
time. Not quite. It seems several
Hindi,
members
bumpa
being
tayo.
detained, so Zeta, they've got to be
Huwag
able to fight
NDG
up
eh.
close.
Usap lang.
They just have to hide, and Uran
Oy.
needs to be able to cover. Laz gets the cover on that first one. Half
เอา
already
ดิสวน
done
ไหม
on the
You want
defuse.
more?
Thrash jumping in to try to delay further. They know it's not stuck just yet, but Depp is going to get surprised by
กูนึกว่าเจเรมี่
Jeremy.
มันจะโดดลงมาตาย
But 2v2 now in the enemy Team
เซต้าได้
Secret.
แล้ว
Continue to push through. They get
Oy.
the Viper down. It's down to 1v1.
ใช่เหรอวะ
Pick goes down, but the snake bite still
ไอ้
just
เหี้ยเหยียบ
remaining at
เห
the
ยียบ
end of
น้ำมัน
that
เดือด
fight.
ตาย
โอ้โห
It's
ถอย
so
ไปโดน
close.
อื่น
Even when Zeta's able to win these rounds, it comes down
เหยียบ
to
พิษ
the
ตาย
last
เฉย
player.
ว่าแต่แบบว่า
Just
AD
barely
AD
able to get
AD
in
อยู่
there.
ไม่ได้ดู
I mean, I love the attempt here from
Moment.
Team Secret coming at
Moment
you from
God.
so many different angles. That lockdown, forcing Sugar Zero to
PF
have to
ใช้หูฟัง
gamble to
HyperX
stay in
ครับ
the pit to make sure it stays up
สวัสดีน้องเบส 24
while
นะค
he's
รับสวัสดีครับ
detained. And Zeta
ไม่
quick
ดู
to
ได้
have
ดู
to
ได้แต่ละดาว
respond.
มันเห
They
นื่อย
even
จั
had
ง
the
วะ
thrash available to try to cover. Weren't able to
เหนื่อย
find
ดิ
much value with it.
มันเป็นทีมบุก
Secret
มาอย่าง
able
นี้
to
อยู่แล้ว
dodge some of
เหนื่อย
that, but just barely. Sugar Zero got a snake bite off
Ding,
before
ding,
he
ding,
was
ding.
dead. And Yuran, probably a little bit luckily, not having to be the one to clean up that final kill. Really scrappy round there.
Oh.
Jeremy
Wait.
just walking up with the sheriff, steals
Chia,
Laz's
big
gun.
shot.
Thief in the night.
The dash is
กู
out
ยิ้มไง
as
กูยิ้ม
well.
ตลอดเว
So
ลา
now
ไม่ว่า
safe
จะเกิด
with
อะไร
that
ขึ้น
upgrade. That's 3 rifles to
ใคร
work
จู
with
โน
Team
แปลกบุกกู
Secret.
ก็ยิ้ม
And now Zeta
Jeremy
Division
นะ
been slowed down. And I mean, sure, you had
จัด
some
ฟั
better
นไม่ใช่เหรอ
formation this time, right? The double flash is onto Green to try to put some pressure on it. But because of this early kill, they have to regroup. Wants to make sure that they're not giving any extra
ขอดู
rifles
เจเรมี่
over
บ่อยๆได้
to
เปล่า
Team Secret
อยากเห็
while
นรอย
their
ยิ้ม
opponents
มาก
are on this half buy. So now at the minute mark, they're still reworking across the entire map, retaking control of Green. Now just holding on to the lobby of A as well.
มึงว่าเดฟ
Team
กับ
Secret happy to hold back.
ใคร
Yeah,
นะ
the real question for
ดี
me
เอ็ม
is
คนนั้นใคร
Sugar
จะ
Zero
ว่า
May
can't
เดียวกัน
find any value out of this lurk.
May
If they
ดือด
can
กว่า
even
ดิ
get the plant down.
เออ
I mean, right now there's
อันนั้น
May
ของจริง
Team
ว่ะ
Secret there, but now they're kind of second guessing it. There's been no change in direction
ไห
yet.
ลมาเนียน
Sugar Zero sneaking in. Jeremy.
Jeremy's position,
Ladai.
though, it's kind of a hard one to read. He's being tucked right in until the opponents think it's entirely clear. And actually, just the backup call as well, right? They got the 0 point onto the jet. They don't see any further information on B. You've still got the Nanoswarm and Alarm Bot. Team Secret has a read on this, given the time. 20 seconds left. Jeremy's still tucked in. He just has to buy time at this point. And Zeta, they have no idea that they are about to enter the jaws of their opponents. 10 seconds left on the clock. Jeremy will get the clear, but Envy's there to delay. Wingman goes down. 7 seconds now. Time is ticking away. 6 seconds. Trying to hold on to the defuse. A clean kill from Envy. But still, Zeta, they will get the plant down. A couple members low. Envy down to 5 HP. Deb has to get the most out of these blaze storms. Going to tuck back out of the toxic screens. He doesn't get the shot. As he lands, Envy is still rampaging through with a sliver of health. And he's trying to push through for yet another Huron put onto the same aspect. And there's the snake bite. Team Secret takes back another round.
Yep. This is just, again, Team Secret playing back. Just comfortable to give up space, find this early pick, grab a gun, and back out. I mean, that's huge for them to get wins like that. Envy with some really crisp shots with that Guardian as well, helping things out. But you can see that just there's no preparedness after the plant goes down because Zeta has to spend so much of their utility to get onto the site that they're not really in a place to counter the utility, to slow down these retakes. They're trying to rely on skill alone, and sure, that can get you over the line sometimes, but against this Team Secret team, extremely difficult with how disciplined they're showing themselves today.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where maybe you change the timing on your util, but even then, perhaps just already knowing the positions you want to hold, right? The angles you want to hold, and again, the value on the lurk. We haven't really seen that as we see Jeremy being pushed away with the operator in hand. They haven't quite checked the weapon, but they do know that someone was posted up on yellow, now catching sight on that jump peak. There's 0 point. Jeremy going to dash out, but he's going to still hold the angle. Wants them to greet for a peek here as he slowly inches back
ยอมโดนทุ
towards
กอย่าง
his teammates. He's got a long way to go if he goes through here, so he's going to have to regroup.
กูยอมขาแข่งกูยอมไม่แดกกูยอมทุกอย่าง
So we see Envy just providing a little
มั
bit
น
of
อันติเพื่ออะไร
assistance
วะ
with
ใน
that
เมื่อมันไม่เข้า
0-1 pit up on the A site. So Team Secret, no reason for any overreaction just yet.
Good job here so far by Zeta, avoiding any damage from this operator of Jeremy. Some damage traded across the sides there, trying to delay the plant, but it is going to get down.
Yeah,
now look at them, they're just
position.
hiding, like, nope, we know it's out there.
Yeah,
We don't want to
มัน
deal
ตี
with
นะ
it.
บ่อยๆเลย
Yeah, this time though, do they have any backup plan if they get shoved even further into green? It looks like Sugar Zero going to be the insurance as he starts his flank all around through mid. We'll see if Team Secret has a timing on it. Jesse Vash is ready for it as Thrash comes out. Team Secret knows they have to wait it out. Quite a few members, it seems, getting hit. At least one for sure. Huron
ADG
will
มันออกมารับแทน
answer. Make
นะ
sure
วะ
to capitalize
โอ้โห
on
ยอม
that.
ไม่ได้
Zeta knows time is on their
เพื่อน
side.
กูโดน
Sugar Zero still holding. They know they haven't even done half yet. The tap begins, and Sugar Zero now starting to flank back in, but it's still being held all the way up to the half. Envy eventually goes down. Sugar Zero not even needing to show himself. As Zeta trying to make this into a 6-6
ไม่เอา
half.
ไปเลย
This is a lot better from Zeta,
เฮ้ย
not
สวยอยู่
doing
เนี่ย
a
ตีได้
util
5
dump this time, just kind of taking their
ดาว
time,
5-6
baiting out some
Apa
shots.
yung
That
hang
0 point gets a ton of value, forcing the player out, able to use that lockdown to buy some extra space. Really clean stuff overall. And then everybody deep post plants this time with a little bit of backup, a little bit of crossfire to cover things. The fragment held to the late position as well. So yes, a round of applause from the fans in Tokyo. Well deserved, as Zeta could potentially tie this half up.
I mean, if they do, it'd be great recovery, considering how it all started. Only able to pick up that pistol and the anti-eco. Now Jeremy being posted up close, but this time under pipes. A bit of a trickier position, but of course, high risk, high reward as he's exposed by multiple angles. And Zeta slow creeping up one piece at a time with the Dizzy.
Yeah, now the buys were a little weak here for Team Secret, but Envy with a rifle in hand, quick to scoot over off that contact with that no command as well. Try to shut this down. There you go. It is going to come through in response to that 0 point to see if they can slow this up at all, or Zeta.
Oh, Zeta, they're pushing through, but the Stinger is good in close quarters. NDG is holding on right under the site for the time being, so while the spike goes down, it's It's a 5v4 advantage for Team Secret. They still have their own null command as well, so this can be used for the retake. Smart of NDG to try to clear the close corners. They never quite got control of that just yet. Sugar Zero holding at a long-range angle. And that's the swing around close range by NDG. Envy eventually goes down. No time for the res. Jeremy's waiting for the lurk. They might not have seen it before, but they know about it now, and NDG gets the spray down running gun with the stinger. Team Secret will not let go of the lead as they finish the half 7-5.
Goodness gracious, that stinger insane there for NDG. Absolutely just fearless with it. Some great util there. Getting the read on the positioning of the player under.
เดี๋ยวจะเชื่อ T1
To Secret, but certainly Secret very keen to work this map. Jesse Vash sending all kinds of utility all over the place to keep his opponents guessing. It's a great job of tracking the movements as well, and that's something certainly Zeta's going to have to find a way to contest with, because so far this year hasn't gone great on this map.
We see Carlisle really sifting through all the notes that they have prepared here, trying to figure out what can they switch up on this half. Going over to that defending side. Now, when they were playing against Global Esports, this was another case where, yeah, they knew kind of the first steps on how to use this composition. They started to get pushed and pulled around the map, and also GE did a great job of avoiding depth a lot of those times, you know, making that operator obsolete for a lot of the rounds that it was bought. So yeah, we'll see if Team Secret has the same game sense here going into the attacking half.
Yeah, I mean, the good news here for Zeta is Dep is having a pretty good half, 12 and 10, so he's definitely feeling it. Felt like maybe pressing a little bit at times, but that's okay.
ญี่ปุ่นกับฟิลิปปินส์
You know, you need him fired up and in the game. Most likely, if you're going to get over the line, I'd like to see a little bit more from Euron on that Gecko in terms of utility usage as well. Only 1 assist in the book. So, again, some of these initiator plays just not bearing fruit for Zeta Division this time around. You know, but the 0 point to check pipes is going to confirm Euron's position. So he is going to have to back off. Hirodon here, but it's a 2-1-2 split with Laz covering mid. There is potentially some contact with Borkum, but Borkum using that poison cloud to scooch on back. And for now, Team Secret continuing to really take their time, maybe just going to be waiting potentially for this recon dart to come back up for Jesse before they make their move.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a safe play, right? See if they push out. If not, you know you should have the numbers advantage, especially on the pistol here. Against a team like Zeta Division, they're going to hold on to their default. They don't want to overreact just yet. So we see the drone scouting early for any long-range peaks, trying to clear the close quarters of pipes. He'll be able to catch a bare glimpse of it, but the counter is 0 point once again. So now Team Secret still at the 45 mark. They start to push into green over by the B side, trying to put some pressure on, trying to weaken most of the map. The 0 point on A to keep those members tied up as they've already approached all the way up to the entrance of B. Do they know about Sugar Zero holding this angle? Surely they check it, but there's a slight gap in the toxic screen. He finds one. He'll get a tag, but it's just a classic. Not going to get the instant kill as Sugar Zero backs off, and now backup will be arriving. Turret set up in kitchen against the lurk. The Zeta Division, they want to put their full focus on the retake against the site.
The real question is, have they kind of accounted for Envy? It looks like Laz is going to be aware.
Yeah, he's watching that mid position. Meanwhile, Snowman slowly getting taken over. 2 members on yellow. They just want to hold on. The Cloudburst will buy time. The 0 point tags only a couple members. The double flash has come in. It's quite clean as Laz gets 1. Dep a second as well. And now Zeta start to swarm through, but they will get blasted out and slowed down. Envy at long range can't land the shot. And now a 3v1 Borkum doing everything he can. But with 37 HP, Huron will be able to help them finish that defuse.
This is pretty interesting from Zeta because there's that kind of idea that you see from Team Secret all the time where there's utility thrown one way and they're actually going the other. It's not actually Jesse's utility, it's Envy's with the 0 point while they're going over towards B to get the plant down. That angle to find that little extra damage through that toxic screen. Definitely a nice pickup for Sugar Zero there.
Sure.
Helped soften up the forces of Team Secret. And also Laz, head on a swivel the whole time. I was watching his icon on the minimap, and constantly his triangle was spinning back and forth between the 2 position, back towards the site, doing a great job making sure that Envy's lurk was accounted for. So that shows me great awareness, great preparation so far for Zeta.
now over on that eco, Team Secret just going to creep up in a little death ball over by A. They should be spotted by the 0 point. That's the signal for them. All 5 members tagged up. Now Zeta, they kind of have to make a decision. Do we stay and fight this or not? It's a bit of a greedy position, but Huron will swing out.
นี่มันต้องยิงแบบฮีโร่ลอนไว้เมื่อกี้
Mismatch initially on whether they wanted to stay and fight, but eventually they'll clean it up. Only 1 person dropping in that round.
Yeah, it felt like there was just that moment where Laz might have felt like he could send his players to the other side.
วันนี้ผมนอนไวแน่เลยผมโดนเทรนเนอร์จัดหนักมาก
ว่าดูพี่เอฟคิดว่าเราเป็นคู่รักกัน นี่ดูไม่ใช่ตรงไหนใช่ปะ
Maybe a step later.
ไม่ใช่ดิ
than you
ถูก
would
แล้ว
have liked, but I think that's totally
ใช่
fine.
ดิ
You
เอฟ
lose one player.
แล้วน้องแพทจะอยู่กับใคร
Very happy to do that. Depp has the outlaw. I don't think its
เอ้า
presence was ever
น้องแพท
revealed.
ก็อีกโพยังไง
Farmers, though, in anticipation of
อีก
it.
โพ
Certainly we've seen
อี
it
กโพยังไง
from
เรา
a
ก็
lot
แบบ
of
ว่า
players
เป็น
in
แล้ว
Pacific
ก็
and
สลับกันได้
across the world.
ดี
So now the full armor
fuck
has to be the go-to if you can afford it, coming into your bonus or anti-bonus, I guess.
ว่าถ้าซีเคทโดนเราเนี่ยหนัก
See if
เลย
it pays off dividends. It's going to be the first shot from Deb. It lands clean on Jeremy down to
เชี่ยไอ้ปืนนี้
54 HP. Deb not taking a hit at
เจเรมี่
all.
แม่
So
งเจ็บ
now Team Secret wary of this, and Jeremy in danger on the entry of getting picked off by that long-range weapon. Zeta off that contact though, still 3 members holding
เลิก
strong
คืออ้อม
onto
หลัง
A.
ใช่ครับ
Now
เลิกกับ
wary
แฟงเหมือนกัน
that poison cloud going
จะ
up
ใช้
and
คำว่าแฟง
down
ก็ได้
over mid. Laz, he's
ทำไม
keeping
เจเร
his
มี่
eye
ถึง
on a
ยิ้มตลอดเว
potential
ลา
Yeah, so much
ยิ้มแบบ
pressure
ว่า
on Depp up front with this
มีรับลมคม
outlaw.
ใน
He's going to have to be
มีความสุข
so darn quick.
เล่นเกมแล้ว
The
ดี
other
ลีน
two
หลัง
players, Hirod and Yuan, trying to back him
เอนโด
up.
ฟินหลัง
เล่นเกมฟรี
Utility
เว้ย
potentially want to give a shout out to
ไม่
Yuran.
ต้องเสียค่าชั่วโมง
Great Dizzy there. They got a couple assists in the pistol round as well. It's kind of pointed out that he was
เอ
having
อ
a
ว่ะ
little trouble
ถ้า
finding
เราไป
some
แข่ง
value.
เล่นเกมไม่เสียค่าชั่วโมง
Made up for that. 0 point comes in. Here we go.
All right, he's going to go right behind the dash. Wants to find the second member. Not going to land
ไม่
the
โดน
kill. Yeah, not the shot either. Jeremy peeking through the toxic screen. That
จริงๆ
puts
ไม่
him
น่าสง
so
สารสุด
low. Huron just has to get a scratch to pick up that kill. And now with only 25
โคตรแรง
seconds, he's still able to clear the corner with the fragment. And so much util being dumped by Team Secret onto the site. 3 members left alive, but Borkum down to 10 HP. NDG will make things a little bit more stable for the round. And Laz just trying to get one more kill. Will not find it as Secret
เรียกว่า
takes
เล่น
back
มั่นใจ
the lead.
Yeah, nice recovery here. Secret takes a ton of damage, but Yuran, again, getting another player with this great combo of mollies from Team Secret, stuck in a bad position where he's just nowhere to left to go, but to try to stand in some mollies and hope he can survive a little bit longer, maybe get a pick with that snake bite.
เดี๋ยวแล้ว
combo.
โพลอะไรเนี่ยใครเปิดโพลอะไรแบบนี้เนี่ย
There's
เขา
good
เปิดโพล
teamwork.
ที่มันแบบ
Flood onto the site.
มีคนเชียร์ซีเคทอยู่แล้ว
Depp trying to again get a little aggressive with that outlaw, doesn't really find too much value. Now Zeta with their full rifle buy, so Bulldog has to be forced out for Team Secret. They're getting aggressive.
Yeah, they're pushing up real
เด็ก
far
แม่งเล่น
out,
โคตร
right
เสี่ยง
below pipes as well. The high-low setup, Uran's got his back. Zeta trying to throw a curveball here and an early drone. They realize that this is the timing for it. Checking close with the 0 point, it gets taken out, and now Team Secret very, very well aware. That allows their other members on the side of B to start to regain some space. Whether they rotate or not, Team Secret wanting to make sure they take advantage of this timing where they're able to expand their influence across the entire map of Icebox, getting close, right up next to a one-way.
This is so scary because this is actually all a setup, a bait for the other side of the map, and this
มันเม
is
ย์ตรงนี้โคตรดีเลย
what
ที่กู
Secret
ชอบมัน
loves
เมย์ให้
to do, but it's not going to be that
โกง
initiator utility. So let's see if Zeta
ยิง
can
ฟรี
kind of
บ่อยจัด
want to read out.
Yeah, it's a quick setup, but Laz gets taken out. Sugar Zero doesn't even find a target just yet. He knows they have to escape, but he's not going to find a target at all at the end of the day. And with the toxic screen coming
เฮ้ย
up,
เจ็ดโดนไหม
อุ้ยทำมิ่ง
it's
เด็บ
scot-free. They know the A side has to be weak. It's going to be a creep in, just waiting for a potential anchor. Uran not able to land the shot either, and Depp, he's distracted on
มัน
the
เล็ง
screen
อะไรทำไม
side.
วะ
It's a quick
ตัว
zoom
กลาง
around
เข้า
from
อ่ะ
all the way deep in the site by Jeremy.
ที่ตาย
I
ไป
mean,
สอง
it
คน
just
แบบ
feels like Zeta couldn't get a read onto this at all. They had a bit of info, but they weren't able to piece the puzzles together, come up with a full picture. Instead, it was just kind of a partial image, and Depp just had no idea. I mean, he got completely blindsided there.
Yeah, I mean, I think he expected them to try to clear the site all the way through screens as we see
นี่ก็
Jeremy
เหมือนกันเลย
eventually
ฟิลเดียวกับเดฟเลย
getting
เมื่อกี้
cleared, but the spike
มุมมัน
still
แบบ
ticking down. You've still got a potential lurk coming in from Jesse
มุมไม่
Bash.
ค่อย
He's
ดี
got the Hunter's Fury from long range.
อุ้ย
NDG is going to clear it. Now, do they know the half is done? We'll have to wait and see if it even gets to that as Huron eventually falls. It's just Huron left. He clears, and there's the wingman, and that should be enough with the Hunter's Fury, just eliminating little bro. Huron not able to return to the spike for the second half.
โอ้โหหนึ่ง
เจ
ลา
ส
ว
ซี่
อะ
นี่แบบว่าเชิงอย่างหนาด้วยว่ะ อันติยิงแมน
Just okay, all
เฮ้ย
right.
คมว่ะ
Now, okay, you get the 4K. That I guess that's the consolation prize there for Zeta. But really good stuff on the post plant from Team Secret. Layers with the Mollies, layers with the Hunter's Fury. It gets them the win, but the economy now shaky for Team Secret. You can see they're struggling to figure out how to do the math to get this buy to go, and maybe there's a timeout.
Yeah,
Potentially lurking.
have to
Please
imagine.
just be a regular one. Okay.
Listen. We've escaped our own nightmares for the time being.
So far.
Yeah.
We've
T1's
been-
not playing today.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
all the stars have aligned for a smooth start here on day 2 of week 2.
Achilles isn't casting.
That's true. You know, everything
พูดต่อ
has
ไปเลยวะ
worked out. What a
กดดู
great day of VCT Pacific. You know,
I agree with you, William.
พูดต่อไปบลีด
It's a
นี่หว่า
good day.
it's been a good day for most of us. But Zeta Division, you know, obviously the score line not that far off, but you can tell on the players' faces as well that it just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel good. Sure, they scrape by some heroics here and there, a couple good reads, but overall, I mean, we've been calling it on the play. Secret seems to be one step ahead.
Yep.
And it's just the fragging power of Zeta that's allowing them to continue. See if this timeout corrects that course. Last time in the first half, they call the timeout, and while they don't win immediately afterwards, they're able to get 3 of the remaining rounds. See if they can pick that right back up on round 17.
I love just the way that Team Secret works this map. I mean, so confident to, you know, show a little bit of info, show a little bit of pressure, back off, and then you don't really move, but you leave it so in the minds of your opponent that they have no idea where you actually went. Now, there's a big amount of util here, expecting some more pressure towards that orb this time. In fact, does not come through. We've already seen it previously from Zeta. Zeta as well. The guns are going to be a little bit weak, so both teams having to scrape together what they can from these buys. A lot of sheriffs, and look, if we know anything, now with the sheriffs coming back into the meta, teams are certainly capable of doing tremendous damage.
Oh, absolutely.
On these econs, man.
I mean, a big source of all these thrift dudes we've been seeing across the world, quite frankly, as Team Secret also just cutting noise. They're afraid of any sort of trap setup here. Right around the close corners.
ถ้าเซต้าเจอ DFM ตอนนี้สกอร์จะเป็นไงโอ้โห DFM มันไม่ค่อยชนะเซต้าเลยครับ เซต้ามันดูดีกว่าในตอนนี้นะผมว่า DFM มันพิเชอร์มันได้ไหมผมว่าบางคนยังขาดไปหน่อยมันแบบว่าแต่ดูเอลลิสอะผมว่าลงตัวแล้วนะดูเอลลิสโคตรโหดเลย DFM คือดูเอลลิสโหดมากคือดูเอลลิสเป็นแทบจะเทียร์ 1เนี่ยเทียร์ 1เลยอะผมให้เทียร์ 1เลยดูเอลลิสอะ
all lonely outside of the
พอเข่า
site
เสื่
gets
อมมันยิง
spotted
ไป2
by
นัด
NDG. And Borko,
Ui.
okay, not going to swing out and get the
Little
kill.
homie
Will
ไม่
fall
ได้
for
เลย
one, but Sugar Zero just going for the pre-fires. It's too many members.
And one big difference you're seeing between these two compositions is the Gecko versus the Sova. And the way that Jesse uses this drone. So one of the things that Zeta can't do as cleanly is clear the back of the site with their utility.
เฮ้ยแต่นั้นมันสู้ที่วันไหวผมว่ามันก็ไม่ทำโอ้ยเจสซี่มันเวอร์เลยขนาดนั้น
So you have to expend those dizzies and those flash drives, clear the back of the site where Jesse can just use a drone, find that safety, and still has a ton of util in the back pocket. He only has to expend a little bit to get the information, and of course the recon drone comes up on a cooldown. So he has the ability to kind of keep that information game in his mind, and Jeremy with a great opener on a dab.
They're ready for it, man. They see the util flying in. They know that there was an attempt earlier to try to take an aggressive position by Zeta Division. While this time it's the pop flash all the way from sight from here on. It doesn't quite land in time. And Zeta Division will lose their star
เมื่อกี้เขา
duelist.
ติ๊กเหมือนรู้ด้วย
When they desperately need another round win,
Ui.
Durant
Ui,
just gets
yeah,
the
they
ding
ding
through
that.
the floor. They're not able to clean up the kill. Jeremy sitting at 10 HP, but Sugar Zero not able to make the escape either. He'll get the finish with the snake fight. But Team Secret now knows that they can just barrel through. Huron all alone, not able to land a single shot.
ที่เกิดทรงดีกว่าเยอะเลยว่ะ
Will just jiggle for the kill.
I mean, they've been noticing that right around that corner from where Jesse's planning is where a lot of players from Zeta have been trying to hide themselves. So they're pre-firing that angle every time, and they rightly should. They've gotten plenty of kills for it, and there's been little Zeta can do about this preparation. They haven't been able to find any comfort. They've tried flood retaking. They've tried getting aggressive at the beginning of the round. Once the rifles come into hand, there has been very little success for Zeta. Most of their damage for their rounds have been the pistols and the ecos.
Yeah, and we haven't, you know, that means that Zeta not able to even pick up an operator a single time. And now the mission is for Laz, can you keep one rifle in your hands for the next round. Try to have some form of force to prevent that point happening for Team Secret. Envy's creeping up. But meanwhile, we've got someone from behind. Okay, the alarm bot triggers. They know he's behind yellow, and NDG's actually just going to get the kill. Doesn't quite mind if he drops his own, as he does have 3,600 credits in the bank.
Yep. All the economic damage you can do to Zeta, the better. And they're going to be able to get a few things rolling here. A few ultimates in the bag as well, but starting to feel do or die.
โดนยิง
Zeta
ด้วย
in
ป่ะ
this next round. They're going to go for do. See if they can get it done. Nice job there by Laz, but yeah, I mean, what do you want? I mean, everything you're trying here as Zeta has been thwarted every step of the way. A Guardian, otherwise Phantoms and Vandals. Yeah, you've got the Viper's Pit. Yeah, you've got the Null Command. Yeah, you've got the Lockdown. It's just, are you going to be able to get to use them? Because they're playing way back now other than on the B side, expecting some kind of hitter. They're going to have to go for this Lockdown retake. Let's see what Team Secret has to say in response.
Yeah, surely they read, okay, the site's been emptied up. You've got all these ultimates. It should be a set retake. Team Secret, do you choose to push out, or are you content to counter with your own lockdown? Is that going to be enough? Of course, the Null Command as well, if you pop that first. Laz doesn't want to miss a beat, so he will activate his own right there, and the Null Command. Zeta Division not giving Secret a chance, but can they capitalize on this timing? We do have to make sure for Zeta Division that they are able to push into the site and start to clear out some members. And right now, the lockdown ends. They get the site, but they haven't eliminated anyone from the side of Team Secret. Secret just holding far back for these post plants, and there's a lockdown. If you don't stick to that defuse right now, you've got the Wingman going for it. Of course, Snakebite not quite able to eliminate Little Bro just yet. And yet again, it's going to be Wingman. Bringing home another round victory. We see this so often
ไม่โดนไอ้
on
สเน็ก
Ice
ไว้เนี่ย
Box.
คือโคตรเวรี่กูด
I mean, I think there, Team Secret thought they still, even with the
Wingman
lockdown
dip.
Null Command combo
Wingman
that
โหดจัด
prevents Jesse Vash from using the Hunter's Fury to shut down the lockdown, that maybe they can just save it for the Wingman, but it never gets really attempted to be used because Zeta's flooding at them, and Jesse has to switch over to a gun just to protect himself. So good recognition here by Zeta, a good change-up, good utilization of their ultimates. Now you've still got a Viper's Pit to toy around with, so does Borkum. Hunter's
อาจ
Fury
จะ
though still available
ไม่น่าโด
for
นปะ
Jesse.
มันสกิลน้อยมากนะเกโก้
Some kind of early pick
มัน
here
ก็มีแค่
with the
พื้น
drone
วิงแมนแล้วก็
potentially.
แฟด
He
อัน
loves
เดียว
to do that. He loves
ถ้าเทียบกับตัวอื่นที่มัน
grab some
ปล่อยได้เลย
information, throw
ข้อดี
Hunter's
คือมัน
Fury
เก็บ
at
ได้
you,
เนี่ย
but maybe just once again going to be saving it for that post plant like we saw early to make sure that
What?
Lil Bro can't do his job that he
But
To
look at
nerf.
this. Yeah, Borkum, he reads that it's been fast pushes for Zeta
I'm
Division
not
against
adjust
one. He's
maka.
ready for a second, but is he ready for a third?
May
Not
Lord.
quite. So a good read from Secret,
May Lord
understanding
smoke.
that Zeta's been tightening the map on the other side, allowing them to set up for these retakes, but they
อุ้ย
can't quite
หู
get
อั
the
ดหน้า
kill
เลย
yet. Not
ดีนะ
quite
เด้งหัว
sure.
เมื่อกี้
That's some
ไม่งั้นลง
crazy
ตีน
pinballing there on the Snakebite. Unintentionally shrugging it off, so to speak, on the side of Jesse Vash.
the best body block of his life
I
right
mean,
there.
holy. Allows him to get out scot-free from that side. He's still got Hunter's Fury in his hands.
Ow.
Now, with the damage done on the other side, he can't quite go over to the lurk in mid. He'll
โอ้
just
จะ
have
วาง
to
แบบ
use
นี้
it
เกโก้
from outside of A site. Meanwhile,
เอ้า
the
เกโก้
Nanosaurus
โดน
is not
ทำลาย
getting
ดิ
rid of Little Bro. Not the
Wingman
same mistakes from Team
โอ้
Secret. Zeta do start to push out, though. They know that
อุ้ย
there's so much
ไล
to
น์อัพ
work
อะไร
with,
วะ
and
เนี่ย
Jesse
โพสแพน
Vash will land one onto Laz. He gets some
ว่าโดน
extra
กู้
damage down, but the pit's still protecting it. But they're
โอ้
too
โห
low. Envy able
close.
to get the kills.
Good stuff here from Team Secret.
กว่ารีบปล่อยวิงแมนไปเมื่อกี้ของเต็มเลย
ของยังระเบิดอยู่
Even losing Borkum early.
กูว่าเป็นกูจะเอาตัวพ่อเนี่ยนะเข้าไปแตะทีนึงอะล่อของ
ตัวพ่อ
He's in a great spot once again to get some serious value out of his utility. NDG holding the line as best he can, but really
Bam.
everybody on Zeta was already so beat up. One more shot from any gun was going to clean them up. And it
แต่ว่า
was
คนทำ
easy
คง
for
คิดแบบ
Envy
ว่า
as these
กู้เร็วแล้วก็รีบออกไปตัดเลยเงี้ยเพราะว่ามันต้องพีค
setups that TS likes to do. Relatively successful, and Zeta's trying to push them.
GG.
Zeta is trying to do some of the right things. It's just getting shut down. Team Secret
เอ้ยไม่แน่นะเว้ย
having absolutely none of it. You
เซ
can
น
see
ติเน
how
ล
well
นี่โดน
prepared they are for
เล
this
เวทานไป
map.
12-8 แต่มันก็ลากไปโอเวอร์ไทม์จน18
Carlisle talked about
ใช่เหรอ
before this map that this was
รายการนี้ได้
something
ปะ
they were
รายการ
expecting.
นี้แหละ
that
เช็
they
ด
had
แต่
a
ก็
great
แพ้
read.
เซนแม่งโดนไป
Still haven't
2-0
been able to dial up
มึงรู้ว่า
and
ไอ้แมตช์แรก
to
แอดปาร์ต
Team
มันยิงไป
Secret's
47
ice
อะ
Yeah,
ไอ้เหี้ยโคตรเดือด
แอดปาร์ตกูระเบิดพลังเลยแล้วไง
กูว่าโคตรโหด
Wanting to avoid the same fate that they faced
ว่า
against
มีดเด็บมันไม่ค่อยคม
RRQ,
เหมือนมีด
barely
เมย์ป่ะ
losing grip of that map and eventually the best of 3 as
มีด
well
มีดเจ็ด
against their
มีด
one of
เด็บ
their
มัน
opponents
แปล
in
ก
week 1.
ๆมันมาบางที
Silver
อะ
will hold the thrash
เออ
in the hands of
ว่าคน
Uran
ควักมีด
available
นี่
for
แม่ง
Zeta Division. Secret, they've
ว่า
I
ส่วน
feel
ใหญ่
like they've
แม่ง
been pretty
ไม่ค่อย
content
มั่น
in
ใจ
the
ถ้า
fact
ปืน
that
กล
they've eventually always been able to break through a site. So they'll see for the early rations. This time though, a
อยาก
very
เห็นพวก
different
แอดปาร์ต
setup.
มา
You've
แข่ง
got a couple of
เดือด
those
สั
deep
ส
nanoswarms as well. Last standing on top of the screens, going for that early pickoff. The first nanoswarm trying to push them back. That
แอด
allows
ปาร์ตยิงเยอะ
Huron
เกิน
to peek right into the site. And now with 30 seconds left, Team Secret, they've already taken over green. They want to make the call. They realize this early nanoswarm, something's not right about it. Jeremy's here just to sell the fake.
มาครับ
Jet
เจเรมี่
trying to go for the dash as well. And Zeta has
แล้ว
bitten
แดนหลบ
onto
มา
the
เพื่อ
bait.
ที่มาสบ
Big
ตา
shot
สักหนึ่ง
right
ที
here,
แล้ว
and
หลอก
Team Secret
GG ได้
get
นี่
free. B-side
Secret
Vipers
โอ้
pick
โอ้
goes
โห
up. Spike
เจเร
will
มี่
be
คนเดียวไอ้
planted.
แค่ดึงไปได้
And
4
Zeta
คน
Division will have to battle through the toxins to try
ป
to
ฏิหาร
recover
นั่น
this
นี่
map.
พาเขากลับ
Good
มา
news is you do have the answer.
เฮ้ย
The
เรา
answers with
เรา
that
มีด
frag.
มา
Dep, yeah, there it is. But Borkum
เฮ้ย
still with the cover. Dep will be able to eliminate one from
โอ้
afar. He has
มี
to
คน
find
ช่วย
the oh, and he's not
เฮ้
able
ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
to land the shots onto Borkum. He's on for the
GG
ace,
ละ
but Jesse Vash will clean up from long range.
แปลกๆแต่เมื่อวานไม่ได้ซื้อไกอาร์นะไอ้ไม่เมื่อวานไม่ได้ซื้อเวนดอลฟอร์โซเคนลืมว่าจะมาซื้อตอนกลางคืนว่าแล้วก็ต้อง
ติ
ลืม
เคโอ
แน่ๆเลย
เจน
แม่
ติ
ง
เค
ก็ลื
โอ
ม
ข
จริ
อง
ง
อีกฝ่าย ใครจะโดนยกเลิกก่อนกัน คนที่กดเหรอ หรือว่ามันก็ไม่นะ
ไม่ยกเลิกเดี๋ยวก็อยู่อย่างนั้นแหละ
ไม่ยกเลิกกันละกัน คู่นี้ใครชนะนะ
คู่นี้เหรอคู่นี้รอบที่แล้วก็ซีเคทชนะแบบยับหมา
เกมเนี้ยเกมเมื่อกี้ซีเคทใช่ปะ
ซีเคทดิรอนี่เยี่ยมให้ใครเชียร์เซต้าก็น่าจะให้เซต้าครับ เดี๋ยวก็กลับมาช่วงนี้คัมแบ็กกันบ่อย อุ้ยคุโรนามิยายบะ มาขายว่ามีดแมวอะแล้วก็ Sentinel of Light ลองไปยิงเดธแมทขำๆเนี่ยเผื่อลั่นวันนี้จะได้เล่นวาโลต่อเมื่อวานลั่นนะแต่ไม่ได้เล่นต่อขอโทษไม่ได้ตั้งใจไม่ได้ตั้งจุยโอเดียปะล่ะไอ้ยวันนี้เราต่อนี่ปะวันนี้เราต่อนี่ปะล่ะโอเดียถามพี่เอกนี่ มึงจะบังทำไมเด้อฮะเป็นอะไรกันเด้อบังกันอยู่เลยแต่วันนี้มาว่ะหมดพลังเฮ้ยยิงไม่โดนว่ะว่าอะไรเล็งต่ำป่ะมายังวันแมตช์ใกล้มาแล้วว่าก็ยังเซใต้อยู่เออโหดดิซีเคทมันโหดนะจริงๆอ่ะโหดจำไม่ได้วะต้องไปดูจำได้ว่ามันแพ้มา2-0อ่ะเปเปอร์เล็กนี่เปเปอร์เล็กมันไม่มีใครไหวแล้วตอนนี้ก็เปเปอร์เล็กอยู่ดิ เซนกับ DIX ก็เปเปอร์เล็กอยู่ดิ DIX มันไม่แน่ว่ะนี่ ไม่แน่ว่ะโหดไม่ได้เปิดเสียงเต้ครับ เพราะว่าผมไม่ได้เปิดเสียงเกม มันก็ยังอยู่แหละมันก็แข่งลีกเอ็นเอเทียร์ 1อยู่โหดด้วยนาจีมันตบลาวยับเลยสัสมายังแมตช์เปิดเสียงละ
See ya.
What ทำไมผมเล่งต่ำไปเลยวะไม่ค่อยภาพเข้าหัวเลยยุคนี้
NRG มีใครบ้างนะ
มาร์ฟเดมอนวันแพทชี่วิกเตอร์
เชียดูเซียนจังวะ
แก๊งตึง
แกงวิกเตอร์นี่แม่งแบบว่ามาเฟียฮ่องกงดึงที่ไหน
แก๊งวิกเตอร์แพ้นี่บ่อยมั้งแก๊งครูสมัยเทค
Night night. Reloading.
ยิงอะไรของกูเนี่ยอุ้ย
Chill out.
มาแล้วครับเกมมาแล้วปิดเกมหมดเวลาสนุกแล้ว
Man, it's an FPS
เอาไว้
game.
ท่านวะ
You get shot, you die.
That's what it
And
is.
that could very well be the game plan.
Yeah. Or Depp just slides in there and.
And the other thing is, how are you going to get A-Rebel control when Laz's chamber is on the other side of it,
เฮ้ยมีออนวะ
regardless of attack or defense?
Zeta does start on defense, which will be interesting too with that neon play. All right, we are ready to go into Lotus, our map 2 between these two teams. Let's go over to our casters. Are you excited for this matchup? William
เนี่ย
and
ปานมันเก่ง
Paper
อยู่แล้วอะ
Absolutely, as the Death said, I
มัน
think
เก่งมาตั้งแต่ไหนแต่ไร
everyone on both sides of these teams,
แล้วเก่ง
they
ตลอ
were
ดไป
waiting for this moment, right? Zeta bringing back some fan favorites, some classic trademark picks. Neon, a lot of people forget about Dep's Neon, but it's definitely one of his best agents. And then on the other side, the first time Jesse Vash and Team Secret will finally accept that Fade is a tier 1 agent on Lotus.
Yeah, absolutely.
แต่
Good
เซ
to
น
see
เมื่อเช้า
changes
มัน
from both
เทน
teams.
เขาบอกว่าเทนนี่เมาหมัด
I'm
เลย
really
เนี่ย
curious about this Gecko in particular. The rest of it, I
ไอ้ท่าน
kind of
มา
have
แล้
a
ว
good
จ้า
read on, but
ในสุด
I
ไอ้
mean, they're talking about
ร้านมัน
A-Rebel
ก็ได้เล่นไอ้
control.
ท่านด่านนี่
Certainly,
เนาะ
Laz can do that on his own.
Yeah,
No
can.
doubt about it. But what I'm expecting to see is some dizzy relay bolt combos.
Sure.
Things like that could
Potato.
potentially also come into
Wow.
play to try to
Up.
counter
พี่ให
some
ญ่
of
เรา
that
บอก
fade
ว่า
raise
อยาก
utility
จะเล่นอะไร
that is
ให้บอกก่อน
often
4
used
โม
to
ง 5
control
นาที
that space. You could throw in some snake bites in there
อุ้ย
as
ไม่รู้
well
เกมเลยว่ะ
as a
แม่
follow-up
ได้หมด
volley.
เลย
But Laz with the
นี่
head
นี่
hunter,
นี่ไอ้เกม
Zero
ใน
with the
นัดเล่นเกม
paranoia.
Yeah, this is a trap set up
No,
through
no,
and through.
no.
Doesn't quite get spotted either.
I-
He's gonna back out of it, but little do they know
Ilian,
there
Ilian,
is step 2
Ilan,
and
Ilan.
maybe even
แล้ว
there
เอฟ
is the
เร็วๆ
relay
บอก
vault.
ชื่อไวๆ
And
เพื่อน
of course we're gonna set
ไปวาโล
ฮัลโหลโอเคได้เดี๋ยว
ไม่ล้อเล่นเนี่ยเอาแล้วเอาจริงไง
ขึ้นไปบอกเอฟขึ้นไปบอก
จะไม่บอกว่าโลพี่เอกออกดิส
ไม่พี่ก็บอกว่าอีลังอะไรเนี่ยไม่
อี
เหมื
ลั
อน
งเงอ
คนน้อย
อีลังเงอ
behind the pillar, trying to isolate these 1v1s. They're not quite aware of his position, but Jesse Vash had an inkling. Now it's going to be the swarm in from above. It's the double. Jeremy quick with that one. Secret
แล้ว
will
ไอ้
be
เหี้ย
picking
เจิ
up
ม
the
เรียบ
pistol
ร้อย
for the
หงอ
first time
คง
this
มา
match.
โยกเลย
Yeah,
ไอ้
this
ขัด
is
เอ้
great
ย
stuff here from Secret,
It's
anticipating
not
the
good
position
all
of Laz. Even though the Prowler doesn't connect, it's the lack of information that
NDG ทำไม
Team Secret is really
ชื่อเหมื
good
อนคนที่อยู่
at
เล่นกับเห่า
using
ดง
to
เลย
their
เอฟ
advantage. You saw with the Haunt at the end
นั่
of
นมัน
that
ไอ้นี่
round
ไม่เหรอวะ
as well, where Jesse still aware of the fact that the Haunt
มันมี
landing
สโมกกี้
there could be a
คัง
player underneath there has to
เห่า
play
ดงแล้วก็
a little bit
ชื่อ
more
ทีมว่า
nobody
not
NDG
kill over that kill to hit it on at the
ชื่อ
end.
ทีมมันว่า
That is so
EDG
nicely done. I'm also a little bit curious about when that paranoia
Lord.
was
Shishu.
supposed to come
Yeah.
out. Do you know what I mean? Didn't it feel like that paranoia was a little late?
Something
from-
about it, it just felt a little out of sync for sure, but it
Yeah.
is going to be double outlaw. I think that's the real exciting part here for Secret. So even if
Now-
they drop one, they'll have another one for the next. Now,
Please show depth.
now Zeta, they do
Show the
all
gun in his
have.
hand.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
didn't
yeah,
see
oh,
it.
yeah, that's right. We have all classics. You're right. Does
I
he
know.
still have it in his hand?
There.
We're not going to keep our eye on there. The observers
Hey,
know
อะไร
that
อะ
that's actually not the most
Oh,
interesting part of this round.
I disagree.
มาหลังกันหมดเลย
Keep
เหรอ
our eyes on to Team Secret. Now, while we have a bit of a low here and we wait for the observers to please
Smoke เหรอ
show depth,
อ๋อไม่เห็นแล้วเนี่ย
we
ป้อม
will be seeing. Oh, we can
You
kind
can
of
see
catch
it.
it.
You can see it. Look at
You
the
can
color
see
of that.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
color of
that's-
that classic.
That's not a Zeta Division classic. A little bit of shout out to the new land map kill record holder on Aspas on Leviathan. Depp really making it aware that he knows what's going on.
Ui.
On the other side, NDG, he gets one. We'll go for the reload after peeking out for a second.
NDG นี่มันขี้
Now
สง
Zeta
สัย
is
จังวะ
putting pressure in through the revolving door, but overall, I mean, look at the positions. The spike is planted. Oh, a nice quick one
มัน
for
จัด
NDG on the retreat
มัน
as
อยู่คนเดียว
well.
ปืนนี้
Seems he's well adjusted to the stage now.
Yeah, you don't mind
We
trying
so
to go
close.
for a little bit of damage with that headhunter. You'd prefer maybe not to lose depth. I think you'd preferably like to die to the spike, but frankly, it looks like Zeta Division's going to go for it. NDG finding tremendous value watching the flanks for Team Secret. Sugar Zero, he's good for one, not going to be good for another. And that is going to be the follow-up for Team Secret. Great choice here with those outlaws. Really gave a ton of value. The way that they were able to find those angles, utilize that range off of the C site, really nice.
Yeah, curious to see how much that value snowballs forward, though, right? Considering it was all classics on the side of Zeta Division, you've still got things like the Neon as well. Now, of course, you know, we were wondering how is Zeta Division going to combat Team Secret here as NDG looks comfy. Team Heretics, of course, one of the trademark Neon compositions in the recent days over here on Lotus. Also using the Gecko, but the big difference there is they don't use the Chamber. They still use the Killjoy for classic control of sites. So we'll see how much Zeta Division relies on Chamber as we see him holding C-side alone. This time it's going to the fast lane to divvy up Rubble, and then just early control of that corner. That's going to be the default take here on Rubble for Zeta Division with the Neon. Then they plant the Omen.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was kind of expecting to see. Dizzy into the snake bite, into the fast lane to take control of Rubble, to set up Sugar Zero on top, see if he can find any value, but gonna have to be backing off with this Prowler there. Isn't gonna connect onto him, might be able to catch some Team Secret members off guard.
Yeah, it's going to be the paranoia that comes out, though. Mosh trying to hold them behind the toxic screen. Not sure if they quite heard Borkum. Shrouded stepping over onto Rubble. But Zeta, they won't take the risks. They have the buys right now. They've mostly got full armor. They want to make sure that they aren't giving too much of an economic advantage as we see Team Secret now holding patiently. They have the flank watched by the Killjoy util. They'll carefully clear one corner at a time.
And that smoke should give it away that this is a wrap towards Baby Door. And it needs to be heated on a swivel. He's got to be alert for this.
Yeah, he thinks it might be a pinch, but there's just too many coming in through Baby Door. He's going for the spray. Gets two. Back up there through the smoke. Uran will just hold the trigger as he gets one more. Only 2 members left alive for Team Secret. 25 seconds. Envy wants to try to play for the win. Wants to thin the numbers down. He'll find one right around the smoke dissipating. Depp trades back. Just an outlaw in the hands of NDG. He will get picked off by Laz as they stabilize with their first round.
Yeah, this is just enough of a reaction there from Hirodon in time. And when that smoke is placed ahead of the mid door, like you're kind of wondering, well, what the hell's going on? Like, if they're going to push, you're going to smoke the back angle, not the front part of it. So, you know, Zeta there just barely recognized in time that it was going to be a pivot towards B from that position, and we're able to get a couple kills, and Team Secret just saying, well, this plant's going to be pretty dicey, so we might as well just see if we can find a few more picks, do a little more economic damage before we get down. But it's going to be full rifles. Already, though, a lockdown for NDG with that hot start that he's had. Hirodon able to get his ult as well, so it could be a little counterplay between those two. And Team Secret now going to slow the pace, just really try to do what they do so well, and that's identify positions, identify weaknesses, see if they can get through the Zeta defenses. But Zeta, really tough to crack, especially with the last chamber. He has caused so many teams grief with that agent.
Yeah, and I mean, he's just content holding long range. We can see that right now, just early check of Dizzy on Rubble, but they've saved most of their util here for the C site. And Team Secret, they're trying to figure out, you didn't util dump onto Rubble, what's the setup on the other side? They know that generally C-Site should be weaker without the Killjoy, as long as you're not getting picked off long range by that chamber. One spotted, but a jumping relay bolt, and that's the stun onto Jesse Vash. 2 members double peeking out fast lane to cover their retreat, and Zeta will hold on to the site. 40 seconds left on the clock. The only answer really left open for Team Secret looks to be this B site as Sugar Zero takes a couple hits through the box.
We got the trademark there to give you the info when they do play towards B. If they decide to go that way, lockdown going to be used to ensure that they can get through. So not much ambiguity here. A smoke to try to delay this plan as much as possible. I like this so far from Zeta. They're buying a little bit of extra time to really wear down this lockdown.
And the Thrash used to clear the flank on Rubble first, but right now my eyes are on Borkum on the minimap over by C. Can he get a kill? As we see the rotates coming in from Zeta Division, Borkum's going to get the kill onto Uram, but Sugar Zero, they are quick for the rotate. Now Team Secret, do they choose to push out? B site never feels that safe. They'll keep Sugar Zero at bay. Now the remaining members, Wingman spots one, NDG here in Baby Door jumps quick on the follow-up. It's a 2-1 pinch over in from Heaven with Laz as well. The Thrash will be eliminated through the snake bite. Envy good for one. He's almost, he actually gets the second, and Laz not able to swing back around. It's a 1v1, and Jeremy will clutch it up for Team Secret.
Yeah, this is a lot of good things for both teams, and that's why it comes down to a 1v1. I think Zeta handling this the best they can. A good early setup to make sure that they get that pick. But then the lurk from Borkum causes a bunch of chaos and confusion, and Sugar Zero took a ton of damage along the way. He had actually gotten spammed through the wall a little bit even beforehand. Yeah, he's able to get the kill. Jeremy's going to have a showstopper as well, as we can see there on his screen, but that 1v1, usually Laz, very dependable in those situations, but this go around just couldn't quite steady the aim in a situation where he's usually so good, especially on his comfort pickup chamber. But so far, it has felt a little off for Laz. He looks a little bit, kind of off kilter today. His shots hasn't been as crisp as kind of used to seeing.
Yeah, this is a tough part when you're so well known for an Asian and the way you play it, right? I mean, the standards just set so high because it's a prime win condition. But now Team Secret identifying, especially on an eco, if the chamber's not there, the site should be weak. It's an easy free entry onto C site. A little too many members for Jeremy. And Dev wants to help recover this right. He wants to make sure that they don't allow the plant to come through year-end. We'll be able to pick it up. He goes for 2 against a weak enemy. And that is the wraparound from Laz with Thrifty. Zeta Division.
Well, there you go. Great reaction. Zeta on this round. Team Secret feeling like they can maybe just bully a site through with
เราซื้อออฟต่อแล้วถ้าตายก็มีออฟอันตี ตึงเลยนี่2 ราวนี้นี่ดูหวาดเสียว
from depth and then an immediate relay bolt gain some space for his team. Then everybody doing their job. That
ใช่มันเข้าสียากจัด
worth its weight in gold for sure to get that double kill. And that could be one of those momentum shifters. They've got the fast lane, or excuse me, the overdrive for depth. Showstopper still available for Jeremy as they go on to an eco. Let's see if they're going to try to invest it. No, Laz with an op.
Yeah, trying to peek out off that prowler, even suspecting that it's going to be the second member of the chamber potentially by that box. But is that operator? And that's what Laz needed, a little bit of that confidence regained for the captain of Zeta Division. As he finds 1 kill, didn't quite connect the second one just yet against this eco buy from Team Secret. Only 1 stinger in the hands of NDG.
See if it's going to be the overdrive popped here by Depp. A lot of smokes coming in. Depp's going to scooch on close.
Creeps in against that smoke. Make sure they can't kind of caterpillar their way in even through the poison cloud. And now the snake bite. Counteract that timing, and then of course just smoke over on the other side from Sugar Zero. So a good hold from Zeta Division so far. It's still 3 members. You're just going to hold that angle as help clear the haunt. Sure, the snake bites will do a little bit of damage against Laz, but not too much. Dev just gets a bit of an inkling right around that corner. We'll fire off. Jesse Vash, the only one remaining. Sheriff in hand, and that is a great dizzy from across the wall by Waterfall.
I've seen some really good combo plays with Hirodon and Depp between that Gecko and the Neon. He's doing a really good job setting up Depp there, or Depp even setting up for him sometimes with a quick jump out and a switch. But the dizzy allows Depp to get that little bit of extra comfort. Laz with an operator. Certainly nothing you want to face as an opponent. He is generally pretty clean with it. Has a tour de force in the back pocket as well if things go south for them at any point. But there's that flawless win for Zeta. Now a bunch of ults available for both sides. Showstopper, Viper's Pit for the side of Team Secret. Everything but the Thrash for Zeta. There it is.
Popped. Yeah, they just want to go for the fast flank. They realize it's going to be a full lane, and they've got other ults for the retake as well. But a crucial win condition to hold on to the back of sight from Laz. He gets eliminated. Team Secret now have an opening to try to push through. Zeta pressed a bit more for time than they originally calculated. Now all 4 members coming in from the attacking side. NDG will be the first obstacle. Depp clears him from right around the corner. It's going to be a quick wraparound trying to clear this pit. It blocks off tree entirely, and Depp is just going to be the aggro. He jumps all the way in and opens up so much space for the team, but the Viper still alive. They haven't quite cleared it. Showstopper online for Jeremy. He sends it. He'll find one. Envy eventually goes down. Jeremy down to another 1v1. And it's a triple kill for the duelist of Team Secret as they lead 4-3.
Whoa, I mean, it's a good idea from Secret to just try to flood that Viper's Pit. But that Showstopper gets a ton of value there. Able to clear a player. Actually gets tagged up by that op shot. You can see him at 15 health. Depp sprayed him down through the corner, but I mean, it's, even though Laz gets the hit, it's a little bit delayed from him. Still doesn't look fully comfortable yet. Team Secret, because of that, able to get through onto the site, get their plant down, and get the win. I mean, Jeremy showing some heroics back on this raise. So comfortable on this agent. You can see why. Another fast push, but shut down by NDG.
Yeah, NDG has been on fire for Team Secret. So sturdy, so reliable for the Filipino squad. as he will get traded eventually in B main, but gains a lot of information, buys a lot of time. That's the Nightfall invested on to open up the site. But Zeta, they've refilled it. It's a flood right back in. 3 members on the site, creating a crossfire right around that smoke. And Hero finds one. Can he find the second on top of the box? No, Borkum. Good for the spray through the smoke. Now, all members of Team Secret, they've made their way into the site. Meanwhile, just a long range hold by Laz. Tour de force online. Sugar Zero needs that kill. He gets one. Last somehow gets it right through the wall. And from the shadows used, the reset in this 1v2 for Borkum. The clutch master for Team Secret. Follow up by Sugar Zero on the other side. Borkum, so yeah, he has so many angles to check out. The door opened already to draw him. This allows Laz to set up. It's just bait to draw him right on to the stairs, but he's being tucked right in around the corner. Senses that it could be this extra level play, and Borkum reads it. He finds one, he knows the other was by the switch, and now the smoke to cut off Sugar Zero. Sugar Zero's been red, he's been spotted, but he makes his way through. Both not at full health. The wraparound from Borkum. Sugar Zero's trying to hold the half, and it's Borkum time once again here at VCT Pacific.
A lot of individual outplays for Team Secret coming up huge. Kind of came down to timing, but Borkum so aware, so smart, the veteran player. That veteran presence coming through for
มึง
Team
ว่า
Secret
สมมติว่าเมื่อ
towards
กี้
the
ตอน
end of
ที่
this
บอกคุ้ม
round.
มันวาร์ปใช่ไหม
Really understanding
แล้ว
that
สการจิ
situation.
โร่
There's
แม่ง
that
วาร์ปเข้าไปใน
dizzy
ไซต์พร้อมกันมึงว่า
neon
มันจะกล้าวาง
combo
วะ
trying to be set up, but
นั่นน่ะดิ
NEG playing a nice anti-flash position, able to
ให้
at
ลง
least
ก่อน
get
อะ
the
นะ
first. And then Sugar Zero thinking that maybe
Decided to just say it now. Remind everyone.
No, I mean, hey, let him know, man. Let him know.
Yeah, the clock was broken for a little while, but it's back. And right on time for Secret, leading towards an ever-important win. Already down 0-2 on the scoreboard. I mean, suffering from that Alpha Group curse where no one but Jet G was able to take home a match victory just yet. And of course, the ruling seats, you need minimum 2 wins to even contend for a playoff spot regardless of the standings in your own group.
Yeah, and that's why the desk was talking about it earlier today, that today is a must-win. You know, Quack was on point, man. This feels like so much pressure on Team Secret, but this is when they tend to really level up their gameplay, when things are kind of on the line. You know, certainly there is that revenge
จริงๆว่าเซต้า
factor.
เดิน
They
ด้วย
wanna
กัน
come
มี
back
ภาพ
and
กว่านะ
get the win over Zeta, who is the team that knocked him out of going to champions last year. No doubt about it, that's in your
เมื่อ
mind.
กี้ตรงกลาง
Zeta,
โดน
you know,
ตัด
trying to build some momentum, trying to get these rookies
Ticket
more and more
you, Philippines.
experience, trying to see if you can get them to go over to an
มันเป็นทีม
international event with you and really learn from some
ที
of
ม
the
ที่มี
best
ฟิ
in
ลิป
the
ปินส์
world.
5 คนวะ
Already satchel down for Jeremy, taking easy Rebel control.
Yeah, and a good recognition that this fight over from Zeta, it's not lethal against Rubble, right? It's just about taking over that space with the Neon, so you're kind of safe to dive all the way in deep into the corner. No fear of the paint shows. It's a fast hit onto Tree as well. Zeta, the backup is here, but the Prowlers have spotted them. It's going to be the Paranoid to hold them at bay. The fast lane just about stops the push. Now 3 members on site, on top of Heaven as well. Team Secret, they've got a lot of angles to clear. They spot Sugar Zero up top, and Sugar Zero going to go for the double. Trade right back, but you're at not able to quite land a kill onto the second one. He will get eliminated. Now down to a 2v2 after a quick skirmish, but a deep push in from Jeremy with only 39 HP. He's going for the flank all the way around. Last gets one. Are they wary of this? It seems they are just basically trying to clear. They're going to have to clear Tree. They're going to have to clear Drop as well. As the spike is planted so deep, they're so afraid of it. They have no idea about this wraparound. Jeremy! Oh,
อยู่ดีๆคนลุก
they check Drop and say he's not there. An instant double swing back.
อ๋อวีวิงแมนวิ่งไปอยู่แล้ว
Unbelievable
ไง
awareness there from
ว่าถ้า
Zeta.
เกิดถ้ามันมาทางนี้ก็ต้องยิงวิงแมน
Game sense being shown by both teams. You know, we saw it
เชื่อ
from
คือหัน
Borkum
มา
in the
คู่เลย
previous
น่า
round.
กลัว
Now
จัง
we're seeing it from
เมื่อกี้
Zeta
ตกใจ
as
เมื่อกี้
well.
ว่า
An
ดุ้ง
interesting
ดิ
fight there that Team
เชื่อ
Secret
พี่ผม
wins
ไม่
with their
รู้ได้ไง
heavy
วะ
numbers advantage. But the fact that Zeta's able to evenly trade there,
นึ
set
ก
it
ว่าจะโดน
into
ห
a
ลังสองเลย
2v2, really benefits them. Good hold there from Hirodon on that angle to set up Laz for the op shot as well. But really, that one just comes down to positioning and gunplay. And it is this time going to be Zeta that's able to find the win and put the economy of Team Secret onto the back foot. They are now on Stingers, Sheriffs, and a shorty as well for Jesse Vash. So the B hit going to be the desired option. Just Yudon right now trying to buy a little bit of time.
Okay, got spotted, but P-Shells was out. And Aaron's going to get an easy double spray right as the toxic screens come right back up.
โอ้โดนไป2
Asking
กลับ
his
ดีกว่า
escape, backup has arrived as well. You mentioned it, I mean, with the short-range weapons, B site was your best bet, but now you have so much
ขอ
space
แค่
to
ได้วาง
re-clear Secret.
แบบได้กำไร
Surely just hoping to cut noise, try to get some contact close by, maybe pick up a weapon upgrade.
And it feels so good when it's just one player that could shut down a push like that. If you're Zeta, like definitely building a little bit of confidence for them coming into this. Hirodon, not going to be seeing this as the door will of course reveal the
สมมติว่า
presence
ถ้า
of
มึงนั่ง
Team
อยู่ดีแล้ว
Secret,
ได้เสียงปืน
making their
โอดินมึงจะสาด
presence
เลย
known
ใช่ไหม
towards the A
เฮ้ย
site.
สวัสดีครับ
See them pass through and see if they can get a plant down successfully. Looks like Zeta is going to allow that to come through. Not really keen to try to go for the retake, try to prevent this.
Now, there is
wow.
that lockdown as well, right?
That's
so
true.
Does it come
Let's
online is
go
the
for it.
question. Thrash already used to try to clear out Rebel from
คือเอา
long
ลิ
range,
ตเติ้ล
so
โฮ
now
มี่
a
แรก
good
ไปแบบไป
recognition
เคลียร์
that it
เค
should
ลียร์หลั
be
งอย่างเดียว
mostly
เลย
all in the site. But you've got
ก็ดี
drop
นะ
and you've got Heaven Control. It's
คิด
going to
ว่า
be
มัน
the
เป็นหมา
lockdown
สกาย
on
เล
a
ย
timer. Zeta, they have to start pushing for this. A Paranoia Master approach, but the alarm bot will spot it. It's going to be a quick spray from Depp, but a nice trade from Envy up top.
NDG
They
มัน
just
ติ
have
เร็
to
ว
stay alive for this lockdown to go through. NDG, he needs to protect it with his life.
นี่
And
ถ้า
while
สมม
three
ติว่า
members
ข้าง
will
ไม่
be
ตาย
detained,
นะ
Zeta Division will clear the site.
Yeah,
หงิก
Laz
ไป
swoops
สาม
in. Everybody else did all the dirty work, and Laz comes in and gets all credit. No, I'm just kidding. Just send it over to Sugar Zero there, as Laz has an operator and some extra cash in hand.
He was sprinting for it, that's for sure, man. He was like, oh, we got
He's
two
like,
more
good
rounds.
job, guys. That was all according to my plans. Like, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, it was pretty funny to watch getting that half done though, and just a snap decision, right? Quite frankly, sure, you could sometimes wait for that. You still have the numbers advantage, you have the weapons advantage, but not wanting to risk it to the last wire, they just decide to push in and pressure the weak weaponry of Team Secret. Now tied 5-5 as we see another rifle buy come back for Team Secret.
And I don't mind the gamble with the lockdown at all from Team Secret due to the fact that there's only a couple rounds left in this half. You're extremely unlikely to get that lockdown online again anyway. Might as well go for it. Just see if you can really sneak a debilitating round away. But again, NEG getting the better of
ขวา
Laz.
ซ้ายพี่
Yeah,
NEG
this
โคตรค
time
ม
just swinging out from the side that Laz was not quite expecting. Sure, you saw the flick over. He's always ready for it. But a bit of a misread on the positioning from Team Secret. And now the default of Team Secret able to reset. Pitt already committed to hold on to the backside of C as he saw a lot of Uto coming their way. But with
ทำไม
this
Viper มัน
reset,
ติด
you
แปลก
already
ๆวะ
took
งง
out the
กดผิดเหร
operator.
อหรือ
You
อะไร
heard the Pitt over. Potentially by that C side. And
A's
Team
free.
Secret.
Well, you thought A was free.
Yeah,
Now
yeah,
you're
yeah.
starting to get the shift over from Zeta, but
Yeah.
you can see that Team Secret not getting any contact. They're going to try to sell a bit of a B
Oh,
fake
yeah, I like
potentially.
that.
Yeah, so this is the same
Viper
smoke
ทำไม
they
นะ
used when they cut through
ทำไมมันติด
to the
หน้า
baby door
ฐาน
towards
ตัว
the
เอง
B
วะ
site earlier in this half.
ใช่เหรอ
So
มัน
it's
กด
all
ผิด
going to
เหรอหรือ
be
อะไร
on to depth. He
อันไหน
is
กดผิด
going
ยู
to
แลน
have
เหร
to
อ
go absolutely huge here.
ตรงหน้า
If
ซี
Zeta
อ่ะตรง
is going to have
อัน
a
ติใส่ซีที
really
เฉย
favorable retake, at least an
อ้าว
even
เรียบ
retake.
ร้อย
He has to take him down. I mean, maybe two members at
ถ้ากด
least
ผิด
for
ก็
the
เรียบร้อย
trade. He's ready for one, but it's the showstopper. He
My
gets
God.
it. Then there's the poison cloud. There's the relay bolt. The shrouded step comes in, but he's good for
โอ้โหเด็ด
two at the
ใจ
minimum.
สู้
That's
จัง
what
วะ
we talked about. Even to back down
Yeah.
to a 3v3. Only 15 seconds. One member has to stick the plant. Snake bites coming through. It's not really ticking down on anybody just yet. They planted further out. Paranoia to create some space. Uran now onto the site. They're all coming in from defender spawn, trying to get the spray through the wall. He doesn't get the kill just yet. It's a 1-for-1 trade. But NDG good for a third kill in the round.
Hey!
Sugar Zero all alone.
What?
He's good for 3.
ที่ไลน์อัพ
Gets the double. And
What?
Zeta will finally take the lead away.
ยิ้ม
Well,
เลย
this
โซ
map
กา
is
ซิโร่
delivering. We've
อร่อย
got
เลย
Orcam time. We've got Sugar Hero. Everything going the fans' way on this one. A very close. So far, Lotus 6-5 now in favor of Zeta. I mean,
Ooh, they-
very few players in the world can do what he does in these
ใจสู้จัด
situations. I mean, getting that showstopper just out of the hand, able to flick over off of that blast pack. Insane stuff from Depp. Oh, Jesus,
The lineup
that's so
there.
nice. That just feels good when you
ตอนแรก
land
ก็แบบ
those,
ว่า
but
มี
3 in
การ
a
ยิง
row
เสร็จแล้วจะ
for
จะ
Zeta.
พลิกหายคนหนึ่ง
Make
เนี่ย
it 4
อ๋อ
to
พี่
close
เขาตาย
out the
คู่
half. They do have the overdrive,
น่าจะแบบ
not the
lucky
most
จริง
impactful ult, but sometimes if players get a really good feel for it.
Oh, it's a push out again. Secret. I don't know if this is intentional, if they've read this or not. It happened last time, but now they're trapped across. There is going to be the
Oh,
paranoid.
yeah,
It's
Luna.
on to everyone from Zeta Division. They have to back out. The relay bolt will cover their
Ui,
reset.
đồ mà nè.
Still a rifle in the hands of Depp as well, so he's happy to continue fighting until the fuel runs out for that overdrive. That energy now ticking down all the way from 10. But it slows down Secret's approach. Now Secret, happy to have just not lost any members on that push. They were waiting for a pinch from B as well, so preparedness on the side of TS.
Yeah, and all of Jesse Vash's armor gone. That's the slight win that Zeta is going to find out of that. Not the most, again, sometimes not the most impactful ult in the world. Some players very, very good with it. Like you said, Heretics, you know, they can do some serious damage with that. Sugar Zero, speaking of serious damage, just took a whole bunch. Gonna have to back way off once again. Depp trying to slide over to help.
Yeah, and he's here past the smoke, ready for another sliver of an angle, and he's good for yet another double kill. Resets onto Borkum's head. Now the site given over to Team Secret, but it's a 4v3 for Zeta Division. Laz, of course, with an operator, but still has a headhunter. They're going to push out with the Nightfall. They get the tag only onto one, but there's 3 members. It's a swing out from Huron. He gets one. The setup is there. The double swing back out. Sugars are holding that one up. And now Jesse Vash, the IGL, all alone against 4 members of Zeta Division. He cannot land the first kill. And Zeta will lead at the half 7-5.
ถ้าไม่มีอะไรผิดพลาดน่าจะเป็นเซต้าครับ
I don't mind what Team Secret wants to do here. It's just Zeta so quick to react now. They're finally, it feels like getting their feet underneath them, getting the speed of the game underneath them, getting their shots to connect a little bit more consistently. I mean, it helps when Depp is putting up crazy good double kills to slow down these executes of Team Secret to even up or give Zeta the advantage in the numbers in those situations. Certainly a big part of it, but really, a lot of those moments came down to just who was in the right position at the right time, who could outthink who in some of those crucial 1v2s, 1v1 situations like that. Both of these teams full of veteran, smart players, tremendous players who have had experience at the international levels as well, were able to kind of duel each other so well. And that was a treat, that first half.
I mean, it was just great to see both teams rejuvenate, kind of answering back and forth, right? And that's all you ever really want from a good match of Valorant. Of course, for the fans out there, you might be cheering for one side or the other, but you want to see teams challenging each other. And curious to see if Team Secret will be able to answer back as, I mean, the pickups of Neon for Depp and Chamber for Laz, that alone seems to give them so much more relaxation, the leisure on the side of Zeta Division, right? Where you have the Neon for the fast rotates, you've got the Chamber to anchor down for a bit longer, you have trust in him even though the numbers aren't looking so great. And so they've been comfortable trying to get the read ahead of Team Secret, but now they have to take the initiative. And there's going to be a little more pressure on Laz to open up space on the other side of the map when his team is working one of the sites.
And generally what Laz has been really, really good at is being able to be left alone. Now, you see this a lot, and people might kind of meme on it on Icebox, that it's like, oh, it's a 1-4 split, it's always Laz by himself. But it actually works on Lotus. Like having Laz on his own because he's traditionally so impactful with his Chamber, with his Headhunter, able to lock down some space. You know, the desk was just talking about this. Who's going to take Rebel control? We're on this attacker side. You know, you're just going to leave that up to Laz. You know, get the shot, TP out. And he doesn't find it, that's fine. He's at least bought some attention, bought some time. Depp, like you mentioned, so comfortable on this Neon. He's so quick to react off of contact with his own shots, with his own relay bolts, things like that. Is what makes him such a fearsome foe when he busts out this rare agent that, other than Miniboo, not many other people play in the world.
Yeah, it's been fairly quiet. We've seen some attempts, and I feel like we'll see another resurgence, of course, with a couple of these teams picking up after Miniboo on Team Heretics. But for now, Depp back in another comfort role. And the trademark having to be placed in A lobby on the A side, so Zeta Division wanting to put a little bit of extra pressure on C, see if they get a reaction. Laz not able to land the shot again. And Zeta Division, now they've been kind of red, so they're going to double back, and they're going to hedge their bets on the fact that Team Secret's actually going to react on this, right? The rendezvous out, thinking that Zeta will have to go for a fast hit onto C. You see the pings from Team Secret onto the C side, but Zeta, they read right through this. They say, you think you've pushed us all the way to the other side, we will double back with 30 seconds left.
This is phenomenal awareness here from the side of Zeta. Felt the trap onto C. You know, there was going to be the ping off of the turret into the snake bite, and it never came through because Depp, tremendous vision to kind of sniff that out and then back right off. Here comes the fragment, excuse me, the paint shells in from Jeremy. Jesse pushing in.
Spike has been planted though. And now with that smoke, Jesse Vash's position not looking so great. It has to be a quick flood in from heaven. Meanwhile, you do have Borkum ready by Baby Door to start to pressure in, to try to pinch in. The Haunt gets eliminated instantly. It's peaks from all around, and Depp swings right under heaven. You hear about the pinch coming in, over from Baby Door, and Zeta is ready for it. 4 members left alive, and a pistol goes back to Zeta Division.
Yeah, so 3 out of 4 of the pistols actually going Zeta's way so far today, even though couldn't really find much extra on the back of it onto Icebox. here, once again, reading the map really well. This all just came down to that mid-round call from Laz to say, okay, I lost this battle, but they're pulling away. Let's shift over to A. It's probably going to be relatively open, and it was completely open. Able to get that plant down, set up those great crossfires. Not much util left on that retake for the side of Team Secret. The Haunt not really
เอ
finding
ฟอยู่
much
ปะเนี่ย
value.
หลับเหรอ
Trying to find that wallbang angle. Usually this is an Odin, but you know what? The Guardian's got high pen. Why not go for it?
Heck yeah, I mean, you make do with
0-11
what you
และไป
got.
ต่อ
And it is a heavy investment, speaking of the Guardian, on the side of Zeta Division. Double Bulldogs, but a Phantom and a Guardian to boot. So really looking to make this round in their favor. Now Laz, no other weapons, just a Ghost upgrade in his hand kept over. So he will be the one holding the flank. Even if he drops a weapon, it's not the end of the world. Gets one shot through the wall. But Laz, we haven't seen the crispness, you know, the quick 2 taps for the double kills, things like that. But again, it's the same read. They push out. That means they have to be ready just for contact play. If we can push through and fight, we win. This is the side that's going to be weaker. The other side might be ready for a trap as Zeta reclaims instant control of Rubble.
Yeah, this is really smart stuff from Zeta. And again, even though Laz hasn't been crisp just yet, he's still able to make some good IGL calls. Try to send this wingman through. Dep on in. Plant, is it going to come down? Yep, it's going to be allowed.
Yeah, it's going to be a double stack here, though. Jeremy trying to push out for the rifle upgrade, but he gets picked off instantly. Laz not allowing for that to fall into the hands of his enemy. Sight given over to Team Secret, but they do have the angle here in the post plant. Warpham's going to start to defuse a little bit off angle. They're not quite aware of this, and he's behind that wall. They have to be able to spam through it. They have no idea. They finally get him to go for the approach. That was a
บอกคุ้ม
close
บอกกู
call
เกือบชิ
for
วแล้ว
Zeta.
I thought he had it. I thought he had it.
Absolutely. I was getting scared.
I know, dude. I didn't see much
กี่
space left at the
ไม่
end
ถึ
of
งวิ
that
อะ
bar. I would love to
ไม่ถึ
see
ง
like
วิ
a
อะเท่าไหร่อยาก
replay,
เห็นนะ
just like showing us how much was actually left on there when they got the kill. It was not much, but just barely they're
Showing
able to
us.
get their heads on. There we go. There's a good
There
head under
it
shot.
is.
That's what we need to see. Maybe now that'll get Laz fired up, getting the triple. Couple picked up with that Bulldog as well, but too close for comfort. If I'm being honest, that's a round that almost did not go Zeta's way, but making good reads, you can say that about this so far. Can use a toxic screen for a fast B hit, and bypassing all of this Killjoy utility is death.
Oh my, he goes deep in, and he finds Jesse Vash right as the Prowler's coming out, blasts through both the pet and the owner. Team Secret now down a member. Toxic screen on the right side as well. This makes this B post plant hold a little bit easier as Sugar Zero holds right below the steps, and Duff will continue on for a triple kill. Zeta Division turning up the pace once again. This is the revitalization a lot of fans looked forward to from week 1, and we're seeing it here on map 2 today.
And all this came down to, in a way, was a couple smokes. It came down to the toxic screen in the fast lane to completely fool the Killjoy utility. The turret never pops, so the Nano Swarm at the front of B never gets popped either. That allows Dep to go through completely undetected. Jesse Vash was throwing a Prowler by the time that Dep is right in his face, just breaking things open.
Gotta go fast.
Yeah.
Gotta fill up that evidence. And Jesse Vash, he's gonna rethink that position. Jeremy trying
เจเล
to
บี้
make
กูโดน
escape.
พ่นตาดิ
Will
กูไปฟัน
finally break through that door.
ประตูเล่นดีกว่า
Another fast hit onto Rubble. This time, I mean, look at this pace change as well.
0-13
giving that Rubble control
นี่
over.
ถ้าไฟ
It
แมต
just
ช์อยู่
lasts
นะ
holding it.
มัน
This
จะ
time
แบบ
it's
ว่า
a fast
เจอ
hit.
แบบนี้บ่อยๆแล้วก็
With
จะเป็นแบบ
these
ศ
4
พแรก
round
ของเขา
beginnings, Team Secret will have a lot to consider in the coming round. It's
เรียบร้อย
gonna be a hit onto Borgup, but they are
เหี้ย
aware that
เฮ้ย
there
ทั้ง
might
หยิ
be
ก
back
ทั้ง
and
ปลาย
forth paranoia. It's a quick clear of the site by Sugar Zero. Laz holding close. Jeremy actually finds him with the classic.
เจสซี่
Death
ขอ
is still
ข
by
อคิวหนึ
Rubble,
งไปตีไข่แตก
trying to make sure that there isn't a weapon upgrade, but Jeremy gets another with a classic. That is 2 rifles going over to Team Secret. Now in a 4v3. This is
และ
very
ยังคง
doable.
ไปต่อ
Even though
ครับ
Sugar
สำหรับ
Zero
เจส
gets the
ซี่
trade. The rifles are still coming in from A main.
ไม่เป็น
All the way up by stairs. It's a triple stack. Trying to
โอ้โห
use the
ยิง
toxic screen. You're at. Just pinching right against where that Nano Swarm was thrown.
ปั๊บปั๊บปั๊บโอ้โห มีซ้ายขวายิงตรงกลางเลยละกัง
Just a Guardian in the hand there, but it's still 2 members. Huron waiting and drop, and Jeremy might have a sniff of this as he realizes there's no peek out from Urad.
Ui.
He tries to get the spray, but he
Lười
thinks
25
it might be Tree. He's going for it. He doesn't have time for the tap. He has to stick it at this point. No
Ui.
time. Sure, he gets the read, but that is going to be the round.
เจเล
Going
มี่
over
มี
to
ได้
Zeta
ไง
Division.
The only thing
มันอยู่คนเดียวเลย
concerns me, well, there were a couple things that concerned me that round.
มันไม่แบ่งเจสซี่
But
เลย
being brutally honest,
You mean losing to a classic 2 times
yeah,
around?
yeah, That's not the best. I mean, look, credit where credit's due. Jeremy's having a great map despite the scoreboard.
Yes.
Jeremy has been playing as best as he possibly can. Just finding great timings and great positioning around this toxic screen to pick up these 2 kills. I don't like that swing out from Euron. There's no reason to, when you've got that player at drop as well, to not just wait that out for someone to come around that corner and try to either double swing them. If they come from the other side and they get you, so be it. You've got that player held at drop to get the pick. I understand with the timing that it kind of didn't matter at that point. You might as well go for it, go for the push out. But still, you know, you probably could have gotten through that a little bit cleaner there as Zeta, but now you do have to dig into a timeout here for Team Secret because this has been a very Zeta-centric half. As they are,
absolutely.
Yeah, racking up tons of rounds here as they are starting to steamroll through this map. And as good as Icebox was for the side of Team Secret, it has been all Zeta, it feels like, ever since the attack.
หายไปแป๊บเดียวกลับมาสกอร์แปลก
This is going to be, if we count the first half, 8 rounds in
ๆไป
a
ธุระ
row. Team Secret, we'll see what they have prepared. You know, thinking back to the map draft, I was thinking the Lotus pick over the Sunset seemed like a smart choice from Zeta, considering we all know, the whole world knows how prep heavy Team Secret can be. So
มึง
bringing
ไม่
out
ยิง
that
เลยเหรอ
shown yet here in
ไม่
stage
ยิง
1
ไม่
of
แอ
the
สซิส
Sunset.
ไม่
It was only
เฮียอะไร
one,
เลย
but they showed the new comp. You don't want to risk that at map 2 potentially getting closed out early. You want to make sure that you bring it back here and then face off fair and square at map 3. And Zeta's poised for it, only 1 point away from map point, leading all the way
Welcome
to
back
the
ครับ
side
น้อง
of
ขินไปไหนมา
Sunset.
But this is, again, when Zeta's at their best, when they're cooking, when they're coming up with some unique comps. I mean, yes, of course, there are teams that run
เจ
the
สซี่
same
บอกถ้า
comp,
ไม่ใช่โซวา
but
กูไม่
it
ยิง
isn't very common, and they kind of pioneered a lot of this early. A lot of damage being taken on the way
Oh,
through.
the slide out off of the paranoia. It doesn't matter if he has been debuffed. He will go for the kill. Draw that crosshair. Nice trade from Sugar Zero. Shutting
มา
down
แล้วเจ
Envy
สซี่
before
ใคร
he
จะเป็น
takes
คิว
up
แรกของ
too
เจสซี่
much.
ในแบบนี้ครับ
Now it's a 3v3. Jeremy had that operator. He's prepared for it.
เดี๋ยว
He reads
มาทำอะไร
the
ที่นี่เนี่ย
shadows. And that actually gets taken out a little bit too early. Zeta Division not
Jeremy ยัง
buying
อยู่
the
ตรง
time
นั้
they
น
would
อีก
have
เหรอ
wanted off of that.
สุก้าเขาแบบยังอยู่อีกเหรอ
From the Omen. So Laz, he's got to have to hold the long
Hey,
angles.
Jesse, Noi.
Now he's been pushed off of that box. There's the showstopper. It spots them both, but neither of them die. Goes right above their head, all the way through the wall, and Laz is ready for the trade with the shorty.
เจสซี่บอกกูก็ยังโดนอยู่ดิ
Still a 2v2.
แม่ง
อุตส่าห์เป็น
And
อุตส่าห์เป็นคนเทรด
there
แล้วนะ
just might not be enough time. He's going to try to swarm the spike. He puts the smoke up, but is he aware of the wraparound? You're at. He actually falls off of it and backs away, giving him space to work with. An incredible clutch from Borkum, but perhaps the Zeta Division getting a little pressed from the
ขนาดเจสซี่
timer.
มันเป็นคนที่สองแล้วนะ แบบว่าให้เจเรมี่เข้าไปก่อน ไอ้เหี้ยก็ยังโดน
That round I felt like was going to go both teams' ways multiple different
อย่า
times.
แกล้งนะเจส
I mean, because
สวัสดี
it's
ครับ
just this great start from Envy to put a ton of pressure in. This TP doesn't work, and I'm like, all right, favorite Team Secret, but then they get 2 miraculous kills. You know, what a read there
Oh,
with
xiềng.
the positioning of the
Ding yapเลย
rendezvous for Laz, kind of catching Team Secret in a spot that confused them initially, and then the backup from Euron, and I'm like, okay, they've
มา
got
แล้วครับ
this.
สำหรับน้องเดฟ
And then they fumble that ending. Borkum again
ส
coming
ไล
up
ด์
big,
ซะเลย
but
เห็นหมด
in
แต่
my
กู
mind,
พิว
that's
เดฟ
frankly
บอก
Zeta kind of
พิวดิ
messing
ไม่
up, not
โดนส
really
แกนนี่ไม่ได้
understanding
เดี๋ยวโดน
the
ยิง
position of where he could be, and Jeremy just takes him through the
เจเรมี่
smoke.
เจเรมี่แรงมากเว้ยช็อต
A
ตอนที่
little
มึงไม่
too
อยู่อะ
bright
เก็บไป
there
4
for
อะ
Zeta
เกือบพัด
Division as Euron
เวลา
will
ไม่
get
ทัน
taken out. That's the toxic screen
เป็นพวก
เจเรมง
eliminated.
คี้
And any of that default pressure that you can put
ลั่น
on
แทนนะเจสไง
rotate around the map is gone. Zeta now they feel like they have to push in. Dep is
บอก
good
เหมื
for
อนเจ
the
เร
slide,
มี่
but
มา
they've
แล้วอะ
already lost the Omen as well. No smokes left on the side of Zeta. It's all up to Dep to try to open up the site. Going to be a close range. Pain Shells trying to buy that
เฮ้ย
time,
Dep
and Dep knows
แล้ว
exactly
เอ้ย
the
ไปเจอ
timer
เจสซี่
on
นะ
that
ตรงนั้นน่ะ
operator. Got
ตายไปแล้วเหรอ
a big shot. It's a triple
ตายไปแล้ว
kill
เจสซี่
for
อะ
Neon. Now he's taking space.
เอ้า
ศูนย์สิบหก
คุณนึว่าไวเปอร์เมื่อกี้เวรเหรอ
Tree and stairs
16
covered
16
by Zeta Division. The retake's going to be a tough one. As Envy quietly creeping in. Dep, does he have a timer on this? He
Timing.
does.
One trap.
Perfect as well.
Hey, it's-
As he hears the toxic
It's
screen
it's
coming back up. And it's going to be less to finish off the round. Map point secured for Zeta Division.
Okay,
โอ้โหตัดเลยดีแล้วไม่มีสำคัญจัด
you know, Dep,
Boy, Cap,
good,
come on up.
pretty good at the game.
ศูนย์
That's
สิบ
what I gotta say about that round.
That was all Dep
0-16
for
แอส
sure.
ซิส
That
ต์
was
สาม
all
อะ
Dep.
เป็น
This is
เท
all
ร
Dep
ด
all the time. I mean, that initial kill he gets is beautiful, and then as soon as he heard that operator shot, he's like, yep, I'm gonna push this corner. I know how that gun works. I use it all the time.
Hey, nice.
What are you gonna do against that? I mean,
Yeah.
he's just so fast, so furious, so accurate with a Vandal.
Yes.
With that's another thing
With a
about
Vandal
this.
on the Neon.
Yes. Most people are going to be like, I'm going to use the Phantom. little bit more stabilization while you're sliding. Depth's just so good he can use the Vandal.
แล้วเจสกูไม่เอาสักตัวเลยเหรอ
Snake combo there, and it is just gonna
ไอเด็ก
give
มัน
some
ยิง
extra space here for TS, and they're not backing off.
หลัง
this.
มา
They do
ไว
have the
มาก
trademark in the back, but
แล้วหลัง
still
ไว
might
อย่าง
catch
นี้
players, but the presence revealed.
Don't
Yeah,
be
I
Odin
think
big
they're
guy.
going to choose just go into the site. They feel that they can trust the Odin to hold this flank. Chamber coming back out as well. The
เอาวันนั้นเจสกู
Nightfall will push them
ตี
away
แล้ว
from Baby
มี
Door.
แอสซิสต์
So
แน่
you're
นอน
going to be caught there in the corner, but
มาแล้ว
Last get a kill each, and now you're at
เจสซี่
East, just happy to hold
เรีย
that
บร้อย
space.
ไอ้เหี้ยไม่ได้เลยยิง
Cannot
เลย
pinpoint this Odin. It's creating so
ไอ้สัตว์
much space in
ยิงไม่ได้
แล้ว
chaos,
เจส
and that
ไม่ได้
will
เลย
be a flawless first division as they bring home map 2.
กูอยากเห็นหน้าเจสซี่ตอนนี้ขอบคุณมากๆบอสซ่านะครับสำหรับ
Sunset.
ซุปเปอร์แตงครับกับกาบาสีฟ้า
Getting their map picks. Now we really get to see how much preparation
ศูนย์
Team
คิว
Secret
ละเมา
was able to do. We saw the sunset.
017ป่ะเอฟ
0.17ที่ร้อยละเมา
เนี่ยทำสกอร์ได้สวย
ที่มันจะมีจริงๆหรือว่าคนที่เล่นแบบไม่เอาสักคิวเลย ไม่เป็นไรลุงเจสแต่ลุงเจสก็ส่งของได้ดีแล้ว หรือไม่ดีวะถ้าส่งดีก็คงชนะไปแล้วป่ะ
หรือไม่ดี
ยี่คอนดิชั่นเยอะไปว่ะแล้วเจสบอกอย่าโทษกู
แค่นี้กูก็เครียดพอแล้ว
ยิงไม่ได้แม่งก็กดดันตัวเองอยู่แล้ว สัตว์โดนด่าตามนี่คือสวย
All their
อย่าว่านะเจสแซวหยอก
ตำนานหัวบวม 017
เมื่อเช้าแอดบาร์ทำเวิลด์เรคคอร์ด47 คิว ตอนบ่ายเจสซี่ทำเรคคอร์ดเป็นเวิลด์เรคคอร์ดเหมือนกัน0 คิว
เบอร์ก่อน017 3ไอ้สัตว์
เชี่ย
กูนึกว่า AFK
เวิลด์เรคคอร์ดในวันเดียว
Jesus Christ
กูอยากกลับไปดูอีกรอบแอดบาร์ยิงยังไงของมันมา47 คิว ไอสัตว์มันอยู่คนเดียวเลย
กูนึกถึงด่านโลตัสที่กล้าเล่นตอนนั้นน่ะ แล้วกล้าเล่นลุงบีดอะ
ลุงบีดอะ
แล้วเราคิวมัน8 ตัว 7 ตัว กล้าไปคิวไป38 มันอยู่คนเดียว
ชิมันจะ
กูงง
เอเซียน24วัตถุฟังไอ้เชี่ยเสียสถิติเสียประวัติมากเลยจริงๆไอ้เชี่ยคือ
24 คืออะไรอ่ะ
ACS ไงปกติคนเขาจะอยู่ประมาณ200-300
หลักหน่วยไอ้หลัก2หลักแบบ what the fuck งง
ไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวเจดไปปลุกพลังก่อ
แต่
น
มึงขำแรงมากเลยนะ ตอนไม่เป็นไรอ่ะ
มึงเนี่ยขำ ปลุกพลังใหม่ไอ้เชี่ยกูไปแบบคิดว่าซีเคทน่าจะสัก10-13อะไรโอ้โหยับหมาเลยคอมเซต้าแม่งเดือดจัดเห็นแล้วนึกถึงมินิบู
มินิบูเมื่อกี้กูก็ชมมันคือลูกมินิบู มันนะเวลามินิบูเล่นอ่ะ มันสัตว์อ่ะแก๊งเดบูอ่ะ
ตอนกูไปเล่นนีออนแบบในพับบิกนี่มันก็มันเลยแม่งไม่ค่อย
มัน
มี
ไหม
ใครยิงโดน มันเหมือนแบบมึงเป็นตัวที่แบบไม่ค่อยโดนยิงอะ
แต่พอสไลด์มามันก็ลงจอดเลยป่ะลงแบบโดนกระทืบเลยป่ะ
แล้วแต่บางคนนะถ้าแม่งคมเกินก็โดนเนี่ย
มึงเห็นเจสซี่เมื่อกี้ป่ะช็อตที่ตาย เดฟกระโดดไปสไลด์เพิ่งปล่อยแมว ตายพร้อมแมว งง
อุ้ยเจอมุงขี้
เนี่ยเดนมีโคตรโหด
กูว่าด่านเนี้ยจะโทษเจสซี่ได้ไหมกูว่าก็ได้นะ เชื่อมันเกินไปอะไอ้แค่0 คิวอะกูว่าอย่างน้อยมันก็ต้องแบบช่วยเพื่อนยิงหรือไม่ก็ได้คิวสักหน่อยนะ เพราะว่าเจเรมี่มันก็ค่อนข้างที่จะลั่น
เสียงเบาจังเอ็นเหรอ
เอ็นดิวันนี้มันปวดตัวไปหมดเลย
ทำอะไรมา
เซตละ20ไอ้เหี้ย4 เซตเนี่ย
เล่นอะไรเล่นส่วนไหนมา
ปีก
ปีก
เขาบอกว่าปีก มันเป็นตั้งแต่ส่วนหลัง
เชี่ย
ขึ้นมายันใต้แขนเนี่ยยกเว้นไบเซปอะ
เชียเล่นหลังว่ะ
ดีนะไม่เล่นหลัง
ปีก
นี่ไม่ปวดหลังเลยเวลามึงยืนตกปลานี่คือกูมาเพื่อสิ่งนี้เลย แก้ออฟฟิศซิงโดม
สรุปได้ลองจ้างเขาเป็นครั้งหรือยัง
จัดไปละ24อะ
เชีย
จนอ่ะกู
ใส่
บอกเล
นั
ยว ตอน
ดู
นี้
แลตัวเองว่ะบอก
ตอน
เล
นี้
ย
คือกูจนแบบไอ้เหี้ยตังค์กินข้าว
จน
กูกินก๋วยเตี๋ยวไก่ชามกูยังคิดหนักเลยตอนเนี้ยกูจะกินข้าวบ้านดีไหมวะ
กินข้าวบ้านอยู่วะอร่อยตาย
ข้าวบ้านมันไม่ตรงเวลากันนะดิบางทีเขากินแบบ3 ทุ่ม2 ทุ่มอย่างเงี้ยกูอยากกินตอน6 โมงอย่างเงี้ย
ให้แม่ทำไหม
ไอ้ท่าที่ซิทอัพอ่ะโอ้โหคิดกูโดนไป4 เซตอ่ะไอ้เหี้ยเซตละ20 what the fuck
ใช่เขาเล่นกันประมาณนั้น แต่เดี๋ยวก็ชิน
แต่มันก็ไม่ได้หนักมากเขาช่วยเซฟไงเทรนเนอร์
ให้มึงซิทอัพก่อนเหรอ
ไม่เขาให้ไปเล่นอะไรก่อนวะนึกไม่ออกอ่ะตอนแรก รู้สึกจะเป็นไอ้ที่ดึงลงมาถึงจมูกอ่ะ ดึงจากบนหัวลงมา
ดึงหัวลงมาถึงจมูก
แล้วก็แบบกางแขนนะนึกภาพกางแขน
อ่า
กางแขนนะครับกางแขนแอนอก ดึงจากข้างบนลงมาถึงจมูกแล้วก็ปล่อยไอ้ท่านั้นอ่ะ15ท่านั้นแค่4 เซต
หนักไหมสนุกไหม
มันนะเว้ย
สนุกนะ
20-30 โลไอ้เหี้ยแต่ละรอบอะหนักจัด
สนุกเขาให้มึงเล่นหนักจังวะ
กูบอกเองว่าขอหนักๆหน่อย
ขอหนักหนัก
แต่ว่ากูก็แค่แบบตึงๆนะมันไม่ได้แบบว่าปวดจนแบบไม่ไหวแล้วอะไรเงี้ย แต่ตอนนี้กูเริ่มแบบรู้สึกว่ามันมี
ไม่ไหว
เมื่อยๆหน่อย
แล้ว
มันเมื่อยใช่แบบ
ร่างกาย
กูถามเขาว่า
ยืด
ตรงนี้มันคือการกล้ามเนื้ออักเสบเขาบอกเปล่ามันแค่ตึงๆไหลเดี๋ยวก็หาย
อืม
จริงๆไอ้ที่กูบอกเขาหนักๆกูอยากเป็นหนักตรงขาไปไอ้ที่เขาจัดหนัก
โห
กู
จริงปะเนี่ย มึงหุยเชี่ยเล่นขานี่ยอมใจเลยสัตว์
เฮ้ย
เหอย
ขามัน
เลย
ในนี่มากเลยไม่รู้ว่ารู้สึกว่าขามันเดือดมากเลย
แต่
กู
ถ้าสมมติว่าจะลดน้ำหนักอ่ะ เล่นขาลดไวกว่า
มันเป็นขาที่แบกน้ำหนักเป็น100มาตลอดเลยแบบว่า
ใช่
เล่นหนักๆไม่ไหมขา
เล่นพวกกล้ามเนื้อชิ้นใหญ่อ่ะลดน้ำหนักไวมันเหนื่อย
เล่นขาสุขภาพดีไม่ต้องห่วงครับได้เล่นทั้งตัวอยู่แล้ว แต่ขาเขาจะเก็บไว้แบบอาทิตย์ละครั้งปกติมันน่าจะได้เล่นทั้งตัวแหละแต่ขาเขาน่าจะเก็บไว้อาทิตย์ละครั้ง2 ครั้งป่ะเพราะว่าขามันหนักใช่ไหม
อืม
เล็กเดย์อย่างงี้
ช่วงแรกๆอ่ะเล่นอาทิตย์ละครั้ง แต่ถ้าสมมติว่าเล่นชินแล้วอ่ะก็อาทิตย์ละ2 ครั้งได้
ไม่ได้เป็นตัวแฟตได้ดิแอซิดก็ยาก
ชอบอ่ะนะ
เขาบอกเขาถามว่าถ้าเมื่อกี้นะเจสเป็นโซวามึงว่าจะเป็นไงสกอร์อาจจะมีฮันเตอร์ฟูลี่ได้คิวอยู่วะ
พอมีทรงอยู่นะ อย่างน้อยกูก็ได้
มีช็อกดาด
คิวจากคันเทอร์ฮูรี่
พอมันเป็นเฟสเจสกูไม่เอาเยี่ยเลย เนี่ยตรงเนี้ยที่ผมตึงคือตรงนี้ไหมตรงเนี้ยตึงจัดเลยแต่แขนตรงนี้ แขนตรงนี้ตึง แขนตรงเนี้ยวันนี้เล่นวาโลจะช้าๆหน่อยถ้าเล่นนะตัวเนี้ยตึงไหล่ตึงตรงเนี้ยตรงข้อพับนี่ก็นิดนึงแต่ไม่ได้ถึงกับว่าปวดล้าได้เรื่อยๆครับเดือนหนึ่งเดี๋ยวรู้ผลว่าจะดีขึ้นไหมคิดว่าน่าจะดีแหละ
ไม่แน่
เขาบอกว่าเล่นประมาณนี้แหละไม่ต้องเล่นเยอะ
อ
ไป
นา
ข
คต
นาด
อาจจะไปเจอพวกเราได้ในเวอร์ชั่นที่แบบ เชียเอฟเดินถอดเสื้อกระดิกนมมาเลยเป็นไง
เดินแบบอาร์โนชวัตสเนกเกอร์เลยแบบเดินคนเหล็กอ่ะเฮ้ยไอ้เชี่ย
ฉาก
นะเจสมาว่ะ ได้จับตัวท่านเอ้ยเฮียไอ้ท่านไอ้ท่านมารัวๆเลย
ไอ้ท่านแล้วก็ไอ้นี่ด้วยไอ้ฟิสิกส์เนี่ยโด
เออน ว่ะเชี่ยเซต้าพอเปลี่ยนเป็นไอ้ท่านนี่มารัวๆเลยว่ะร้านบอกเข้ามือว่ะขอไอ้ท่านรัวๆได้ไหมทุกด้าน
help you
โอ้อาโนเลยอ่ะพี่เกินไปจะเป็นแค่แบบหุ่นที่มันดูดีๆหน่อยก็พอแล้ว
picking people up. Team Secret, they're going to be starting on the attack line.
โจ๊กโอเวอร์ดูเด็ด
Team Secret when they do
เมื่อวันก่อนไปเล่นกับไหนไหมปะ
really slow things down here and trying
แล้ว
to
ไหนเล่น
deny,
ฟินิกอะ
you know, as many advantages from Zeta Division.
ไอ้เหี้ยแปะตัวเองรัวๆเลยแปะตัวเองกับทีม
So all, yeah, like exactly what Achilles
โจ๊
is
ก
saying.
โอ
They'll
เว
put
อ
some
ร์
of that
แปะ
game
ไอ้
plan,
เหี้ย
and you've seen
ขาว
great
ว่า
ones from them before.
ว่าแกงเขาเย็น
They will
เล่น
be
ท่านเล่น
able
วา
to
โล
control
บ่อย
A
ๆ
lot,
โหดเลย
especially
เพราะ
with
ว่า
that
เขา
rolling
ถ่ายหา
gun
ข้อมูลเนี่ย
a lot of
พว
initiating
กไลองไลอัพอะไรเงี้ย
Well, if we like to
Just
see
like-
lives of
ที่
the
แบบ
chamber,
เมม
we're
จัดอะ
always
แบบว่า
happy
ไล
to
อัพ
see Jesse
สุด
back
เทนนี่
back
แม่ง
on
ก็
the
หลอน
show.
เหมือน
But
เดิ
we're
ม
gonna go to the third and final
เสียดาย
match of
พี่
the
กิ๊ฟ
series
แบบว่า
between
โม
Team
ชั่นซิก
Secret
บ่อย
and Zeta Division.
เล่นบ่อย
Let's go over to our casters.
Sunset it is, map
แต่
3
ว่า
between
เอน
Zeta
จอยกัน
Division
นะหมายถึง
and
ว่า
Team
เหมือน
Secret.
กับว่าพอพี่กิ๊ฟดู
Secret
แข่ง
definitely
วา
a
โล
bit
ใช่ไหม
more
ก็อยากเล่นใช่ไหม
desperate for a
เออ
match
ก็
win.
มาลองหัดเล่นกันเลยอะใช้คำว่าหัดเล่นนะ แต่คือแบบไม่มีแรงเลยนะแรงพวกซิลเวอร์ไอ้เหี้ยแต่เอากูแบบเลยบ้างสองไปไฟ
Fun, unique composition that they cooked up
แต่ก็ยัง
here
เอนจอยอยู่
while
ก็รู้
Manchester
สึก
Madrid was
ดี
going
นะ
on. Phoenix for depth.
พี่
มีเมาๆ
back
เอง
for
เก่
the
ง
last. Now, last time they
เพราะว่า
played against Global
ว่า
Esports,
ถ้าเขาแบบ
there
เล่น
wasn't
จริ
the
งจัง
breach, there
เขา
wasn't
เอ็ม
the
ดู
cipher
ที
on
เนี่
the
ย
other
ว่าน่า
side.
ได้นะ
So we'll see how they
Oh,
deal
yeah.
with that
เกม
here
จะแม่ง
against Team Secret.
Yeah, and so
ค
what
นที่เอ็ม
Team
ดูที
Secret
บ่อย
wanted
ๆ
to
แม่
be
ง
aware of
ยิง
is
คม
that
ขึ้น
there
อ
were
ย่าง
a
นี้
lot
ชัด
of trap plays set up
ดูพี่เบสดิ
around the Phoenix,
พี่
around
เบ
the
สตึงจริง
curveball, and even using
พี่เบส
Hiroton
ใครจะไปคิดว่าพี่เบสโหดได้ขนาด
to
นี้
actually back it up, set it up in
โหด
some
แบบ
cases
ส
as
ลัด
well.
ภาพแบบ
They're really good at playing off a
วันแรก
contact
ที่เล่นไปเลยอะ
offense.
คน
One
ละ
thing
เรื่อ
that
ง
I did notice
ขนาดแกไม่ได้วอร์มไม่ได้อะไร
is
นะ
that
แบบว่า
mid
แก
control is
พัก
often
หลังคือ
left
แกเล่นเฉย
completely open because of
คือ
the
แรกๆ
nature of
แก
this
แบบไปฝึก
composition,
บ้าง
and
เลย
I love that Secret's
Uh.
already trying to take advantage of it.
อุ้ย
And they're trying to pile through a market rather, and they will try to get in, but they get stopped
เชี่ยเด็บ
instantly
มัน
as
เอาหลาย
Zephyr
ตัว
bites back up from
ว่า
afar. Year-end refills that area. Jesse Vash will try
เด็บ
to
ยิ
เด็
ง
บ
สัก
โจ๊ก
ตัว
มาปะเนี่ย
but
ไอ้
it's
เชี่ย
just 1-2
ตาหน้านี่มีโจ๊ก
Now he's getting pinched from both sides, and Zeta Division, they don't lose a single
สอง
beat
จุด
เฮ้ย
as
อยู่
they
เฉย
take
ๆเด
this
ฟ
round.
But I
โอ้โห
like
บาง
the
สไตล์
idea
เขามา
from
วาง
Team
สิ
Secret in terms of watching the video, watching the
เฮ้ย
play,
นัดเจน
seeing
ท็อปแฟกว่ะ
what
มาแล้ว
space is
สัตว์
given up by Zeta,
รอบ
and
นี้
it's really hard
แก้
to
มือ
get past the front of A main, the front of B main, with this composition that Zeta has on their defender side because of these combos they can set up with the Phoenix, because of those curveballs and the angles you can
โอ้โห
take. But it's great protocols, great reaction
ยิ
here
งไป
from
เรื่อยเลย
Zeta, expecting potentially a market push, and they just collapse on it and shut it right down. So both teams doing a great
สวัสดีครับ
job
อวตาร
understanding each other, but it's Zeta with the better reaction, and now they're able to go into yet another pistol round win. That's 4 out of 5
ยิ้มตลอดเว
for
ลา
Zeta on their pistols. Laz with the Outlaw gonna be holding this.
Wait.
big red.
It's a wide
โอ้
เอาว่ากิ้งกาจริง
He's recovered it. He's back in absolute prime form. Gets the double.
เชี่ย
I
พี่
mean,
มาเลยเดอ
a
ร์กูมา
valiant attempt from Team Secret. What else are you gonna do when you know that there's the potential for the outlaw? You know that there's gonna be that
สอง
long
นัด
range.
two
You go
shot
for the
two
wide stick.
kill
You try to get the trade, but it's Laz that you're up
สมัคร
against.
สมาชิกเล่นไหมดี20 บาทเองสมัครเลย
บอกว่าสุดหล่อ
โอ้โห
Curveball paranoia
วันตก
combo
วันหนึ่ง
from
ไม่ถึง
Sugars
บาท
here,
อะยัง
but
ถูก
depth
สมาชิกช่องผม
out
อะ
of the frying pan into the fire for sure. It's just so tricky to deal with. I mean, the breach could be potentially as this
ไม่ได้
rolls
ลุ้น
along,
ทีเอส
really good
ได้วินมาลุ้นเจ
utility,
จิกได้
combo to kind of
อย่าแกล้งนะ
set these angles that Depp loves to hold, especially right around this corner. But still, with this one way, going to be very
Win.
aggressive.
Yeah, catches the feet. There's gonna
แล้ว
be
มึง
the
รู้ว่าเมื่อกี้
paranoia.
ใครโดน
Ton
ยิ
of
งสอง
time
ค
for
น
the curveballs
นั
ready
ดเจน
as
เป็นไง
well.
ล่ะ
Look at this. It's just perfect pinch from Sugar
Hey, Don.
Zero and
That's
Depp.
it,
I
yeah.
love that he waits for the
Yeah.
curveball to get
Đừng-
prepped
đừng-
as
đừng để
well.
đánh.
So you have to have that little snap, and then it's just perfect timing. You won't be dodging either of those.
It's
เชี่ยอีก
something
หนึ่ง
that
มี
Zeta
โจ๊ก
does so well with this combo is or with this
ขอบคุณ
agent
นะครับ เอาก้อน
combination.
ของคุณ
Even
สมา
it's
ชิก
not
แล้วขอบ
just
คุณครับ
จ้ะ
the Omen as well. They were doing it with Hiroton on the Sova, using the recon dart to break some angles right as the curveball's coming out. Like the timings and the way that it lands is so well rehearsed for Zeta on this map. Now they're going to go for a
มึงเชื่อไหมว่ากู
4-stack
กินเตี๋ยวไก่
onto A.
ตอน
Gonna
เที่ยง
leave Yordan
ตอนนี้
on
กูยัง
his
เผ็ดอยู่
own,
เลย
setting up that toxic screen to top mid. So
มัน
again,
เป็นแบบ
Zeta
พริกเผาอะมันร้อน
changing
ติด
things
ปาก
up a little bit here to address
กิน
some
ตั้ง
of
แต่
the
เที่ยงเผ็ด
weaknesses
จน
that
5 โมง
they
เลยเหรอ
might have
เออ
noticed.
มันร้อนๆ
In
อะ
their
มันไม่เชิง
case,
เผ็ดแบบ
that
แสบ
mid
อะ
was
แต่มัน
kind of
ร้อนปาก
an
ตลอด
area that was left relatively
แต่แม่งอร่อย
unexplored
ร้านนี้
by
อร่อยจัด
GE during this
ถ้ามาเดี๋ยวพาไปกิน
previous affair
Ôi,
on
lòi
this
chính.
map. The first time that we saw this
กูพา
conflict,
ฟ้าไปกินจนฟ้าไม่ไปแล้ว
you know,
เบื่อ
there's a little bit of flirting with it from Team Secret, but
นึก
they're
ส
not
ภาพ
feeling
กิน
comfortable just yet. They
กู
want
กิ
to
น
wait
ก๋วยเตี๋ยว
this
ทุก
out.
วัน
They
มัน
want to
ฟ้า
try
ไม่
to
แปล
gain
กกู
some
แล้ว
utility. That's
มึง
something
เคย
that
มึงเคยแบบว่า
Team
เทส
Secret
พ
could
ลัง
do
ธา
here.
ตุของ
Use
มึง
this breach util to
พลั
break
งธาตุ
to
เผื่อ
break
จะเป็น
open
ก๋วย
ขอบ
เตี๋
คุณ
ยว
เอาทอนนะครับสำหรับสวัสดีขอบคุณ
members of
ครับ
Zeta
แล้วก็ขอบคุณ
uncomfortable and
นากา
backing
ซึ
off
เมะ
from some of these
นะครับ
choke
ผม
points.
And here it
นา
comes.
คา
It's
ซึ
gonna
เมะ
be the
ขอบ
ball
คุณนะ
line
ครับ
from
สำหรับสมา
across
ชิกนะครับ
Laz,
ขอบคุณครับ
trying to hold on. He knows his trademark can't
รู้
buy
นะ
him a little bit more time, so he's waiting for it. The rendezvous is
โอ้ย
still
อร่อย
there.
จริง
He's still holding an angle. Secret. They're not quite aware of it, but they realize not enough of a reaction just yet. Just putting some pressure that they're going to A.
นวด
But Zeta
ปวด
Division, they still have that sight line. Secret has no idea that Laz has cleared A main. He still holds entire vision of it. I mean, this smoke is doing nothing for Team Secret on the side of A as they think that they will have forced a little bit of pressure. But it's going to be two people already on the site.
พี่ว่าวันนี้
One
บีชนะยัง
this
ชนะดิ
form of depth
ต้อง
by
ชนะแล้ว
Boba, ready to provide backup.
บี
What
เจอ
this
ใครนะ
execute looks like it's going to be a double
กิ้ง
blast back.
กา
They have
จ
no
ริง
idea. Huron gets pinged a little
ๆแอน
bit
นี้
late.
กูไม่หนี
He'll get
ด้วย
pushed out by
เบยอน
Yatra, but there's the spam
โดน
on
ดิ
the
เฮียมึง
smoke
ดูกี
to
กระ
hold
บอก
them
อะ
at bay. Only 15 seconds left. It has to all come down to NDG, who makes his way through
NDG.
market. He hears the
เฮ้ย
footsteps.
timing
Sugar Zero not quite sure on that timing, but Dep is there to try to hold the trade.
เด็บมีโจ๊
Now
กอะ
6 seconds left. Plant goes down.
ตัดอีกสัก
Huron
กระบอก
doesn't
อะ
wait for his teammate. He wants to get another kill.
อุ้ย
He
ดิง
finds one right below him. He
อุ้ยนะ
eventually
เจส
goes
กูเกือบ
down. Just
อุ้ย
the
ตัวละนัด
outlaw,
ได้
but
อยู่
all
เนี่ย
members about to get taken out with a single
ตัดต่อ
shot.
แปลงร่าง
No one at full armor and full
นึก
health.
ถึง DRX เลยว่ะมีคนหนึ่งที่โคตรเหมือนอัดแต่มองข้าง
Getting here.
I don't
Laz is
Yeah,
still darn
these are-
good.
These are all one-shot kills here.
Matt.
Maybe just barely not for
เชื่อดู
Envy.
ซูมควิกสโค
But
ป
Laz is creeping in. In fact, it should be good for everyone. There's a rendezvous as well. He's clearing corner by corner. He's not quite.
Ui.
Oh my gosh, the
เวอร์
against
Quick
Smash.
hop.
But at the end of the day, Envy perfect.
เมื่อกี้ถ้าเป็นมาเชลก็ตายว่ะเข้าหัว
Goodness gracious.
ขอบคุณโอเชียนซีนะครับ
It's
สำหรับ
only
ให้
a
ชิป
matter
ขอบ
of
คุณ
time
นะครับขอบ
before
คุณ
Laz
ครับ
gets comfortable with the snipers and he starts doing stuff like that.
Holy.
That sets the round
เฮียกูสงสาร
off
ฮิ
kilter.
โรลอน
Love
เล
the
ย
positioning here from the side of Zeta. Like you were mentioning, Will, they read the map insanely well because of Laz's just single hold over on the other side of the map, but just barely able to break this open. Our Team Secret. And still, though, it doesn't feel fully comfortable yet. Still interesting that we're seeing a lot of depth in mid. He's usually up towards A main, up towards B main. With that recon dart there, a little bit of space gain. Immediately
มาเร็วจัด
shift over from depth towards A to see if they can stymie this attack.
He's got run it back as well. It's going to be
เดี๋ยว
used
Come
right
on,
away.
let's
They don't
go.
want them to enter into
สัตว์
the
ดึง
site
ตกมา
at
โดนระเบิด
all.
ตายไป
Paranoid
ดิ
to hold them back after the running back gets destroyed.
Positive
But NG's already
label.
made it through. Huron will trade back. Site still trying to
Back,
be
wa.
held, but Zeta, they're fighting these 1v1 situations. Not going to be great as Huron drops as he finds more than one member.
ขอบคุณ
Can't
นะครับ
battle
นากาซึ
through
เมะ
that.
สำหรับ
And Team
20 บาทนะ
Secret this
ขอบ
time
เล่น
a
ขอบคุณครับ
relatively
ขอบ
easy
คุณมากครับ
push through. And what you mentioned, I mean, Depp perhaps being a little wary of the potential breach. Util wants to counteract it with a curveball when it's near the site. But this time, the timing not read correctly by Zeta.
Yeah, it's just a little bit kind of anticipating more of this mid pressure, trying to be a little bit more prepared for it, our Zeta. But this time around, Team Secret just says, we're going to challenge you off the rip. We're going to go for the fast
ส่งเล่น
blast
ค่ะ
back
ขอบคุณ
in
ครั
case
บ
there is
ส่ง
that
ขอบคุณนะครับ
stack of initiator
ส่งเล่นนี่ส
not
นุกเลยใช่ไหม
initiator utility in the case of depth, but those flashes and those kind of things that are often going to be
อ้าว
accompanying
ทำไมมันเหลือแค่นี้วะ
choke points on the map. But so far, not going to work out. As with an operator, no credits to back it up. So looking for the pick and the exit with the rendezvous.
Oh, Jeremy's going to start to clear this, though. There's one, and oh my goodness, the timing there.
โอ
He
เปอ
has
เร
to
เตอ
start to run away
ร์
from this
ไม่
rendezvous.
กล้าไปต่อ
Team Secret won't greed for it
ไม่
either.
ค่อย
A
มี
couple of their members a little low on cred, so they're happy to just find out about the operator. They'll let it be in the hands of Laz for now.
Yeah, and the extra economic damage there for Laz very important, as Team Secret was also on just broke credits behind this buy. And a really nice take there, really good read from Team Secret. And now you're seeing this combo of the Sova, the Phoenix, the Omen, and Laz over on this A side to try to contest this pressure. Going back to what we saw a couple rounds ago, almost worked for them in their bonus.
Yeah, but there's that early blast back again, and sure there's a trade from Laz, but Dep goes down forward. Huron creeps in, but he gets tagged right inside the cyber cage. Barely makes it out with his life. Now down to 7 HP. There's a rolling thunder.
Ui.
They're trying to just jump all in. Huron's good for the stabilization on one kill. There's the backup from Huron. It's not good. It's going to be a
เอาว่ะ
quick
ลุง
swarm
มา
for
แล้ว
Team
ลุง
Secret
บอกว่า
as they lead 3-2.
เมื่อกี้เกมเมื่อกี้ลุงคอมพัง
They've
เฉ
got a
ย
good read on how to deal with some of this util. Able to get that spot early
ท็อปแฟก
onto
จริง
Dap
ว่ะ F
and
ของ
make
จริง
this
เหรอ
fight comfortable. Yes, Laz is there for the trade, but it's not very fast. You can see they're going to try to bully this angle. Just try to see if they can get past it with Jeremy's blast packs. So far, it's been working pretty darn well. And pretty
Fist bump,
Jesse
fist bump.
calling for the fist
I
bump.
love Jesse calling for the fist bump, man. It's just so quiet. He's like, all right, fist bump. All right, there's another one.
It's okay, yeah. Well, now you can get the tour de force. You have a Hunter's Fury
They
and a
are
Neural
so
Theft
dead.
for Team Secret. And now you're getting that choke point congestion, but it's Team Secret on the other side of the map, in fact. Going to be able to get the orb over
เก็บบวกหนึ่ง
to
โจ๊ก
Dep, get those run it back, cycling as quickly as possible. Laz going to be the one watching mid with that chamber. That smoke goes towards
จะเห็น
mid.
เธอนะ
Can't catch anybody. Jesse gets the
อุ้ย
pick.
โดนสองเลย
And he pings two, actually gets another
เฮ้
one
ย
for his troubles. Barely escapes it on the side of
อุ้ย
Hero,
เขา
but
เล่น
still
ลุงเล่น
damage
นี่
done.
โหดว่ะ
Sight opened up.
ไอยอนอะ
Here for
So
Team
what?
Secret, they're going to be able to get their pick of plant, and it should be the default one. They'll have
นี่
a
กูเห็น
great
กระจุก
post-plant
นี่กูอยากจะ
situation
ปา
already
อะไร
going on
จะ
to
ใส่
teammate
สักอย่าง
There's Somali. The Paranoia keeps some timed up for now, so it's a quick
ฮะ
flood in from Zeta Division, but Dep goes
เอ้า
down instantly, and
ทำไม
that
เดฟ
just
เดิน
breaks
ออกมา
apart
แห้งๆอะไร
the
อะ
entire fight as Team
ไอ้นี่เปล่า
Secret
แต่ว่าตัว
will
ปลอม
just
โยรู้ไง
pounce on
เดินเนียน
Zeta
มา
thought that it would be the site cleared out. They would have the long range
งงว่ะ
fights on the exit against Team Secret, but they held their ground.
Yeah, it seems like right now Team Secret is guessing really nicely on where the defenses won't be. And that it helps that you get that pick. That is absolutely nuts. And then it lines up to find
เมมด้วย
another.
นะดูใน
So
จอ
Jesse on that Sova, right back into his comfort. Yeah, Lotus was a map to
Me.
forget for sure for Jesse, but he is a veteran. He's been there, done that. He's had plenty of ups and downs throughout his career. Does not phase him in the
แต่
slightest.
ว่าถ้าซีเคท
Certainly
แพ้
a
ตอนนี้ก็แอม
necessary
เหนื่อยอยู่นะ
timeout
โดน
for
ไป
Zeta
3-0
see if they can figure out a way to stymie these death ball pushes that have been working a treat for Team Secret.
See what the discussion is here, as they've already made some adjustments, right? Trying the chamber and mid as well in that previous round, trying to hold on to A main control. And you mentioned it. I mean, that's something that this composition was very good at. A lot of compositions, they rely on the retakes for A. It's always left empty, just the one way for a little bit of time and a little bit of clearance if it's not a rush. But this version here with the Phoenix, oftentimes they'll take over A main control. But what after that? Can you hold on to the other side? Can you hold on to the breach barreling through? Their choice on this map of Sunset. Zeta Division coming out of the timeout. We'll see what the differences are. Of course, a weaker buy in this round.
Yeah, gonna have to scrape together. Yeah, Laz able to afford the Vandal since he had the tour de force in the previous round.
And the pings coming out from Team Secret, right? Whenever there's a timeout, you got to watch out for that potential tiles push.
Right.
Over on Sunset, of course, not going to be there, especially without the raise. It's not as easy to figure out.
Did see a little bit of that, a little bit of combo between Sugar Zero and Dep trying to push in towards mid tiles. So you do have to be aware of it, and they very much are. And it's going to be, once again, left on to Laz on this A site.
วิกหน้า
to hold it
PX
down.
เจอใครก่อน
Everybody's still
ไม่แน่
waiting
ใจ
for
กัน
this
Yeah.
hit.
จำไม่ได้แล้ว
I mean, if Zeta
เจอ
had
นี่ปะ
gone there,
ไอ้
it was disaster waiting for him,
Yeah.
right? The paranoia, the fault line, all of it ready to counter it
Oh.
out. And now they'll try to re-clear. They did hear the ult orb tap earlier, but Laz didn't actually secure it. And Team Secret will catch sight of that. This spy cam up on the parasol. We'll be able to check out all of mid as
เก็บ
well.
ข้าวเก็บของ
Laz gets pushed back. Now Secret,
ขอบคุณ
they
20
did
บา
this
ท
in
นะ
the
ครับ
best
ขอบคุณ
round.
อีก
They
ครั้ง
just
นะครับ
assumed
ขอบคุณ
that
นะครับ
backup would have arrived at the other
ด่าน
side.
นี้
เกมครับ
เก่ง
ตัว
มากเล
นี้
ย
เก่งเก็บแต้มใช่ครับ เดี๋ยวจะมีมาสเตอร์ต่อ
Pushes out from B main. They will just continue
Name
to
na.
go through
ใช่
fight against the retake.
ขอบคุณ
Drone
นะครับ
to
ชิ
clear
เม
the
นะครับ
site is
สำหรับ
their timing from Sugar
20
Zero
บาทขอบคุณ
to
ครับ
peek around A short. Doesn't look like it for the time being. Sight given up for Team Secret. Spike
ทำไมมัน
should be able to get
เข้าง่าย
planted
จังวะ
safely.
Yeah, gonna be a tricky retake with some weaker weapons in the mix for Zeta, but already doing some
Oh,
tremendous
so
damage.
many pings, but all right behind the walls as well. The Paranoia already sent by Sugar Zero, and now the
Again, Jack
showstopper.
Hidolon.
It keeps Zeta Division at bay. Doesn't find a kill, but it's bought a lot of time, and the post plant is
Jeremy
perfect
score
now
ย่ำแย่
from
เนี่ย
Team Secret. There's Hunter's Fury. NDG answers right before it lands, but Team Secret, they're
เอ้า
slicing ahead in numbers. Hero
Jeremy
will
บอกเอ้า
equalize with a double kill off of that ultimate. Oh, a bit
เอ้า
of body
เดี๋ยว
block
อี
on
วี่
that
แม่ง
double
โคม
swing
ไม่
allows
พัก
Envy
เล
to
ย
eliminate both members of Zeta Division, and now all down to Sugar Hero, who gets fall
ชิว
line
เกิน
on the entry into the site. And Team Secret will get yet another round, 5 in a row.
Starting to get concerning. It just does not look
Secret
comfortable at all
2-1
for Zeta. Every
ต่อไป
decision
เราได้
they're
ดู
making
เย่
on
เลย
where
นะ
to overstack seems to be the wrong one because Team
ว่าวัน
Secret
นี้เย่มาปะ
is doing their diligence with their utility, with their patience to make sure that there's not
ยาก
a trap set. That's what was really killing GE on this map as they were running
ถ้า
into
จัด
these
เทียร์
traps,
เจ็ด
trying
ใน
to
รายการนี้มึ
force
งว่า
their
เจ
way
อยู่อัน
through
ดับ
it.
เท่าไหร่วะ
Team Secret not falling for any of the
เจ็ดอะ
shenanigans so far. And
What?
once again, you're kind of splitting into
ไม่ใช่
that
ท็อปแน่นอน
2-1-2 early
เออ
for
มัน
Zeta.
เลยยาก
The
แต่ละคน
operator
มันเก่ง
over onto B to watch it. Very different looks. And Zeta having to dig a little bit deeper, trying some different defaults to see if they can get some early success against these push-outs. But again, Team Secret just happy to try to just deathball with their util to break these angles open.
And they just have the read, right? They know the
What
tendency of
did he
Zeta
think?
right now to try to overcompensate for that previous round. This time a little bit heavier presence on A on the default. Now, Zeta Division has reset into a position where they're able to provide fast backup on either side of the map. But we'll see, is it going to be fast enough? The drone taken out. He does have the rendezvous as the swing comes in. There's a paint shells as well. He doesn't have an exit away from this. He'll just barely stay alive in the corner, but there's the chase through.
Ui,
Good
Deb mà
coverage
chui.
from Deb. There's a quick backup we talked about. Curveball at the ready for yet another push. And they're going to hold the line. Both curveballs used.
ฉันมาช่วยนายแล้ว
Bring all
คาบุ
ร้าน
โตะ
บอกกู
Trying to open up
ร้านบอก
mid,
กู
allow his
กูไม่
teammates
โกรธ
to
ที่
try
แฟ
to
ดกู
rotate
อะ
across, but
ที่พลังของเพื่อน
two members watching for this lurk, and Team Secret will
เข็มขัด
reset.
นาย
They're
ฉัน
gonna
จะรักษา
pretend
ไว้
that
เอ
they
ง
rotated over to A. There's a pressure from NDG
โอ้ย ไอ้
and
เหี้ย
draws out the peak from
โดน
Deb. And what a bait and switch for Team Secret. Now they have the numbers advantage
เย่ชอบ
going
ดองตัง
on
ค์
to the
คือ
B
ซื้อออก
site.
ให้ได้
Everyone tagged by
อ๋อ
the hero
เดี๋ยวเล่นออฟ
Zero. He has to shroud step out, but it's just not
Hey.
far enough. He's actually able to turn back around. There's a cover from
Yeah.
Laz, answering right back on the bait and switch the double. And now Envy
มัน
takes
ท
the
รมานข
numbers
นาดนั้นเลย
down.
เขาสู้กับยีโร่
It's
อะ
a
มันดิ้น
2v2
กันแบบว่า
on the retake for Zeta Division off
โดน
in the hand of Laz.
มันทร
So
มาน
challenging now for them. Just having that one rifle. Let's see. Laz is going to be able to swap over.
กูว่ามุม
Nobody's
เจ
gonna
สซี่
make
แม่ง
go
ไม่
for
เวิ
it.
ร์กว่ะ
Jesse holding the
มันไม่ได้
angle.
คอร์สกับ
อะไร
เพื่อน
นะ
Angles one
เจสซี่อะ
by
กูว่ามุม
one.
มัน
It's
ไม่ค่อย
going to
เวิ
be
ร์ก
a double push all the way around. Do they find
ก็ได้
below? They do, but Jesse Vash
ย้อน
gets the
ย้อน
first
ดี
kill.
ไม่
ฟ
ได้
ย้อนดีฟ
From map 2, and he will get the
เจ
clutch
สซี่
for
บอก
his
ว่าย้อนดี
teammates
ฟค
here
รับ
on round
อัน
8.
นี้
I mean, Jesse, so comfortable on the Sova, so good with it, so good at getting information. Even when things
แล้ว
start
ก็แบบว่า
to
ต้อง
slip
คุยกับ
sideways, he's
โค้
immediately
ชนะบอก
there
ว่า
with
ที่หลั
some
ง
of
อย่าเดิ
his
นเฟดให้
utility
กู
to get the spots. This is a great trap they set up, sensing kind of the overcommit towards the rotate from Zeta, and just a little bit too keen. Try to push that angle. Are the two players try to go through mid, and it's completely shut down. Is NDG right to be
เลือก
fired
เฟด
up?
ซะ
They
แบบ
are
เด็กๆ แม่งไม่เคารพ
rocking
กู
and
แล้ว
rolling, and Zeta is left scratching their heads. Economy in the gutter once again.
I mean, this composition, it looked so dominant against Global Esports last week. Sure, there was a bit of a surprise factor, I'm certain, but everyone firing on all cylinders. Zeta Division looked locked in, but today, perhaps the pressure getting to him a little bit. But of course, as you've mentioned, Team Secret understanding the tendencies of Zeta Division, how they want to work this comp, and the weaknesses of it as well, that Zeta Division will have to account for. Now another. No audio, just creep up for contact play. I mean, Secret knows, as long as we don't let them know we're coming, the traps cannot be sprung. They will slowly clear out. Elbow here on the A side.
And they've always got the breach ready with a
หลัง
stun
อย่า
in
ให้
case
นา
there
เล่
is
น
a
เนี่ย
trap there, which makes it a lot more difficult for Depp to do what he's got to do with his utility. So Poison Cloud is going to come up for Euron. Going to use this to try to sneak in the corner.
มันยังไงสุดท้ายไม่ต้องเล่นหรอกคอมแม่งไปตามนั้น
Team Secret too much if
วัน
he
นี้อาจจะแบบว่า
Holding a
เป็น
bit
กา
of
ร
an
บ้าน
off
ไป
angle though, right? That's his best bet, and he
โอ้ย
will
ผม
get one.
กูสงสารเจเรมี่ว่ะตาเนี่ย
Snake bite. Now there's the
ตายเลย
aftershock.
เพื่อน
He can't get away from it in time. Oh, he does.
กู
But
นึกว่า
there's
รอด
the crossfire and the spray through the smoke, and now everyone swarming onto the site. It's just sheriffs in the hands of Zeta Division. Yes, you can be good for one kill, but there's still quite a few more members that
มือ
you'll
แหลก
have
หรือ
to
เปล่า
battle through. Site given over. Spike planted.
Spike planted.
ก็นี่
Another tremendously difficult retake. Yes, you've got the headhunter. Yes, you've got a sheriff.
ตี
You've
ได้
got
สั
all
ก
the Phoenix
กันให้ได้
utility
สี่
as
วะ
well to work with, but what can you dial up? The two star players for Zeta.
ทำมิ่ง
Oh, that's a quick peek out from Jesse and some good
โอ้ย
movement
แปลก
to dodge that and a bait and switch on
ๆ
the
นี่อยากจะปา
reload.
มีดแทนเมื่อกี้
Borka
กระสุนหมด
covering for his fellow vet as Team Secret leads 7-2 here in round 9.
ไปดูดีกว่า
ไม่
ได้
ไหว
It's
ว่ะ
scary.
ว่า
You've got a rolling thunder as well to
ว่า
boot. There is that Viper's
เซ
pit.
ต้าจะแก้แผนโดยการแบบว่ากูไม่กันแล้วในไซส์
Kind of bully your way through
ต้อง
it.
เปลี่ยน
If you're gonna
เปลี่ยน
put
การ
it
เล่
in
น
front
บ้าง
of one
โด
of
น
the
แบบเดิม
mains or
ล้วน
something like that.
เออ
Yeah, you're on
โดนใน
not
ไซส์
much to
รั
do,
วๆเลย
but
เนี่ย
the continuous cycle of
มันเซต
buys
ไซส์โห
into
ดอ่ะไอ้ลุงบีด
ecos
อ่ะ
for the
ถ้าเป็น
side.
ทีมอื่นเนี้ยอย่าง
Has
ลอง
just
คิดภาพ
really,
พอมันพอ
really
ทีนึ
hurt
งก็
them.
เปลี่ยน
Yes,
การ
they're
เล่น
able
เล
to
ย
get the operator back
เป็น
into
เล็กเงี้ย
Laz's
มันเลือก
hands
ที่จะดัน
now.
ไปเอาอะไร
Is this going to be the round
Love
where
it.
they stabilize? Is this going to be the round where they turn it on its head Bit of a pacey hit towards B main. Yuron, Yuron trying to buy a little bit of time there, but space taken, utility to clear all these angles.
Yeah, and that might allow Team Secret to save this Rolling Thunder for the post plant as well. This is going to be a near impossible round here for Zeta. They even draw out the utility. Now Depp will pounce on that opportunity. Site reopened, but Jeremy in the market. He's created a bit of a chasm. He'll get traded out by Hero Run, but look at this. Borkum already all the way digging into a site. Rolling Thunder still alive for Envy. See if he gets spotted here in mid, though. He's creeping forward. He knows that there might be a rotation. They're also aware they haven't spotted the chamber just yet. And Laz turning away on the timing here. That's going to allow Team Secret to slowly creep in. He has no idea that Borkum could be this deep. And Borkum, he may just get the absolute jackpot. Not just the chamber, but perhaps everyone has a chamber. He gets spotted on the shoulder. And that is going to be the anchor down. Envy now creeping up in safety after noting that the operator has been eliminated. Rolling Thunder still online for the post plant. They can hold far and out and elbow. Zeta, they know they may not have enough time. They have to start pushing through the fault line to keep them at bay. Borkum waiting for the push. No rush on the side of Team Secret. Rolling Thunder on a timer as well. Right as the tap comes in, Uren gets spotted, and there's the crossfire as they know that everyone is stunned inside the site. Another great round from Team Secret.
It's just, again, great reads from Team Secret. Don't overcommit to anything. Wait for the contact from depth. And then they switch sides of the map, and Laz is just left on an island, and no idea that Borkum has gotten past all the defenses there. Just not really aware. Haven't had enough experience with players kind of being able to slip the nets of their initial contact plays and stuff like that, and they just haven't felt comfortable to go for them. I haven't seen any of those setups that we saw against GE. You've got Yuron and Depp sitting at the front of a main, trying to just buy some time, get some kills, get some good trades. None of that has been able to be even attempted by Zeta. They just don't look comfortable. They don't look like they really figured out how to handle the way that Team Secret is approaching the beginning of the rounds and the mid part of the round as well.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be something along the lines of you're normally expecting the breach to take the initiative, right? Use the util first to clear out one part of the map, and then you can try to answer back. And then the attackers will have to wait on that cooldown. But Team Secret just says, no, we'll wait, because worst case, we're on the attacking side. We can group up and deathball it when the timer starts to run down to the 30-second mark. Throwing Zeta Division for a loop for sure. And it's the diligence with the utility from Jesse, and Borkum picks off Sugar Zero through mid. Depp's there to try to trade. Well, he finds one. You don't know that he's on the flank. He's looking. He wants to. Quite connect on the second. That activates the pick. Zeta Division with a bit of a broken tie here. Only 2 rifles in hand. This may be one of the best shots they have, but Depp just cannot find the escape. Trying to go the long way out. Laz hiding away from the ping. That gives him one more opportunity, but how just swims through the pit to find the shark within it, and now it's just Euron all alone with a rifle. He gets stunned, he gets blinded, and then he gets pounced upon by Borkum. Laz handle in hand, 1v3 crossfire set up by Borkum as the first obstacle. It's going to be a clean 4K for Borkum, 9-2 lead for Team Secret.
It's just brilliant from Team Secret. They clearly had
ว่า
enough
เซต้า
time
มัน
to
เล่น
prep
ดี
this
ฟอร์บ้าง
map.
แหละ
They
ไม่มีอะไร
clearly
แบบ
felt
ว่า
comfortable
เซอร์ไพรส์เลย
leaving this open. Yeah, some
อาจ
people
จะไม่
might
ค่อยได้
question
ซ้อม
the
แผน
ascent
นี้มา
ban.
ปะ
น่าจะไม่
Doesn't
ได้ซ้อม
matter.
แบบเนี้ย
I
น่า
mean,
จะ
they're
เล่นแบบ
just every move that Zeta wants to make is just thwarted every single time, and it just doesn't feel like Zeta has an understanding of the map themselves. It doesn't feel like they have an understanding of the space that's being left open by their positionings. And once again, it's just that same old default from them, not changing up a single thing in terms of their early round positions, and it hasn't worked yet. So maybe now you're going to wait a little bit and then send Depp in towards A main. Hirodon going to let loose with the drone to try to set him up, but it's actually just been abandoned already. Team Secret throwing yet another change. They're going to try to maybe overstack mid, able to dodge the Owl drone by himself as Laz.
And Borkum's ready for it as well. Doesn't quite land the shot though. Wanted to creep a little bit deeper into that corner. So Zeta finally
มีภาพอยู่วิน
some early advantages, right? Clearing out A main, holding that a bit closer now by Sugar Zero.
ว่าบีทแบบนี้แม่งโคตร
tiles
เก่
to
ง
allow the rest of the teammates to slowly take turns rotating over to B. Showstopper online. It gets activated. There's Hunter's Fury to help clear out the site as well. Jeremy
รอ
He
รี
has
เท
been
ค
slowed down, so he can't quite get all the way in, but eventually he'll send it all the way deep into
Hey.
Boba, just keeping that map
Ow,
made.
chip
It's a
high.
quick swing out from
They shan't
Mark and a
even,
spray
they
down through
joke
the
with it.
cyber cage. That's going to be the double kill on the side of Zeta
Joke.
Division. Now a 5v2,
Ow.
all the way down to just Jeremy. This one
Yep,
surely
hit
looks
ด้วย
tough for the duelist. It's going to be a triple
Oh.
kill
Come on, let's
for
go.
Yuran.
Well, finally,
มัน
Zeta's
เสียดาย
able
ว่ะ
to
อันตรงมัน
react
ตี
a
เลย
little
เหลือ
bit
เต็มเล
better
ย
to
ได้
this
ได้จาก
early
ตั้งแต่
round
ราวที่แล้วนะ
sort of lack of presence that Team Secret's been showing, where they shift depth over quickly, able to
Get
catch
paired.
Markham trying to go.
เอาว่ะ
ไอ้เก็บ
จะดูพี่เดฟเขาจะใช้ฟินิกบุกยังไง
back over to the other side. Now, it wasn't super impactful in terms of the other
Chán
players
bẹt máu.
doing their job on the other side of the map, but they finally got a read on it, but it might have been too little too late.
We'll see. 9-3. Lots of fans still in the crowd to cheer
ไปฉี่แป๊บ
on.
นึงแชท
Two teams playing away from
Oh,
home
ขยัน
turf
ปลุก
here on
จริง
VCT Pacific,
ๆ
having
เดี๋ยว
to
จะ
play
เชื่
in
อ
Seoul, South Korea, trying to gather more local fans as well as global fans here on the stage. Zeta Division, of course, made a big wave, but that's starting to run out on a timer. They're looking to rejuvenate themselves, try to refresh that reputation. Well, your friend dragged you here to see Zeta. At least you're getting to see Last Chamber, right? So
True.
there is that. It's a good day.
Yeah, I mean, I look, you got to see some exciting stuff on Lotus, that's for sure. We haven't seen their attacker side really for the side of Zeta because they blew GE out of the water
Yes.
on their defender side. So we don't know exactly too much other than one pistol round and a follow-up of what this is going to look like. But that doesn't really give you much information at all on how this attacker side could develop, if it develops. I mean, who knows? Team Secret might just shut them out of this with
They
the
could
way
do the
they're
same.
playing.
Yeah, they could answer back the same way. Try to remind Zeta of how powerful they can be. Sure, it was Zeta that eliminated Team Secret from the LCQ Grand Finals, taking their spot at Champions 2023. But Team Secret, they're looking to get that point right now in this match above them, try to set themselves up for success in 2024. Zeta Division starting off the pistol round. Early B pressure, playing for the anti-flash as well. They won't see anything, so it's a free orb taken. You know, not too much loss on the A main side, just the one way. Zeta happy to wait.
Cute recon dart there from Hiroron to clear the back of that that box that's on B main. Make sure, because a lot of teams like to sneak a player back there, especially with a breach in the mix. He has a great angle for a fault line down those stairs. So smart stuff from Zeta to at least clear that, setting up for what's looking like B hit as market door has been crushed.
Yeah, it's a fast one with the
มาแล้วครับ
paranoia
พี่เด
as
ฟ
well.
มา
Depp just trying
ยังไม่
to
ทัน
keep
เข้า
someone
ไซ
at
ต์
bay
ก็
over
เจ็บ
by
ชิบหายไป
Boba.
วอ
He's
ด
gonna have to heal up. Now they are stuck here with the recon. Everyone gets pinged. They know the paranoia coming in from mid as well, but Depp answers back with the first shot. It's gonna have to slow Team Secret down. Not quite confident on the pinch just yet.
Timing.
Borkum will get one. Both teams stabilizing, but Depp, he's going on the flank. He wants to create a bit of a fracture here against Team Secret as
อุ้ย
Team
แล้วเจ
Secret
เรมี่
continue
แล้
to
วไอ้
take
เด
out
ฟ
his
กับ
teammates.
เจเรมี่ยังไง
This flank may have taken just too long as the spike is now stranded in mid.
30 seconds left.
Two remaining members of Zeta Division stuck in the site of B. Spike located, smoked out away from
แล้วส
market.
ไปตก
Only
กลางลาน
20
เลย
seconds. Huron has to swing out on a timer, but Depp once again, is it gonna be too far for him to lurk around? His footsteps being heard, and it's a quick swing out. A clean pistol for Team Secret.
Well, now you got to seriously consider some kind of force buy potentially as Zeta. See if they're going to go for it. If they're just going to keep the bank and save it up for a later day. Looks like that is going to be the answer. But yeah, the mid pressure here, so well timed by Secret. Even though the control of market is somewhat gained by Zeta, it never felt comfortable. It never felt like they were safe. So they pressed a little bit, try to change angles. Once again, Secret has the read. Now Jeremy with the outlaw, 4 Spectres behind it, just a sheriff for Hiroron. And then classics of, of course, you have the headhunter as well for Laz, but there's that one of those fault line angles, difficult to deal with. And it is just going to be a rotate away from that early utility. Presence shown through mid, but Jesse with a deep drone going to get all the info.
Yeah, that is a high-flying drone. Gets a lot of information now
ด่าน
because
นี้
the
เซต
tripwire
ตั้
was
ม
broken here as Depp was
ก
trying to
ลาง
actually
ๆ
catch
ถึ
a
ง
shot
ไม่
at
ค่อยแบบ
Jesse
เหมือนไม่
Vash.
ค่อยมีฟอร์มนะ
But that does mean that Jesse wants to stick around. He doesn't want to let go of this area, and if he dies here, that's the Spectre dropped. It's a curveball, barely right around the box. Good
เชี่ยคือแบบ
repositioning by
โค
the
ตรสุดอะ
IGL.
Yeah, he's so smart. Not willing to give up any extra
แพ้ปืนพกนี่หนัก
Runs
เลย
impossible. So Zeta
อินวี่โหดมากเลยแบบนี้
He's been heard.
โอ้โหชม
Can't repeat that against Slice of Laz. I like the idea from Envy. Thought he had a timing after hearing that first step, but the important part is weapon not recovered by Zeta Division.
โหแล้ว
So
ดู
Team
มีทั้ง
Secret,
แบบ
they
ว่า
still have the
ไซ
firepower.
เฟอร์
Now the cam
Oh my
to watch
God.
for elbow. NDG, he's got all the sides covered. Lots of damage on the both sides of Laz and Borkum. NDG knows the pinch is now coming through. Tripwire on the other side by the boxes, but he's been pinked out. Cybercase to try to stay alive. Now the pinch is coming through. There's the curveball and Depp and Uram barely avoiding those as Borkum gets ticked down just a bit further. Down to 8 HP. 12
Ui.
for Laz, but he just needs one
เชี่ยไอ้
shot
ท่าน
with the
Lad.
headhunter. And it's down to Jeremy once more.
เหี้ย
This
Fallen
time
Eagle เนี่ย
with a singular
The fuck
outlaw. Spike planted. Site absolutely filled up by members of Zeta Division.
And he just
Save
does
him.
not have much to do.
No,
I mean,
Damn.
gotta
it's,
save this one.
yeah, it's just too hard. I mean, good luck getting through this. And Zeta with finally getting that chamber to come online, to get some of those headhunters to connect, really helping open things up. A good paranoia flash combo there to keep NDG uncomfortable on the site, to keep him flashed up. So he never had really much hope there against the combined forces of Depp and Yurdan. That's what you're looking for with this combo. Staggering these flashes, staggering this utility to try to lock your opponents down and lock them out. And
กะมาตัดแต่เขาไม่มาหนีมาทางนี้เล
may
ย
have just kept Zeta alive in this match.
The absolute most crucial timing for it as well, right? Break down the economy just a bit as it was 4 Spectres on top of the Outlaw. Purchased by
ปืนมันดู
Team
ยิง
Secret.
ยากจังวะ
It's before you get to match point. So Zeta, second lease on this match.
Ui.
Trying to go for an extra
Home
match
team.
victory. Trying to get another championship point. As they have always been, you know, the shining representative for Japanese Valorant. But DFM is hot on their heels this season. So they can't sit on their laurels any longer.
Love to see it, that's for sure. Big push out through a main by Team Secret. There's a trademark there. Give them a little bit of awareness if the aggression continues for Team Secret, but looks to be a hold with the Outlaw, just trying to utilize this one way. See if they can find anybody overstepping, but Zeta wise to it and just looking for that aggression. A lot like we saw with Team Secret early on in some of their rounds. Happy to hold this, happy to see if there's a tiles crunch or something like that.
Ooh, the re-clear, and he gets spotted. It's a quick double shot out from Jeremy, even through the wall. Will pick up the kill. And, I mean, Team Secret, this is something that Zeta possibly picked up as well. Team Secret sometimes pushing out a little too far in A-main. They wait for it, and Secret says, not this time. We're holding that angle with the Outlaw. NDG.
NDG
Hooked right
จะ
around
รอด
the
หรือจะ
corner
เนียน
with his classic. He should get spotted right at the end. Last quick with the swivel. Draws some attention, but seeing as it's just a chamber, no
น่ากลัว
overreaction
จัดเล
from
ยว่ะ
Secret. But look at the
สโม
timer,
คช่วยชีวิต
40 seconds. Zeta's got more than enough time to rotate back. You see the pings from Team Secret. They sense that this could be happening, but they don't really have an option. Jesse Vash just has to go for a bit of a Hail Mary, trying to check if he can get a cheeky kill. Smoke about to dissipate. He's hiding away. There's the curveball. That's a hard
ไม่
one to
เนียน
Angie. And Depp will break open the site for Zeta.
It's such a difficult spot to be in. That's why the curveball is so good on this map. But Envy, with a Sheriff, actually connects onto Laz. Takes quite a bit of damage himself, but holding on for dear life for Team Secret.
กันยากก
Those
ว่านั้น
Spectres that Zeta picked up, not as great
Này
at
là yạc
long
rồi.
range. But try to hold a little bit closer.
Mấy
You see
ปืนเนี่ยเมื่อกี้
Sugar
โดน
holding
พีคเก็บ
very close right outside of the entrance. Huron's going to get one at long range towards main. And Sugar Zero will get taken down by the
Ui.
Outlaw. It's a 2v2. Envy gets another
Oi.
kill with the Sheriff. Both members so low, but Depp also not at full health. Now a Spectre picked up 16
จังหวะ
HP. Depp will shut him down. And that's
เสียวเหลือเกิน
5 rounds on the board for Zeta.
โซเสียว
Team Secret not making it easy. Envy looking really good with that Outlaw. And catching Zeta, just getting a
มีโจ๊ก
little bit kind of over-aggressive on the timing. And like you said, Will, I think you hit the nail on the head that Zeta expects them to have backed off at that point if they haven't showed any aggression within the first minute of the round or so. Instead, it gets them a pick. Good job by Zeta, though, working the map there a little bit. That curveball, some of those
มีเซลล์
really difficult 90-degree corners that you have to get around on this map. So good for that. That's absolutely what you want to be using them for. So credit where credit's due. You can get some serious value out of that. Laz with an op just is like, nope, I did not have that angle.
Wow, yeah, definitely not prepared. Knowing his limits on that one would have been an inhuman flick to be able to scope in on time. So it gives up a little bit of A-main control, but Zeta, curious to see if there's a push back out. They hear the door being closed, so that's the timing for them to reclaim some control over mid. At least maybe break that door create a bit of a distraction, pull away some of that weight from Team Secret from the entrance of the site all the way back towards mid.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do, but Team Secret really just holding pat, not moving a muscle, setting up for kind of a util crunch. You got the paranoia, you got the breach util here towards A. Drone to clear a little bit of space, trying to hide from it, and successfully do Team Secret. See if Zeta can read it.
Curveball over to elbow, but is there a pinch from Jeremy? He's going to swing out on a timing. He gets the kill on the spike, and he snaps on the 2. Paranoia does it as well. Jeremy still alive, eventually goes down. And now Envy on the side all alone. Run it back, trying to clear it. Depp, he would like nothing more than to get this kill. He wants to open the site up for his teammates, and he does it. It's quick backup, though. This fight has lasted too long. And Team Secret, they're ready to fill it back up. Jesse Bash, the Shrouded Step is red. He's now filled up behind the generator. 2v2. Blaze wall put up to try to get an entry on the site. But it's just a sliver of an angle. And Secret will continue to lead 11-5.
Just a moment of hesitation allowed Jesse to sneak into that smoke.
มันเข้ามือไอยอน
completely off guard. Thought he could TP behind the generator safely on site. Could not. And that's the op forked over as well to Jeremy, who's been really sharp so far, and it's just a wait there. Those curveballs, just expecting Depp to try to use that pressure that he gets with those angles.
คนนี้เคยแข่งดอทจริงเหรอวะ
He knows that he can chase that player down around those corners with those curveballs that basically has him dead to right. But Jeremy knows that as well and steps out with a perfect timing to get 2 big kills. Paranoia even dodged.
รอดู
Ended up
คร
not
บ
mattering, but
ไม่อาจจะ
Zeta
ทัวร์
just
หน้าก็
looks
ได้
off
นะ
balance. They just don't look like they have that level of coordination. It just looks like every time they kind of get a slight advantage, Team Secret gets a great read, and Jesse makes some good calls, both individually and in the macro sense, to shut things down. So it's going to be tough.
ทำไม
now. You're
ADG
gonna have
ถึ
to
ง
dig
จื้อ
deep
ปาก
with
ตลอดเว
Zeta
ลา
if you're going to bring this one back. 2 rounds away from taking this match are
จื้อ
Team
ปาก
Secret.
อ๋อ
มันคือการเม้ม
มันจะได้แบบดูสวยๆหน่อย
So far,
มันคือการ
they
ไอ้
haven't
นี่
really been able
เม้
to
มอย่าง
find much
ใช่ไหม
success off of the timeouts for Zeta. Not able to recover too much in terms of round score lines. See if this time, as it might be the last chance that they have, both of their timeouts now used up. They won't get more unless they take it all the way to overtime.
เอาไม่เกี่ยวอะ
Showstopper online for Jeremy. Op in his hands as well. Not a full buy for Zeta.
Well, see if Zeta can
ยิงไปไหนวะนะ
more of their magic, some of these weaker buys. Laz, of course, 1 away from that tour de force. See some expectation from the side of Team Secret. Laz just trying to work underneath that classic fire. It's a full-on push in towards mid. This information from Jesse is so huge.
Now mid taken over by Zeta, but Jeremy's there with the op for the crossfire as well. And as you mentioned, this has been read by Team Secret. Look at the lines they're holding, just holding on to market. Otherwise, it's all back towards spawn and mid. Not allowing for any of these weapons to be given over, any of those easy kills being given over either. Now Jesse holding close with the judge.
That's tough for Laz. Let's see if he can get a good angle or a good read on it, but you don't expect this judge here.
Oh, this is tough. It's a judge, and it's a one-shot kill. Yeah, we've seen the judge have a couple whiffs this week, but not today as we see a quick peek out. Double burst by the Bulldog. Borkum hides himself right behind the enemy's Poison Cloud, but he's already been decayed, so he goes down to a headshot as well from Uran. 2v4, but Showstopper online as well. And Team Secret, if they win this round, it is going to be match point next for them. See if they just swarm him. They don't even need to use the Showstopper. Uran, he needs to get the absolute transfer of his life, and it will not happen. 1 round away from Team Secret finally bringing home a match win, trying to get another match win for Group Alpha here in VCT Pacific.
It's just brutal. As long as Jesse has information, Team Secret just can't do anything wrong. He's so good today on Icebox and on Sunset, and he just reads
3 ด่านนี่เจมี่ลั่นทุกด่าน
Laz like a book and just puts him out, and now you're on an even worse buy. As Zeta, you do have the tour de force, sure, but you have a Guardian and a Sheriff outside of that. And all the tools in the world for Team Secret, other than the Rolling Thunder. That's the only ult not available for them. And this is certainly going to leave Zeta scratching their heads about what they could have done different. Team Secret looked to be finally getting themselves on the board in a much-needed win.
Yeah, we talked about how much it's going to matter. You got to get minimum 2 wins, and then of course you still want to be top 3 in your own group. And with the format here in Stage 1, where you're all just playing the same opponents on the other side, you got to get those points early, because otherwise you may just get shut out towards the later parts of the week. A rejuvenated Zeta trying to stop that from happening, but Team Secret currently 1 round away, holding the line. Filled up on B site, A pretty much emptied up, just scouting for info from Elbow. And there's the fault line. Pushes Zeta back even further at the 50-second mark. Yeah, they have control of mid, but not all the way through to really create a push and pull. He's just scouting to see if there's a push out from Tiles.
This is so tricky now for Zeta. I mean, the good news is they've guessed correctly. Just Borkum all on his own right now over on the A side. This has to be fast. They have to be decisive if they're going to get this round.
The Hunter's Fury being used early. I thought it might just be a retake, but they know that they don't have time. Now down to 25 seconds. Off of this, we'll see if maybe even the showstopper comes out in time. Borkum shuts him down with a double kill. Tucks behind the generator. Jesse Bash is now here. Not able to get a kill yet. Zeta some heroics, but the showstopper, it is just to buy time. He has to be down. He gets 1 kill right under him. Spike gets planted as the train comes through. A 2v2. Zeta fighting for their life. Has left. This might be it. The moment the Zeta fans have been waiting for. A heroic tour de force. Triple kill to keep them alive.
Just barely. Just barely. I mean, if it isn't for those Laz heroics, frankly, Team Secret does so many good things in this round. The Hunter's Fury to confirm the presence, to set up Borkum for the double. The flash there to keep him off balance, but it just caught Laz in the back. That is snappy from Laz. But it might be too little too late. It's going to take 6 rounds in a row just to force an overtime.
Yeah, and how many more of those can you have? I mean, even in the maps that Zeta has won in the past, yeah, there's a lot of those rounds, but you got to get them early to buy yourself some time. This time it's a fast Tiles push from Team Secret. They've already cleared it out. Now, little do they know, Uran's still on the alert. The Trademark watching their back, but the Blaze doing a lot of damage on its own against Jesse Vash. Judge found. Zeta will finally slow things down. Trademark activated here by Jeremy.
Oh my.
Trying to watch if there's alert. The pain shows to keep them at bay. Now, Uran and Jeremy both not quite aware. Uran surely knows about Jeremy's position, but Jeremy,
just W King here. He's just going for it. He's like, I saw Borkum do this earlier. I think I can do it too.
Well, I mean, the difference is Jesse Vash is ready for it. Jeremy surely must have seen or heard something. Oh, never mind, but the util's out in hand for Jesse Vash. Even on the Silva, the timing plays him to the stay. Jeremy peeks out at the Spectre only. That range not doing them any good. Step down very low. But now the site held by Uran. A short's a dangerous factor, so they'll have to go through all the way on Elbow. Uran gonna fill the site first, clears it out for Dep. They're trying to get in. Dep gets the kill with the Stinger. At low HP, a close range curveball, and it's 7 on the board. Zeta trying to push towards overtime.
I mean, it'd be one of the crazier comebacks that you've ever seen. It felt like Team Secret had this. There might even be a timeout at some point here from Warbirds. If this goes any more sideways. Again, tricky position from the side of Team Secret, trying to hide themselves in spots. Just the weaponry not really there to convert. And frankly, good reads again. I think Jeremy puts himself in a perfect spot. And yeah, absolutely. I think it's a good time to dial up something a little bit special here. See if you could just knock this one out from Zeta. Look, you know, you had to feel comfortable about Sunset. Honestly, I could have seen Zeta picking Sunset coming into this series. It was on my mind for sure that it would likely be left open as both teams had permaban coming through to this match. So far, though, I mean, you gotta love the way that Warbirds and company have got themselves ready for this. And
โอ้โห OT เลยอะ5 วินนะ
really
ไม่ชิวเลย
feel comfortable ever. It feels like every time they've got an idea, they feel like they've got a good read. It's just countered perfectly by Team Secret. And again, it all comes down to Jesse Vash and that utility. He has tremendous awareness of the map, and he knows right when to throw those drones out. He knows right when you're going to be, you know, pressuring him. You saw it in that previous round with the Judge. Even though he doesn't connect with any of it, he still read that play pretty darn well.
Sure, yeah, the positioning there ahead of the pack of Zeta Division. Now off the timeout, Zeta trying to up the pace once again. They're all stacked on the A side. Trademark held close, so this looks to be a rush, but it's going to be a fault line, maybe even the Rolling Thunder to follow up if the fight continues, as that ultimate is online. Fault line to push out. Rendezvous, only the chamber show. Zeta throwing a bit of a fake out here with the presence.
They're trying to bait, trying to see if
Joke
they can get him
over,
over
you
committing
dead.
to try to chase Laz down, but it's going to be a press.
อุ้ยเข้าสด
He's
เข้า
already
เปื่อยเลยเหรอ
past
วะ
that alley. They're all stuck in
Yeah,
there.
we've
The
had loads of
paranoia
them,
comes
yeah.
out. Now it's going to be the run it back. And the Rolling Thunder use as well. Zeta fairly well aware of this. They've drawn out
Oh,
the
counter
Rolling
lua.
Thunder and two
Big joker.
crucial pieces of utility. Team Secret, though, reset, not gaining that much more space. Only the one-way refreshed on A main.
You're happy to trade a run it
Mm,
back
yes,
for
he
a
was
Rolling
like
Thunder
that,
any
guy
day of the
from
week
Florida.
there as Zeta. So great
ผม
utilization
มันเอา
of their
Rolling
movements,
Thunder มา
made out
แลก
some
กับ
of the
โจ๊กนะ
utility of their opponents.
ดือด
Now
They
going to
fat
go on a
big.
bit of an
But he
explore
didn't
through
know
mid
the
is
under.
depth over to
Yeah,
B
come
main. As Hirodon has a lot of pressure on him as the Sova to keep control of that space, but are they going to be expecting some of those trap wires? Look at that one on the far left-hand side of the site. That is a tricky one. Noticing that a lot of those players like to try to take those angles potentially for Zeta.
Exactly. The From the Shadows is going to spot Uran. He's going to clear it out late. And Zeta thinks
Good.
that that's enough. I mean, they think that it's going to be a shift over from Team Secret. They want to find this opportunity while the From the Shadows is going on, but Jeremy already gets one kill. The fault line's going to keep one place locked up. Sugar Zero there for the trade, but now they're all gummed up on a short.
แต่ตายไปแล้ว
Eventually
ด้วยประเด็
will
น
arrive on the site, but elbow not cleared. It's up to Uran. There's still a high-low, and
เรียบร้อย
he cannot find the first shot. Two people left, Depp and Sugar Zero, two of the vets of the core of Zeta Division to try to continue this best of three. Paint shells pushes them out. There's the recon, all the utility to funnel them in. So much damage being done through the smoke. Team Secret there just slowly choking it onto the site, and eventually they will clear it. Secret brings home a desperate another match win for Group Alpha as they will get one on the board.
And getting their revenge for their loss at LCQ last year. Able
เปื่อยเลยกู อยากดูคู่ถัดไปเหมือนกัน
for Zeta. A lot to be considered for sure, but this is just a beautiful read. And you see it there from Jesse in that last round, even that recon dart when it's cleared. He knows exactly where it got cleared from. He's spamming Depp's angle, and then they just say, oh, he's stuck there. He can't do anything about us. We eliminate Sugar Zero. We take this round. Just beautiful, beautiful stuff on Sunset from Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, despite having used some crucial skills as well, right? Like the Rolling Thunder, still no panic from Team Secret. So you give them a week. That's all they need to prep against some of the crazier things we've seen in VCT Pacific. They might not look the strongest when they come out swinging out the door, but they will continue to grow as they pick up their first match win and, of course, their first championship point towards Champion Seoul 2024 here at the VCT.
Yeah, so much going well for Team Secret there.
Well, what a great look from both teams. Let's send it over to the analyst desk to review what happened here on Sunset.
Well, it looks like Team Secret has been activated in another victory against Zeta Division, and their first victory coming into this stage one, earning another championship point for their Alpha Group.
Alpha Group can breathe a sigh of relief collectively a little bit. They were able to finally get another match victory. Had to fight for it. A decent little run back there from Zeta at the end to make us believe a little bit more. But overall, Secret doing exactly what I said they needed to do after that Lotus, having the reset, being able to bounce back. It was a devastating loss for them. They come in here completely focused up, ignoring what had just transpired. They focus on the task at hand. Clearly studying a lot of the defensive setups to the side of Zeta. They only showed 2 rounds of attack when they beat Global Esports. It was so one-sided for them. They had all the right ideas about how to break through.
And that was one hell of a reset. I mean, watch some of these rounds. Not only did we have kind of a lopsided half, you know, let's just call it what it is. It really was like 9-3. Zeta lost 9 rounds in a row, only managed to come back at the end of the first half. That was just 1 round. Throughout the whole time, you had amazing post plans, amazing takes from Team Secret because they had their own little secret plan after having studied Zeta Division's game plan. Jesse Vash completely redeemed himself, by the way. I mean, maybe not a lot of amazing kills, but the way that he played the Sova, very different from, you know, Yuran or Hirodon. There are so many moments where he's able to toss the recon bolt behind smokes. And because of that, players like Envy are unable to get so many good kills. They're always foiling Zeta Division's retakes and holding from like multiple post-plant positions. Zeta just had such a tough time in that first half.
No, they did, and one of the things that we talked about was, essentially when we did swap sides. Granted,
เตรียมไหวเปล่าไหว
did happen, but being able to really slow up those approaches, we saw that just right there near the end of the map, that final rolling thunder coming through. We started to see really good, like pace dictation here from the side of Team Secret, but also Zeta kind of slinking back into their former play style of just really running the clock down and then not having enough time to actually get a clean execute off. It's something that's going to have to be corrected, but Team Secret, I mean, they continue to show for the most part that they can put up really good game strategies and they can come in well prepared when they have time to really dissect how a team plays.
Yeah, and they're finally the first team to show that the chamber on Laz is penetrable. He's been taken down there. He's been taken down, and yes, Secret we were wondering about this, why they banned Ascent, why did they let Sunset through, and this is exactly why. They clearly, like you guys said, had prepped for this map. And Zeta Division, it's almost like they started to doubt themselves, and like you said, they started running down the clock, only planting like when there were 15 seconds left on the clock. This was the Zeta Division that didn't succeed last year.
ลำพังแม่งก็ถูกอยู่แล้ว BBA มาตัดราคาอยากตัดก็จัดไปไอ้ดาบ
I'm sure they got in their own heads.
อุ้ย
But
ข้าวเหนียวไก่ย่าง
congratulations to Secret again. They've been
กิน
activated,
เปล่า
and we see this all the time from Secret. Like, what does it take to activate Team Secret?
คู่
And
สอง
it took
บลีดกับ
a game like that for Jesse Bash to be like, look,
บลีดกับใครวะ
we gotta win
ดู
this
แป๊บ
one.
Beatกับใครวะ
Sometimes that first hurdle, that first match victory is the thing that just really just opens things up for the rest of the team for the rest of the stage. So who knows? I mean, Secret from here, maybe they do get.
อยากกินกันใหญ่ ไม่มีส้มตำเหรอ มันต้องมีดิส้มตำอ่ะ ส้มตำไม่ใช่อาหารอ้วนนะรู้ป่ะ ส้มตำมะละกอมาเลยน้อยแค่ไม่เอาต้มยำ
So I think for the most part, this is going to be a very solid victory, and hopefully the trajectory just keeps going up.
Certainly, they just need a little bit of time, just study a bit of
Bleed กับ RRQ
and then they have their own game plan to come back in. We definitely see some of these
แล้ว RRQ มันโหดเลยนะประเด็น ไหวไหมเนี่ย Bleed
first half because the entire team knows where to hold on the map. You have NDG, for example, lurking sometimes throughout mid, and he's able to catch Zeta as they try to rotate. My favorite thing that Team Secret did so far in this map, though, is Envy, because the way that he's holding, the way that he makes use of his utility, especially with the way that they defend on A site, anytime that in the second half Zeta tries to push through, Envy has the fault line. He always slows them down. He's able to, stun them up and then have his teammates peek out of elbow to collect on those kills. That's the way Team Secret operates, and it's always great stuff.
That's a great point. Envy and Jeremy together on the first half as well, finding a way how to stop Laz from getting those picks on the chamber.
Yeah, it was well done, and I mean Borkum, he comes in here, he tops the lobby as far as ACS is concerned, and I gotta say, like, overall very consistent performance from him. Had some really good first kill, first death performances. I think overall goes positive on the day. I think on Icebox he was like 4 or 5-0 while playing the Viper, so it was really clean stuff from Borkum this whole series throughout. And NDG, some of the players that have had some inconsistencies from them so far this year, and to see both of them overall playing.
แต่บ้านเล่นกันเดือดมากสงกรานต์เหรอ ผมออกไปซื้อข้างนอกไม่ได้กินเลย เจ็บมา2 วัน แถวบ้านผมก็เล่นหนักนะแต่ผมเอารถเก่งเอาไปซื้อเชื่อไหมน้องๆเห็นรถเก่งน้องยังสาดอ่ะน้องบอกกูไม่สน
That's what you want to see from Team Secret for sure. I think it also just comes back to the whole team. Jeremy, they're starting to gel together. They're starting to play a lot more confidently. He's not hesitating himself that much anymore, and he's able to dive in, or at least follow through with whatever game plan that they've had. And then that all comes down to the information.
ก็เหมือนเราตอนเด็กๆเนาะขอแค่ได้ศาสตร์ก็สนุกแล้ว
But ultimately, yeah, it still is pretty much like consistently the Envy show.
Yes, so here's a little closer look at Envy and what he's contributed in today's series. He was very impactful. I think a lot of us had selected him as our MVP, for all his util usage.
Yeah, and I think rightfully so. The stats there, I mean, yeah, whatever head jump percentage, yada, 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 that doesn't matter too much, especially on game 2, where they were kind of getting bullied quite a bit, but started things off very nicely with that KO. It's good to see him, very stable on that pick, put up incredible damage per round for a KO as well, but is just regularly involved in these kills. I would be curious to see what his kill participation percentage is, because it just seems like he is always getting that util in the right spot, as you're mentioning with the fault lines coming through, but also just those flash points, just getting those flashes out, staving things off. It was that rolling thunder, the reapproach starts coming through from Zeta Division onto that B site or that A site, and then he just sends out a flash and it just catches everybody. And it's just, okay, there's 5 more seconds bought off the clock here to really just continue to whittle away at Zeta's time bank. So overall, fantastic performance for Envy today.
There are whole rounds where like Envy just tosses out one flashpoint, the whole Zeta Division team just turns away because they're like, there's gonna be a trap here and we don't want to walk into it. And that happens because of that utility usage. Envy is able to do that so many times, so many great timings with it as well. I mean, it takes great awareness to read and sense when your opponents are about to hit the site. And Envy is one of those players who knows how.
And good thing too, so Team Secret is finally the second team to get the Alpha Group a championship point. Finally, let's go down to the stage to interview Envy.
Thank you guys. Now I'm standing here with Envy from Team Secret. Massive congrats, Envy, for that W on the board. Now, first things first, what were you guys able to address or fix coming into week 2?
We managed to fix our small individual mistakes, like just miscommunication and the fundamentals like trading, spacing, and all that with 1 week of practice. So I'm really happy that we improved as a team.
Yeah, I think we all saw that improvement coming into today's matchup. Now, I just want to quickly ask you on Lotus, though. Zeta Division pulled out an unorthodox comp with the Neon and the Chamber, and it felt like it could be a counter to one of the staple comps on Lotus that a lot of people run. So what were the talks right after the agent select? How did you guys try to navigate through, against their comp?
We just thought of ourselves that we just like think of ourselves. We don't overthink what they're gonna do, and we just like do what we do in practice. So yeah.
Was it confusing to go up against that comp with the Neon and everything, with the speed and tempo they were bringing?
Yeah, I think it's really hard to predict what they're gonna do because usually in scrims no one really runs that type of comp, so it's hard to have a counter for that.
All right, but you guys managed to close it out 2-1. But one more thing on Lotus, though. Jesse Vash on the Fade instead of the Sky. How long have you guys been working this out, and how much practice did you actually have with this comp?
We managed to practice the Fade comp with only 1 week. It's not big of a change, but we managed to implement it really fast.
Yeah. Was it just easy or kind of difficult?
I think it was easy to put in Fade in our comp because it's just one agent and it basically does the same thing.
All right. Now, next up, PaperX is seeking their revenge from Week 2 Pacific last year. What's your mindset going up against PaperX next week?
For PaperX, we're just, I think, just going into the games as confident as them and just don't be afraid because, PaperX top team, but yeah. Just don't be afraid and just be confident.
All right, thank you, Envy, so much for the interview. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Next week as well. Now, that was Envy with the post-match
เจอ
interview.
Paper Lake เหรอ
We are going to head off to a short break, but don't go anywhere because we have Bleed taking on RRQ.
ไม่โดนหรอกเพลงอะชิวๆอันนี้ไม่แน่ ผู้บีกำลังจะมาครับมาเราเดทแมทสักแมทไปละระหว่างรอขออนุญาตรันแอดทีหนึ่ง
บราวนี่ครับ ไปกินเตี๋ยวครับสุดยอดเลย
ไหนวะม้ายิงขำ
Match found.
ยังไม่มายังไม่มา ยิงไปก่อนชิว
go let's go
ๆเอาว่ะบลีดเยว่ะพรุ่งนี้เจนจี DFM GE ทารอน
Match found. They have no idea how
สแกรี่คือคนไทยครับ
you think about it, it's no wonder you're all so capable of hurting each other. After all that practice on me.
Reloading.
Reloading. And they're off.
Cutting their vision.
Charge your ults.
มิดมายังไม่มาหรอก
Revealing area.
Reloading.
Grenade out.
Reloading. You're done.
10 seconds until stage change.
Somebody's there.
เฮ้ยยิงโดนเลยว่ะ
Stage 2.
เก็กโก้
On a rampage.
Still in sight. Run, little man.
ใหญ่ไล่ลุง
Three souls.
Shutting them down. One suppressed. Charge your ults.
Out of targets.
เฮ้ยเจมกิน
Stage 3.
Reloading. Dizzy's up top. Three souls. Right there. Still in sight. 14.
เฮ้ยเขาเลือกด่านแล้ว
Pathetic.
อยากได้เนี่ยอันใหม่บูด็อก
Reload. Cutting their vision.
New stage in 10.
Dizzy's up. Someone's there. My ult ready.
They will go. Standing ahead.
เฮ้ยโลตัสไอบ็อกอีกแล้วเหรอไม่จะด่านแล้ววะ
Sit down.
No peeking.
Somebody's there. And you? Parasite. Three seconds.
ไออาร์มันเดือดว่ะ
Ultimate orb spawning.
แล้วมันจะจบแล้วแชทน่าจะทันเกมนี้
Feeling sight. Cutting their vision.
Lost in a smoke.
Target 86. Flag it.
Somebody's there.
Knife deployed. Two flashbang.
Parasite.
Oh! โปรโตเคนไม่ได้ซื้อดิเมื่อวานลืม
Embarrassing. Stealing sight.
Someone's there.
Ultimate orb spawning. Kills remaining.
Deploying drone.
Waiting to kill. No one walks
Results.
away. Requesting manual reset. Emergency reset required.
เฮ้ยเกมจะมาแล้วเพื่อนรีบจบแล้ว
ลาวนี่กู
ว่างเยี่ยว
เยี่ยว
เยี่ยวเช็คกระเดวเยี่ยว
เยี่ยวเยี่ยว
My ult ready.
เยี่ยว
They will cover.
5 kills left.
อย่างเยี่ยว
เยี่ยว
RRQ หรือว่าไงครับ
บลีดดิครับ
RRQ หรือ Bleed
บลีดดิครับ
เฮ้ย ใช่เหรอ
ใช่บลีด
RRQ 20ใครแพ้โดนหอมปะล่ะเอาป่ะ
ไม่
แม่งเลย
มาโอ้เพลงกูโดนละเพลงกูโดนป่ะนี่
เฮ้ย เราไปอันนี้ป่ะ ไปแบบว่าไปบอกพี่เอ๋ยไม่ต้องทาแป้งแล้วใครแพ้โดนหอมแก้มจบ น่าสนใจนะ
พี่เอ๋ยก็
คิด
จะ
ดู
ตอบ
เรา
ไป
ได้ห
กู
อม
ว่า
แก้ม
ไม่
พี่เอ๋ยเลยนะเว้ยหอมแบบเต็มปอดอ่ะไอ้ยที่
เพลงของ XG โดนลิขสิทธิ์ปะวะ
อะไรนะ
เพลงของ XG โดนลิขสิทธิ์ปะวะ
มึงเอหรือมึงนอนกูถามจริงอันนี้
กูปกตินั่นแหละ
ฮัลโหลปกติก็เฮียแล้วกูเพิ่มมา140แล้วเนี่ย
ใช่อะไม่มันเป็นเชี่ยเลยวะกูจะเปลี่ยนยี่ห้อแล้วนะ
มึงดูเสื้อบอกว่า เสื้อ RRQ เหมือนเสื้อซาฟารีเลยวะเหี้ยกูงง
ใช่เหรอเอาลายแบบลายเสืออะไรเงี้ย
ลายเสือลายอะไรเงี้ยไปพลางตัวแบบ อยู่ในกรงรอให้อาหารสิงโต
กูอยากเห็นเปเปอร์เล็กใส่ชุดทีเล็กมาแข่งว่ะที่มันเป่าลมอ่ะ
น่ารัก
ฮานะเว้ย ไม่เนิร์ฟ
เหมือ
นะ
นพึ่งโคตรกากเหมือนพึ่ง
อยากแกะกรอบเมาส์ไปซักสักทีนึงแม่งเอ้ยเป็นอะไรนักหนาแกะได้ป่าวะ
เหมือนในพาวเวอร์ที่จับไอ้ตัวไฟฟ้าเอฟ
พึ่งเฮ้ยรอยสักอย่างเท่
ไปสักบ้างมั้ยล่ะ
ไม่เอาดีกว่า
เอ็มไม่สักเหรอจะว่าจะไม่สักเหรอยังไม่อยากสักเหรอ
ไม่สักเนี่ยเจ็บ
แล้วถ้าเกิดว่ามีการรายการแกล้งกันมาอนาคตได้แบบว่ามึงหลับแบบสนิทมากๆแบบยานอนหลับแล้วพาไปสักเนี่ยโกรธไหม
โอ้โหทุกวันนี้แค่กูหลับแมวเดินเข้าห้องกูยังตื่นเลย
เฮ้ย ไม่ไอตื่นง่ายไม่ตื่นเอาโกรธไหม สักแบบ
ไม่โกรธ
สะอาดอย่างเพื่อสักหน้ากูไปอะไรเงี้ย
ไม่โกรธแต่แก้แค้น
ไม่โกรธแต่กูแค้น
กูแก้แค้นแน่นอนบอกเลย
โดนแน่สักตูด
กูสักเป็นรูปไอ้นี่เลยไอ้รูปอุจิวะบนหัวให้เลย สักหนวดให้เลยตื่นมามึงเป็นแบบว่านารูโตะแน่นอน
สักมาแบบว่าเป็นพี่เบสเป็นเวอร์ชันพี่เบส
คืออะไรวะเวอร์ชันพี่เบสเฮ้ยเซนส์นะอยากไต่ไปเลยเดียนว่ะนี่กูเล่นวาโลดีกว่า
อะไรนะอ่ะแล้ววันนี้ไม่เล่นเหรอ ที่ทำไมมาถามเนี่ยให้เขาให้โหวตในแชทเนี่ยเอฟโหวตหรือยังแชทรวม
โหวตแล้วเนี่ยกูเล่นเกมฟรีกัน
ถ้าคน20มันจะพอเหรอวะบอลเบียสก็ฟรีนะเว้ยบอลเบียสเนี่ย
มันคืออะไรวะ
ทำอาหาร8 คนบอลเบียส
ช่วยเลือกหน่อยกินอะไรดีพิซซ่าผัดซีอิ๊วราดหน้าอื้อหือตึงๆทั้งนั้น แต่ละอย่างนี่กูว่าการยิงกูมากูขอไปยิงก่อนวันหนึ่ง
อะไรนะ
วันนี้กูขอไปยิงก่อนว่าการยิงมาพี่เอฟช่วยเลือกหน่อย กินเราเปลี่ยนอะไรเป็นเบาๆไหมเช่นกะเพราหมูใส่น้ำเยอะๆอะไรเงี้ยเผ็ดๆหน่อย เห็นเฟซแล้วทำไมกูนึกถึงนาเจอีกแล้ว ไอ้สัตว์เอ้ยภาพ
ภาพ
จ
ย้อนก็ไม่ล้างนะภาพย้อนเนี่ย
ำแม่งติดตาทำไมกูต้องมาดูนาเจแบบโลตัสรอบที่แล้วด้วยวะยี่เศร้าแทนนาเจแล้วหน้ามันอ้วนเกิน
มาแล้วครับ
มาเปิดเสียงที่3 2 1
Clutching it up in the pistol round as if he never left the stage on a comfort pick of fade. See if it happens today.
กูว่าเยมา
We've gotten a little used to it, a little spoiled, seeing Zest pull off some incredible plays throughout the year. So on a very different team now, still
ถ้าผม
showing
เอา
some glimpses of that old
น้ำ
tremendous
ฉีด
play
ใส่
he
เมาส์
had
มันจะ
on
พังด้วย
DRX, but
วิฉีดใส่ทิชชู่แล้วก็เช็ดดีกว่า
some early success, a crunch towards these doors potentially being set up by Bleed, seemingly having a decent read on this.
Yeah, looks like RRQ should be fairly wary of it as well. The Killjoy ready for a potential pinch out from B main. It is definitely going to be that fade raise combo from the defenders on that mound side. The paint shell's already thrown out alongside the C's. There's a blast back. Ye gets ahead. The paranoid comes out from B main as well. But Smoke to now reset from the attackers. They were ready for it. They get the read. They start to file into Rumble. Spike barely making it around the corner. And now the map reset on the right and left side as RQ will make their way into tree.
Yeah, and that haunt gives them the information they need to know that they can at least get this plant down pretty safely. See Darion trying to work his way through that smoke cover to see if he can find any trailing players.
เข้าไซส์มาวางได้โดยที่ไม่
In fact, it's just a very
ไม่มี
deep
ใครตายเลย
for
นะ
Xvero.
And Xfero might have to come huge here as Jemkin
Hey.
eventually goes down to the
Hey,
tree.
Lang.
2 kills on the side of Bleed, trying to open up the site. They're wary of a potential lurk.
Hey, Lloyd,
They
Lebanon.
want to get into the site first. They want to clear
Hey,
it.
hey.
Xfero doesn't land the first shot. Eventually gets it. Will just buy time. Now his teammates will be able to peek back out. Elmi more over by
เลดล่ามัน
time.
LD ยังวะ
Does he reset? The Prowler tags
Home
onto
G.
Rutla. It actually gets the bite, and he loses
Oh.
vision at the most
Samba,
crucial
Samba.
time. Elmimore gets the first round for RRQ.
เห็นตัวว่าเธอ
Yeah,
มา
I
โด
really
น
like this
ค
post
ม
play setup for RRQ. Even though Bleed is able to sort of overstack some of those angles towards heaven, keeping Xfero in the back, knowing that there's going to be a
Jimkin.
smoke just outside of A stairs. He can work that so nicely. Yeah, the shots aren't good, but the idea is then Elmimore using his utility advantage
แม่ง
to great
ลาวแรก
success
ไม่
there
ดี
at the
ใจ
end
อ
of
ย่าง
that
กับได้
round.
แชมป์
Really nice start there for
React อย่าง
RRQ.
แรง
มันกำลังใจมา
Already going
กำ
to
ลัง
be
ใจ
เออ
มา
เอาใจมา
locking in some great weapons in this anti-eco
กูเพื่อนนั่งเล่นในกูดุ้ง
Vandal,
นะเมื่อกี้
Bulldog, Spectre, and a Ghost for Elmimore, but you can see there just a little bit of pressure for Flips and doesn't like
Ledla มัน
VCs.
มันยิง Ledla ไม่
Any
โดน
util coming out against an eco is like, yeah, they're all
Let me
there. So
more,
let's try
let
the
me
other
more.
side.
I
Man,
mean,
you
at
can
the
lend to
minimum,
L,
you
hey,
saw 3
Good
coming
day, John.
out with the utility, so you know that
The
the other
young
side
fit.
should be weaker. Now, just wary of a potential trap play. Doesn't want to run into all the Killjoy util by accident, give over a free weapon or 2. So they'll make sure they clear all the corners. Paranoia used as well. So sure, RQ being thorough here on the anti-eco.
เย่ยังไม่ได้
But
เล่น
does
ทัน
that
เลยปะ
make their post plant slightly weaker? We'll have to
น่า
keep
จะ
our
ล็อก
eye
ตำแหน่ง
on
ดู
it.
เอลแล้วแหละ
All grouped up.
น่าจะไม่มีภาพเล่นได้เล่นแล้วปะเนี่ย
Just a flood retake, but it looks like they might just be waiting as it's all on
ปกติ
classics.
เยตอนอยู่
It's already given up
ส
the
มัยอยู่
site.
เอ็นวีมัน
They say if
เล่
they
นตำ
come
แหน่ง
out,
ก็ดูเอล
we'll
ลิ
get
ก
a
นี่หว่า
couple of these kills. But right now with this C site, how are we possibly retaking this one? Not wanting to give away free ult points.
Yeah, no, I think this is certainly the wiser call to make in this situation.
รอตายบอม
There were a few times earlier today where I thought maybe this should have happened for Zeta. They should have just ceded control and given up the spike, but absolutely, statistically speaking, the correct play. So you can't blame Bleed at all for this. Just going for a quick check. Elmimore with the Ghost isn't going to mind
มีโกดก็เลย
sacrificing
ไป
this if
ตาย
he can
ด้วย
do a little bit of damage, get a few more orbs.
Yeah, he wants one. At the very least, he'll get one extra point right on that death. So with just the Ghost there,
Yeah,
not
reset
really
ว่ะ
losing out anything. It's been a while, but the spike
แบบ
comes
ไม่
out
ตัด
with
ไม่
an
ได้
ace
เล
in
ย
round 2. RRQ will pick up the anti-eco. They're carry over all of their purchases onto the bonus. And okay, I was about to say a judge being bought up by Elmimore initially. Just testing out if his shot works.
I'm only going to say this because I know Jesse has a good sense of humor, but the Spike had more kills than Jesse did.
He did celebrate in that group photo with a 0 next to his
ลองทำแบบ
head.
นี้เรา
And
ถัด
Jesse
ไปมันจะมี
owning
ผ
it
ล
up.
กระทบ
Jesse.
I mean, of
Not
course,
that
we
line,
see another member
ฝั่งตร
here
ง
who
ข้าม
had to
ถ้าแบ
suffer
บว่า
that being
โด
last
น
year
ฆ่า
on
หมด
Ascension.
ลาว
Jemkin
ถัดไปเป็นยังไง
going up
วะ
against the team that gave it to him. Bleed. Of course, very different
Ah,
players on
tapay,
both
tapay,
sides, but
tapay.
we'll see if
Tapay.
Jemkin
ถ้าโดน
is
ฆ่า
there any
ลาวถัดไป
vengeance
มันจะ
left
มี
in
เงิ
the
นบ่
tank that he wants to kind of air out today in this match.
ที่ตาย
They
บอม
both
มาเหรอ
find themselves here on the VCT
หรือว่าฝั่ง
มัน
stage.
มันไม่ได้ฆ่าเลย
Shot to B site. Yang not able to
beat him,
quite
eh?
land
เออ
that shot. Flips eventually getting traded out, but Xfero is there with the outlaw. Jemkin wanting to make sure they get at least the spike down, and Xfero right now, he's already cleared out the A side. Baby door opened as well. That allows him to continue to put pressure all the way
อยากเห็น
around
เย
as Xfero's
0.7
picked
ว่ะ
up this
ไม่
Odin.
เป็นไงวะ
Yeah, they've read this
Ui,
really
lại
nicely.
mà.
I'm not sure if they're going to be ready.
Oh, the timing's a little quick. Xfero just lets it pass. He
อยู่
lets
ดีก็คนลุก
it her, though, as he tries to
Tiếng
chase
lút
through.
đi.
However, Estrella now on the second lurk all the way
Được
around. Jemkin, his job is just to buy time. They have no idea that there could be a second. The spike diffuser is killed, and it's only Rutla
Oi.
left alive for Bleed. What a setup in the post plant by RRQ. And the jump
Oh.
back gets the peak. It's just a jiggle on
Ba-ba-ba.
both sides. Retla, too many things to consider. He also has to potentially worry about saving this Vandal. Gets the kill. He can't get out in
โบนั้น
time.
ลาว
And Jemkin will pick it up.
แล้วโอดินใครวะโอดินฝั่งบุกเหรอ
It's a
Odin
beautiful
will
entry
set.
here by Jemkin, getting a little bit deeper than
Back.
you would
Odin
normally
will
expect
set.
with a raise. Getting
Will it-
far into that B site, kind of throws the crosshairs a little bit
yeah.
off. Xfero winning that angle, out on the outside, grabbing that Odin, opening
Hey.
up that space. You know, Scary's, like you mentioned, aware of the first because of the footsteps, but not expecting that second. Bringing that baby door open early to set up that double stack for the flank. And, you know, it's a 2-2 attempt for Bleed in terms of coming from both angles of B, but not really quite aware that there was going to be extra reinforcements. Trying to go for some shots is yay, but only getting a little bit of damage.
The snake bite cuts off some backup as well. So now with the one-way refresh, Bleed will be a bit safer. But are they aware of Estrella being hidden across? He's already making
แล้ว
some
ทิ้งไว้คน
calls
หนึ่ง
on
ด้
the
วยนะ
camera. It looks like just asking for his
ทิ้ง
teammates to
เอสเค
continue
ล่า
pressure
ไว้
on
คน
the
หนึ่
other
ง
side. See if he can get a cheeky kill on the lurk. Surely you suspect something.
ว่าเยโดน
Slate
อี
the
ก
Prowler clearing out B site. Pressure across the entire map from RRQ. Even Rebel being held by Xero, still with
เย่แม่ง
another outlaw in his
ด้านจุ่ม
hands.
จอ
Yeah,
เหี้ย
that information is working a
ไม่
treat
รู้
here
ว่ามันแบบ
because they haven't heard
จูบ
much
มอนิ
coming
เตอร์
from Mound. They're going to reaggress towards this angle. Don't like the extra attention. Over towards B. Don't like going up against those
คนรอ
sheriffs
ตัด
in close quarters
เอา
combat.
ชัวร์จัดเลย
Actually
ว่ะ
use the night
คุณหลบ
ball
ได้
here.
ปะ
Trying to
ไม่ได้
cycle it quickly.
Yeah, but Ye might look for an opening here
ตาย
by
หา
the
ไป
roll point door. There's the paranoia. It's perfect for
Ew.
Ye. He gets one, and it's delayed the entry, but Jemkin will clear the site.
Ye.
Estrella finally trading out Ye. And then there's still the lurk out in B main, coming out from Xfero.
30
Spike not
seconds
planted just yet. RRQ not quite wary if they've already wasted too much time for the backup to arrive.
Spike
They'll allow
planted.
Xfero to set up on Mound. He'll just come through. Doesn't want to go on the lurk with the outlaw. Just wants to hold from outside with his
เย่เป็น
teammates'
ขึ้นเลข
turret
หนึ่งแล้ว
and alarm bot set up. Now just holding.
Bang!
Smoke. Misses the first jiggle, but it is an outlaw. It's got 2 shots. Darion tries to jiggle out of it. Won't find it.
Hey.
Zest good for a headshot, but flips
DIX
on the
out.
trade. Retla once
Save.
again the last alive. This time a sheriff, so surely he goes for something. Perhaps try to get that pit online in the next round, but he's going to be 2 points away as he goes down to Flip Strider once again.
Yeah, good trades here for RRQ. Yeah, even though Bleed finds a
ถ้า
couple nice
0-5
picks,
มานี่
they're not unaccounted for.
ภา
They're
พ
not
เมื่อ
given
วานเลย
over
วัน
for
นี้
free
โดน
by
แต่ภาพเมื่อวานคัมแบ็ก
RRQ.
ได้
So far, so good.
ถ้าเรา
Outlaws
จะโดน
look
อีก
really
อะ
good in
กูว่า
Xfero's
ยาว
hands.
แล้ว
I wouldn't be too upset if he grabbed an operator at some point without
อยู่
well
ไม่ได้
able
จริง
to
ว่ะ
hold down
ไซ
these
ด์อะ
angles, to be honest. Hit some good shots through the wall there, too. Great gun. I love to see teams grab those outlaws against these ecos when they're
Yes.
pressing these early advantages to keep that economy at a high pace.
I mean, you see teams that use it very well, and you realize they just start to run away with it. Obviously, Paper Rex, one of the first to really do it out here in Pacific, even during the offseason. See if more teams start to warm up to that buy outside of just the obvious couple of anti-eco rounds. But for now, it's going to be rifle upgrades on the side of RQ, and returning to a rifle buy here for Bleed, all full armor. They've been scared away from the half armors for the time being.
Yeah, it's a desperate round for Bleed. You know, you've been set on the back foot economically and scoreboard-wise. You certainly want to change that right now. You don't want to let this slide too far out of control. The bank book for RRQ is thick. Can you do anything about it
man.
here? A little bit of toying with him
Yeah.
is Flips. He's setting up to buy a little bit of extra
Done,
time
done.
for this C push.
And sure, Bleed, they know that they've been toyed with in previous rounds, so they're not overreacting to it, but even the ever slight movement from B side over to Baby Door and then potentially thinking it might be a B hit, things like that. Now getting ahead of that smoke. Jemkin already inside the site.
They
The
bet
haunt is there,
you
so is the
say me
Prowler.
die.
C site giving up once again. No ultimates on either side for an amazing retake on the set play, so they'll just have to wait to
They
clear
you
their
know what?
angles. At the very least, Bleed holds on to Waterfall. But once again, it's a
เกือบ
double
ตาย
lurk
โอเมน
from RRQ. B main, and then Baby Door as well. Xfero now providing backup. This is another nice bait and switch for
Ooh,
Flips. I mean, you
lurk
can't
ไกลจัด
possibly
เลยว่ะ
imagine that it's another
เพื่อน
double
วาง
lurk
ซี
all
ไป
the way
แล้ว
out
แต่
from
ฟิ
the
ป
A side. Zest has no idea.
Shit, look at
RRQ
that.
was working this map like it's just their home
ขึ้น
ground.
เลือกโคตร
And
ไกล
now spamming through the smoke. It's
เละ
planted
ไอ้
for
เหี้ย
Mal.
ยาวหัวยาว
There is just no way Bleed can get a grasp. Running into the
Yeah,
arms of
don't-
Flips as he gets yet another
พี่
kill
เอ
against
เขา
EA.
ถือมีดมา
Good luck,
เพื่อน
Scary.
เพิ่งโดนไป
Trying to fight his way out of this. Oh, not even Scary's getting out of this one. Flips
ยาว
put
อั
it
นนี้ยาวเลย
online with 3 kills in that round.
That's a flawless, Pulsar flawless here for the side of RRQ. Just starting to run away with this. I mean, this just makes the economic damage all that more impactful. And you call it, Will, these lurks are all over the place for RRQ, and they're working a treat. You might need a timeout already for Bleed.
เพื่อนเพิ่งโดน
Start
ในบีไป
addressing
อย่างเงี้ย
this.
รู้ว่ามีเลิก
Start
ตัวหนึ
trying
ง
to
ถื
find
อมีด
ways
ออก
to
มา
get a little bit more info.
น่าจะพลาด
But Flipsider
เนี่ย รีเซ็ตก่อน รู้สึกปืนแหลก รู้สึกปืนแหลกปืนแหลก
ก่อนจะเป็น RRQ ชื่อทีมอะไรมาก่อนนะแรปนี้โหดมากตอนนั้น
on the
Luan,
eco
you don't
from
have
the
that.
lead.
ถ้าเดี๋ยวมัน
They
ก็
can
RQ ไปตั้งนาน
shut it
แล้ว
down. That's already been thwarted in the pistol round by RRQ. You're gonna have to dig deep, and you're going to come away with a thrifty, and then beyond that, just
บาร์บีคิ
getting
ว
your mental in check.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, right? Not only are you losing rounds 5-0, but you're losing in the macro, you're losing in the duels. You feel like you're just losing your grip on this game. Perhaps a big part of it is that you're not really fighting for either side of this map. A lot of times you want to see the defenders at least take over the opposite side. But for now, waiting for that passive info. So on this, and if we go around, just a single heroic Bulldog on Zest. Now, Zest used to be called the master of the Bulldog out here in Korea when he was on DRX.
Yeah,
He can do some damage with it.
So good with that gun.
พี่จะแก้เกมยังไง
so many
ครับ
multi-kill rounds with it.
ดี
There's
แม่งหนัก
that
จัด
late
เหรอ
paranoia. We see this is the next adjustment for a lot of teams here on Lotus when they can't keep control of Rubble, but that's the C's. They should know that someone's been caught by it. They see the tether. Gage just barely staying alive outside of that toxic screen. The Prowler catches sight of Retline. Just spray down through the screen. Curtains down and out here
ตาย
for
จากการส
Bleed.
แปมทั้งนั้น
Great diligence here from RRQ, not like falling for any of these traps that are being set up by Bleed, really doing their due diligence by checking the angles, making sure that that box is covered, making sure the farther angles are covered. You know, they're sensing a trap play, and they read it so nicely. Hats off so far to RRQ. They're read into this map
ค
well.
ม
Oh, yeah,
เชี่ย
not
คม
landing
มาก
the
เอฟ
headshot
ช็อตนี้
there.
เป็นไงเพื่อน
Crouched to
ผมก็
adjust
เชื่อแล้ว
RRQ
นี้ตาย
just spray down through as they're opening the door. I mean,
คม
RRQ, this is some of the most
แปลกๆนะ
thorough
เย็น
games we've seen. One of the reasons all of their
ว่าไม่
matches
มี
seem
ภาพ
to
แล้ว
go
ไอ้
2-1 or maybe close to overtime.
เออ
It's because
ต้องงี้
sometimes they get a little over ahead of themselves, right? They don't check their corners, things like that.
คม
Right now, they are dialed in as Estrella gets a triple kill here for RRQ.
Yeah, coordination looks good. The decision making looks good. Read of their opponent looks good. Now you've got all these ults in the bag to utilize against them. Just the Viper's pit for Retla. You have so much to clear that pit. You have the lockdown, you have the showstopper, you have your pit of your own. That it's going to be really
แม่งเลยแต่
risky
เย็น
for
สมั
Retla
ย
to
ก่อน
try to
แม่ง
get
เล่น
this
ท่านมัน
online. You're
มาก
one
เลย
away from a
เว้ย
lockdown and a showstopper
ทีม
as
มัน
well
โหด
for
เลยตอนนั้น
Bleed.
น่ะ
So you're just away from being able to maybe have the counter ultimates for what RRQ
อันนี้
wants
มันก็
to
ทีม
do.
มันโหดแห
I
ละแต่
wouldn't be
ผมก็ไม่
surprised
รู้
if
ว่าแต่
RRQ
เกม
just
ฟอร์ม
wants
มั
to
น
go
ไม่
for
ได้
a
ฟอร์ม
quick
เดิมอะ
lockdown here. Just try to take advantage of their early ult situation. See if they can just open up the C site. Being a little bit patient, worried about something unorthodox coming out of Bleed after
ภาพ
that
มันต่อ
timeout.
ท้าย
I
รอน
would
เล
be
ย
too.
เวน
And now we will have to
Ay,
wait
ay.
for the round to actually begin. See what it
เทค
might
พอร์ต
be.
นี่ไงเยมต้องเจอเทคพอร์ต
เย่บอกแปลกๆเมาส์ผมแปลกๆเหมือนจะมีขี้ใครไหมมาแปะอยู่ใต้เมาส์ผมหรือเปล่า
เมาส์ตัวเองเนี่ยนะประเด็น
ใครมาวางยาผมหรือเปล่าผมก็วางเป้าที่หัวนะ
Curiosity was, can they continue to improve to get to that level to play in Pacific? But right now, round 7 off to a quick start. That's as you've called it. They'll start to dump their ultimates. And it's going to be an operator hold for Sarah, but he has no backup. He's going to get swarmed. He's ready for the jump. He's ready for the flashback. And finally, the showstopper from Ye. Not taking any chances. But it's still a 3v4 for Bleed. And you wonder, is that showstopper going to find its value? Everyone tucked into these corners on the Viper's
โอ้
pit.
โห
Darion
ยิง
trying
สั
to
กที
figure out where does he spam. I mean, there's just so many angles to be holding. None of them lined up on a singular
ผมเป็
line.
นกูนะ
and it should
ไอ้มุม
start to
ขวา
pique
มุมซ้าย
Bleed's
โดนกูละ
curiosity
ยิงหมด
สเปน
ไปแล้ว
ยับ
not a single member can be
กูก็ยิงเพราะ
spotted
กูเป็นเอเลน
Prowlers
เพราะ
out
กู
to
ชอบ
start the approach
กูชอบแงะแอนตี้
Hunter
ไวเปอร์
coming
เล่น
in on
มัน
both sides
แล้วมายืนตาม
Nobody
มุม
spotted still just yet. Estrella finds the first target. It's on to Ye. And
7-0
suddenly, a 2v4 into the opponent's Viper's pit. It just does not seem
Bam.
sensible to chase out. Coming in from
Don't want to
Jemkin, he finds
ไม่
Darian
มี
as
ภาพ
he tries to
หน้าเดยยอ
backstab.
นซิงซะแต่
And
ว่าเนี่ย
yet another round after a couple ults traded. RRQ leads 7-0.
It's great situational awareness
มู
from
สามาปึ้ง
RRQ
ไปเอฟ
across the board. Understanding the
อะไร
ult
นะ
economy,
มูสามาปึ้ง
understanding the timers at the end of that round as well there for Jemkin, knowing that
กูก็ไม่
there
รู้
was going to be a save from Bleed and he
กู
was
แค่
hot
พูด
on
ให้
their
กูดู
heels.
เซียน
He
ไปงั้นแห
knows
ละ
the
แต่เขาคิด
economic
กันอยู่ตอนเนี้ย
situation. So this is
เอาว่าจดไว้เอฟ
มึงไม่ต้องวาปึ้งอ่ะมึงดู70เนี่ย
It's a
แค่
great
คำพูด
play
นี้
from
ก็ดูเสีย
wherever
แล้ว
you get to, that's fine.
นี่ไง
You still got a lockdown for the next round. You'll trade that showstopper any day of the week for what just happened in this round.
Oh, for sure.
That's huge. This is a win on so many levels for RRQ in that round.
Yeah, and just Xfero getting fired up as well when oftentimes he's going to have to play solo on a map like this is huge. Now Robo Control taking over once again. You hear the Viper's pit go up. You're not seeing it on A. You got to imagine with the typical defaults. It's on the other side
มาร
of
อ
the
บนี้มี
map.
ปืน
We'll start to see on the mini-map, Xfero's going to creep towards C, maybe get a little sight of it late into the round. And for now, all the way up to Baby Door. I mean, the pressure already set before the 1 minute mark here by RRQ. Bleed, just 2 members, counter. Yeah, it's going to be the counter Prowler and the Paranoia as well, just to buy time, but it has to be both Prowlers used. When during all of this, Flip starts to dig in. Do we have a sense of this from Darian? He realizes that's the weak part of the map. Bleed starting to communicate a bit more on where they need cover. Baby Door being watched. The possibilities of that B crunch. Very well aware of this. The Prowler right away, but Bleed just holds the left trigger. Yay, will get 1 kill. But it's not going to be enough. B site now broken open and Flips. Does he have a timing?
โอ้ยฟลิปมัน
They
ไหล
start to really separate their angles here as Flips catches Darian from behind. He's coming back to help cover Baby Door as well. Estrella gets 1 kill and Flips watching for anyone else left alive. Scary, is he aware that Flips has returned to stairs? He's going to peek for it. And there's that poison cloud. Scary also trying to use his own smoke to try to creep in. He's trying to let him know that he's already gotten into the site. He's going to push forward, but Flips is still ready for it. And once again, just last one alive. Cannot catch a grasp on this first map. Their own pick of Lotus.
Yeah, the whole time
แล้วแมปนี้
you
ใคร
can
เลือก
sense what
บี
Flips
เป็นคนเลือก
wants to do
Bleed,
based on
yeah.
his positioning as kind of the tip of the
แมป
spear
เขาเรา
almost.
เก่ง
In
หรื
some
อเปล่า
ways, for RRQ, yeah, you've got Jemkin taking space towards tree, but he's pushing up towards stairs the whole time. Retla might be able to sneak one away here. Yeah, he's going to take Flips, but that's a consolation prize, and it's not a big one at all with the way the economy is. But the whole time, he's getting all this sense of the space, and he's being extremely patient. You can see that Darian was aware of it for a moment, but when they move over to B, his attention turns the other direction. The whole time, Xfero is also going through spawn, going through B main, checking all that area as well. So there's tremendous diligence from the side of RRQ, and as soon as they sensed that there was too much pressure on A, it was a quick pivot over towards B, patience at the door, expecting a player there, ready for the trade. So much to say about how well RRQ has come prepared for this match.
Yeah, I mean, a Lotus that they haven't shown yet, right? But perhaps predicting it's going to come out, showing that it was a comfort win for Bleed in their opening match. RQ seems to have a good read on it. And these row swaps and, positional swaps as well, not just the agents, but like you said, Flips playing these roles and positions that really allows him to go on these aggressive lurks a bit more. This is one of the reasons why his Yoru seems so successful whenever they play that breeze. He's able to get into the thick of things where he likes to brawl and get information off of contact, things like that. Right now, it's doing them a big favor on that Viper.
You see why they trusted him as the IGL, being able to read the map so well like that, being able to make plays for his team and for himself in those situations. And some say Flips is still lurking to this day. It's just so smart right now. What a game plan here for RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, this goes all the way back to, when they were part of the old Boom Esports squad, right? Flips there as well, doing a lot of his own scouting, and Xfero now with the operator seems to really find his comfort zone on the sentinel role.
Think about this, you're also keeping
มัน
Ye
ไม่ได้
off and
ไม่
on.
ชอบเย่
Not
เว้ย
giving him
มัน
any
เหมือน
chance
แบบว่า
to
เป็น
get
ตัวโดน
to it.
คาดหวัง
No,
อะ
they haven't really really
ว่า
seen
จะ
it
ต้อง
yet.
แบบกอดเหมื
Had
อนเมื่อ
that
ก่อน
one round where they could have picked it up, but even then, not
แต่
able
พอ
to
เล่นไม่
recover
ตรง
it. Red
ไม่
look
ได้
good
ฟ
for
อ
the
ร์ม
first
แบบ
kill
เอ
on
อ
C
คนมัน
site,
ก็เลย
but
เซล
doesn't
เยอะ
last long.
โดนแซว โดน
Now
เฮ
it's
เตอ
just
ร์
going to be a Bulldog Stinger and a Sheriff left. And look at this RQ, they're so far ahead. They say, eke around for you, doesn't matter. We'll use the lockdown and absolutely secure this. Scary still waiting to see if it's going to be a wraparound, but eventually it will not be. RRQ not overthinking this either, as Darion gets a tag on that jump. Chimkin repeats this with the double.
โอ้ย
Almost
เน้น
loses both lives,
มีแบบเน้น
but Elmi Moore will be the sacrificial lamb.
And that's going to bring
Ôi,
the
đai
nightfall
vậy nhỉ?
available for RRQ, so the alt cycle is really good. But can they hold on? Did
Oh,
that help?
Zed.
Flip just taking Zed
Wow.
down as he's trying to creep in.
Yeah, Zest a little bit ahead of Scary, as Scary was so far out. Not much time to regroup. Even if they did, it was just a stinger. And sure, Scary's done heroic things throughout his entire career. But right now, this is not the situation he wanted to find himself in. The paint shells tick him down. Might get the kills, but RRQ deciding to respect the space. And he will have to back off. Just trying to fake that out. Just seeing if he can pick up a weapon even.
Really
Creeping
wants
up.
it, but it's going to have to be quick.
Just looking for an exit frag, and now he says, okay, that's the last of the timers. Should be able to get out just in time, far away from the site as he gets out with a Vandal.
Yeah, love the decision making here. I'm not against using that lockdown at this point. You've been holding on to it for quite a while. Since this operator has been so strong for Xfero, he's never really needed to get into a position, or they had to use a showstopper to take him down in one case. That's a nasty shot. That's a nasty shot.
I mean, they found their right positions on RRQ. It took a little while, but the Sentinel, the primary opper, Xfero looking energized. He looks happy to be in this new role.
Yeah, man, I love it. I mean, you know, we saw so much good things from Elmi Moore in terms of his, Cypher play in particular, but this swap is working a treat so far, and Chemkin just winning out over Scary.
Yeah, there's that crossfire through the toxic screen. They get a sight of it, and they'll just spray him down. And despite the Yuso dump, Bleed just cannot gain control early on in the round on any of these so far, the 10 first rounds of Lotus.
Yeah, and you still have a nightfall here for Elmi Moore, so this A-hold, Ye trying to play close to the door, trying to see if he can play some counter to this ult that might come through. A lot of times teams are going to do it, but he's actually going to lead with the Prowler first, and then they're going to change direction, maybe over towards B once again. They've been doing this so many times to great effect.
Yeah, then the nightfall into B. I mean, they know that Bleed was prepared for this with the Yuzo dump on Rumble, so they're just holding on to that. Still a one-for-one trade, and Jemkin just clears the site. Xfero's holding the angle just in case, but now they won't even take the chance. They'll go all the way to C site. RQ is here trying to make sure that they get a clean win today against Bleed Esports. And they may not even drop a round at this straight as they clean B site once again.
I mean, just the
ไม่มีทรง
brilliance
เลย
here to just say, well,
หลับสนิทเลย
we know where the last couple players are. We can set up a crossfire. We can move over, make it easy on ourselves. That's just tremendous understanding of the game, tremendous fundamentals that RRQ is showing here right now. I mean, this is
ว่าหนักกว่าเจสซี่ก็อันนี้แหละ
this is beyond desperate for Bleed at this point. 10 rounds already. I mean, yes, this is generally an attacker-sided
ฟอร์ม
map.
ไม่มาเลย
Pacific sometimes not, but generally throughout the world.
RRQ แผน
And
เดื
now
อ
you
ด
have a
มาก
couple ults. This round kind of has to go. You have a lockdown and a
Yeah.
nightfall of your own.
I mean, if you don't win this, that 13-0 is looming over your head.
Yep.
We might be setting more records than one here today at VCT Pacific. Not the ones of the good kind. Retla being pressured. He saw the decay, so he thinks he has a chance. But Jemkin is just on fire off the gate. He goes down for a crouch swing as well. The double, the teamwork for RRQ. And then they back off. They've lost audio. They don't want to just barrel in without information. The overheating RRQ just not present today, unfortunately for Bleed. And now Bleed slowly re-clearing the areas, but it's just the crossfires. They
เอ็ม
know
ดิฟหรอวะหรืออะไรวะ
they are just starving for information. RQ waits for it, and they will be
ดับเบิล
rewarded
โท
once
ลิมิ
again.
มอร์ฟิฟไซเดอร์เนี่ย
What
โหด
are
มาก
you supposed to do? I mean, Scary's going to have to pull off another one of those just miraculous clutches. It feels like Ye's trying to come to help him. From there, okay.
Okay, I mean, Jemkin was kind of predicting it, but
หรือว่าจะนับ
that
หนึ่ง
is a spike down. Now 45 seconds. Xfero's ready for it, but he's still walking. Now with 2 2, Scary holds on to
ช่วย
it.
กัน
And Ye knows the
เฮ้ย
link is
เอาแล้ว
coming.
เอาอะ
And Bleed, a
ไอ้เหี้ยในที่สุด
desperately needed round win
กู
goes
จะ
their
รู้
way.
อะ
Okay. That's what I wanted to see. I don't like that they had to be in that position in the first place.
ไอ้เหี้ยมึงดูดิคนเกลียดเยกัน
I was just
ได้
gonna
วินดู
say
มันเฮ
earlier,
กัน
I'm like, I don't know what else there. I mean, Demkin just kind of backed into it,
นุ่น
but
อะไรนะ
it's like
คนมันจะเกลียดเยได้ไงได้วินหนึ่งนี่มันเยคัมแบ็ก
giving it away.
เย่กันแบ
But
สัตว์เอ้ย
I mean, I
เดี๋ยว
like
กวน
what
ตีน
RRQ
เข้าไปเลย
that's
นะ
all I can say. I feel like a broken record
กวนอย่าง
coming
ตี
through
น
those 10 rounds in a row. Just so many good things being done. Individual heroics, okay, sure, that's nice.
มองไปที่แมป2เลยว่านะ
Is that going to be
มัน
the
ดู
start
นี่
of
แบบว่า
anything for
ไม่แต่
Bleed on this map
ไม่
on
ดั
their
ง
map
เผื่อ
pick?
มีภาพ
คัมแบ็กนาน
Yeah, I mean,
ยากไปหน่อยวะ
yeah, you get
แม่
the
ง
right
ไก่
read
ไก่
when it
มาก
comes
เลย
down to
ไอ้
a
เดียเอ็ก
2v3
มันยังเคย 11-2 มันยังแฮม
How
แบ็ก
do
เล
you
ยนะ
escape being in that position in the first
โห
place
แต่
is
ดู
a
จาก
big
ฟอร์มมัน
question. Now upping the pace for RRQ.
ตอนแรกมันโดนยับหมาแบบนี้เลย
as well to clear out Baby Door C's to clear out Waterfall. Now it's a quick flood in from rotating door from Ye, but he gets kind of stuck. Not much room to jiggle as that door's closing on him.
บาซูก้า
And now the pit used to cover Baby Door.
ยิน
Heaven
ดี
still
ต้อนรับเข้า
slightly
สู่โลก
open
ของฉัน
for Bleed's retake. Estrella now on the lurk. Does he go for a peek out? He does. A little too far out.
Scary
Scary's waiting for it. He knows that RRQ's been winning these rounds thanks to the deep lurks and the late lurks. Now just to bounce out away from that lockdown. Scary looking for a timing. We're going to see the
Flip,
Taints
don't
come in.
say.
Darian starts to push in. The
Lord.
Viper's pit.
Lord,
has
Lord,
gone
ไอ้
down
ประตู
off
หัน
that
ษา
down
บอ
Prowler.
ย
They know that Scary's still here, so
Ooh,
RRQ
wait.
wants to push out.
มัน
They
ต้องออก
wanna
มา
clear
เอา
this
อ่ะ
out
ไม่งั้น
first.
มัน
They're trying to get back in. Elmimore can't. So it's all up to
เฮ้ย
Xfero.
มุม
He
แกล้ง
can't
แจ่ม
get the
ว่ะ
spam through the wall. And that will be the second round for
ได้ปื
Bleed
น
as
พ
we
กหน่อย
finish
ไหม
the first half.
Yeah,
เริ่มแบบ
I mean,
เริ่มมา
eventually these ults can come into play and give you a couple rounds for sure, and that's what you need. Just
มาแล้วคัมแบ็กมึงดูว่าเมื่อกี้ RQ แพ้วะเพราะเย่เปิดประตูไอ้เหี้ย
แพ้เพราะอะไรนะ
เย่เปิดประตู
ใช่เหรอ
เย่สแกรี่วะสแกรี่ดิ
ส
เปิด
แก
ประตู
รี่
สแกรี่เปิดประตูไว้สัสพอมันถอยออกมาหมดแล้วแบบมันกลับแต่มันก็โดนตีคิวจอยกดดันนี่หรอ
เออ
นั้นโดนยึดหมดเลย
but instead it's red. That being said, still have the lockdown. You can still get in there, clear out that
กล้องนี้
pit.
กล้องนี้
You
กล้อง
know,
นี้ครับ
RRQ
ลุง
kind of overcommitting
Oh,
the
กล้องนี้ด้วย
scary side of it. That did cost them that round.
น้องน้อย
However, I miss
พอกล้องนี้จับ
หน้าตาน่ารักจัด
I know, we all do.
I mean, there's
Lùm
a,
lò
like,
nó
you
mới
just
tô
see
khinh.
the impact this
tô
guy
khinh
used
lò
to
này, để
have
còn đi.
across the entire world with some of the most amazing highlights we've seen. But right now, Ye,
วัยกำลังจะแตก
it's
หนุ่ม
really just focused on getting
Ủa,
back into
là
that
phát lên
comfort
vậy đó.
zone on stage. And it's not just about Ye alone.
วัยนี้น่าจะ
It's
สัก
about the
5 ปี
entire Bleed squad. Several of these players. I mean, Scary also used to send waves
Malò.
throughout
Wow.
APAC and SEA, but currently not quite finding the same value on the big stage as he's rejoining in Tier 1 of VCT.
มาแล้วบุก
It is a bit unfortunate so far.
กูว่าเซนเนี่ยแหละที่ยังไม่ตื่น
Guard
2-3 แมตช์แล้ว
Bleed hasn't really shown, you know,
เซกับ
what
เดยอน
maybe
เคยอยู่
hoped
ทีมเดียว
they
กันปะ
could with this
Yeah.
stacked
ไม่เคย
roster.
นะ
That being said, you know, you gotta tip your cap to RQ. Game plan's been good so far.
แต่เขาเป็นคนเกาหลีเหมือน
Basically
กั
a
นนะ
must-win pistol for Bleed
เด
here
ยอนเหมื
coming
อน
into
ไม่ใช่
their
คนเกาหลี
attacker
นะ
side.
คนเกาหลี
เดยอนสิงคโปร์ปะไม่รู้ว่ะ
Three-man
เกาหลี
stack,
ปะ
that quintessential
ไม่ใช่เกาหลี
sort of omen fade raise combo towards Rubble.
ชื่อยอน
See,
นี่
they've
น่าจะ
got the paranoia ready.
คนเกาหลีปะ
Got the prowlers ready to try to contest this
Tote
space,
Yon.
but going on a bit of walkabout is
สิงค
Ye
โปร์
towards
จะตั้ง
that
ชื่อดู
site.
เกาหลี
There's that tricky
อ๋อ
alarm bot right around the corner.
Yeah, and Estrellas ready for it. Wants to
เพราะว่า
make
ชอบ
sure
แพ
that he
ยอน
has
ก็
an
เลย
escape.
ตั้งเป็น
Here's the
โปเตยอน
Prowler.
อะไร
Doesn't
แบบ
use
นี้
the paranoia. He's gonna use it to try to counter out. He actually catches Ye on
ไปแล้วไอ้
the
เหี้ย
entry as
ว่า
well.
เกมหน้าเลย
Then the
โดน
toss
บาย
comes
เดิน
up.
แบบ
There's
ว่า
the
ตา
game. He does
ปิด
find
ไปเลย
himself
เมื่อ
with
กี้
another drop, but Darian just cannot go and continue on to a second
Oh,
kill.
เขาเป็น
You
คน
still
สิงห์
got
บุ
the
รี
killjoy. Xfero
Oh, สิงห์บุ
over
รี
on the C side. Immediate backup
Rua.
from Waterfall
คนสิง
from
ห์บุรี
Flipstrider as
RRQ
well. Now
win.
a reset on both sides. Bleed, faking the rotate. Now Omimore, he wants to know. He hears the shot. It's good timing for that haunt.
Yeah, it's so nice to get that in there. Just waiting for this. Our two players
สิงห์บุรี
now
คือที่ไหนวะ
sliding over for
อยู่ข้าง
RRQ.
จังหวัดอะไร
Or to fake the C hit.
Again.
Yeah, it looks like
Hey,
it's going
what?
to be another attempt towards B.
Yeah, but Xfero's still holding that angle. He doesn't hear anything just yet. And look at this. I mean, RQ, they're all just hiding themselves until they know for certain
30 seconds
where they
left.
want to go for the retake. Now they'll hear the plant.
Play for trades, yeah.
Omimore's a little too low, so RQ just letting the plant go.
เออ
But
โดน
in
ไปเคียว
fact,
จะฟอร์มเหมือน
Bleed
กัน
might be overthinking this
ลง
a
ซ้ำ
bit as they want to try to dwindle the
หมด
numbers. But
เว
too
ลา
many numbers, the reloads come in.
Reload.
And eventually Xfero swings around for the
กูเหลือ
trade.
จะเชื่อว่ะ
It's going to be RQ
มันไม่
leading
ตายจ
11
ริงๆ
to
เหรอวะ
2
พี
off
ค
the
3 คน
pistol.
กันเลยดิ
sort of a change up there attempted to be thrown by Bleed, but like you said, RRQ just sitting on that pitch, waiting for it, and they knock it out of the park.
Yeah, I get it, right? I mean, when you're down like that, especially on a pistol, yes, you want to dwindle the numbers. You don't have enough time because if you stick the plan, you're going to have an even tougher duel. But the thing is the fakes just didn't work, and B site was already prepared.
ยืนแล้ววะ
And Elmimore feeling victory close here on map 1. Stands up to send a message across the stage.
Force buy has to come through for Bleed. Sheriff's in a stinger. It's all they could afford, though.
Yeah, it's not the best force buy either, right?
No, and the Outlaw as well can make quick work of this. This is made going for force buy is even more difficult with this gun in the current game.
What is this angle?
No idea.
Yeah, just under that one way. He's ready.
อุ้ยกูละเสียว
Swing
จริ
around
ง
the door as well. He will eventually actually get smoked out. So Ye not going to be able to go for a bit of a duel
เออ
there.
ว่ะเยเพิ่งเห็นกล้องจะสิงเข้าไปในจอแล้วเหรอวะ
There's that outside alarm bot though. A lot of teams have been using this across the world, where it just gains you so much information early. You know that the full force still isn't there, so Xfero's still feeling safe.
ปืนลาว
You're
ล่า
off
กระ
the
ต่าย
site. You've
โค
got
ตร
that
คุ้มเลย
nanoswarm that you can pop. There's that poison cloud as well. He pops it. No one's entering through that on an eco. Now they just have to back out. Leaves a lurk.
They have no idea what to do. I mean, they're lost, and they know they can't go up against an Outlaw without losing at least one through that push. So they're going to try to reaggress towards a different part of the map, and this is the right thing to do in this scenario for sure. But it is going to be Elmimore with a Guardian going to hear that haunt, and he's going to be waiting with open arms. Now, they did try to take the player in.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, they're looking for these lurks. It's in their heads.
Yeah, if Retla can get a kill here, make sure to draw the attention away from A. He goes for the shot, but here's the thing, there's still so many members of RRQ alive, and they still don't see the peak. Eventually get the kill, they see it's the Viper, and now RRQ knows. They still won't greed for this either.
ฟอร์สบาย
And
ด้วยเนี่ย
RRQ playing it patiently, playing with the numbers, doesn't want to give over any of these powerful weapons. Jerion holding close for the Stinger. Yeah, it's going to be predictable, but he'll still have to go for it. Has to shut down
RRQ
the crossfire coming in from
เป็นโอ
RRQ.
นิก
He's
เก่าใช่
reaching
ไหม
two members
มอน
up.
มอนเย็ดเคยอยู่
And
ในทีม
only Scary
ได้โอนิกกับ
holding
บู
an
ม
off angle next to that spike. Now the push out from Bleed. And Xfero is ready for it. He knows he'll have to get antsy. Still one more up there, but it's going to be the swing around. Not enough members left alive for Bleed as RRQ reach map point 12-2.
Thank you.
Tremendous work here from RRQ.
Save the day.
Patience pays off in this round. Just holding tight on C and B. Kind of expecting one of those two sites with the weaker buy no matter what. You know, no matter how many credits they invest in that round, it wasn't going to be great for Bleed. That Outlaw working a treat there for Xfero. Sure, he dies, but didn't matter. Yeah, he's like, go get my Outlaw, go get my Outlaw.
Yeah, he's been doing work with it.
He knows they can't afford full armors.
Yep. Has that in the back of his mind. 12-7-3. Chemkin also 12-6. Elmimore 12-6. Everyone having, quite frankly, one of the best games they've had since joining
เซฟบอก
RRQ.
สกอร์กูดูดีขึ้นมาเลย
What a
มาเจอ
time to
แบบ
have it as they try to put another win on the board here in Group Omega. Of course, still a best of 3, but this is their opponent's pick.
And you got to think with Icebox coming up next, hasn't been the best map for Bleed, so trying to right the wrongs of previous history. Certainly we see it all the time where teams are able to take their map picks off of each other, but this one starts to feel like a potential GG go next.
I mean, look at the map, right? Look at Xfero. He's already cleaned out the entire left half of the map, and Bleed, they're just trapped. But as you've called it before, Paper, then they still feel a little lost as they just don't have any information on their own. They might sense that they are trapped, but they're not feeling confident pushing in, as they're not quite sure. They just wish that there would be a peak. Normally RRQ peaks. Normally they overheat. Why is that not happening? That's the thought behind Bleed's head. And now a jump peek and a double. And Xfero still stabilizes for the second. Doesn't want to waste time on the reload. And now the cutoff on the backup as well from the rotation. RRQ perfectly pressuring the weak points of Bleed.
And you've still got some KJ util. He's going to have the info, hearing all these footsteps outside of the door, but going to play it safe.
Okay.
Wait for the rest of the team to get there. The right move for sure. Flips, being aware of any lurks, but there are none to be had. All three members of Bleed are right there. And that is a great paint shells.
And the spam comes through the wall as well. I love the delayed paint shells. Make sure that they have to eat the damage at the very least, but the spam helps pick up the kill.
ทรงไอบล็อกจะเป็นอย่างไร
ว่าครับทรงนี้แหละ
ฉันคงต้องทำใจ
Justerion and Retla, neither at full health. The Outlaw creeping up against him as well. Jemkin will get one, and Retla gets two. Can he get a
Oi.
third? He gets it. This spot and bleed.
ช็อต
Can
ได้
the
ความมั่นใจ
Mirror
สักหน่อยไหม
Fight again? No, it will be
Oh.
Estrella that shuts it down. An absolute
ไม่น่าเชื่อไอ้นี่
โหดมาก RQ โหดอยู่แล้วอะโหดมากเลยนะ
RQ มันเดือดจังวะ
โหโหดแล้วฟอร์มยังโหดอยู่
ดูที่แน่มันไม่ได้แพ้นี่หว่า RQ มันไปตบซีเคร็ตมาด้วยนะเว้ย
เหมือนจังหวะยังไม่ค่อยเข้ากันนะ
เหมือนงงอ่ะไอ้เหี้ยเหมือนกูดูเหมือนแรงเกมอ่ะพับบิกเกม ชิวจัดฉีดแบบอันฟ้าแพ้แล้วเพี่แมตช์ที่ 2ครับยิงเล่นดีกว่าระหว่างรอ RQ โหดนะผมว่า คือง่ายสมมุติว่าถ้า Tier S เป็น Gen G Paper เล็กอะ RQ คือ Tier A อะอันนี้ไม่ได้กวนตีนนะ ผมว่ามันโหดนะเว้ย RQ มันเคยสู้ Gen G ได้ด้วยนะ แล้วสกอร์ตอนที่มันแพ้ Gen G คือสูสีนะ ไม่ได้แบบ ไม่ได้โดนตบขาดอะไรเงี้ยมันโหด จัดเทียร์ยิ่งมีภาพเลยตอนเนี้ย เนี่ยเรามาจัดเทียร์เล่นๆกันไหมเนี่ยจัดสดเลย ไม่เล่นแล้วไอ้ฟาโลนอันนี้ในความคิดผมนะ ผมไม่ได้แบบว่า จับจอนี้แล้วกัน อ่ะ จัดเล่นๆเลย อันนี้ เริ่มจากบลีดเนี่ย มันแบ่งเป็นอย่างนี้ว่ะ อันนี้คือครบปะทีม น่าจะครบหรือมั้งบลีดเนี่ยผมให้ตอนนี้อยู่สี่อ่ะ DFM อยู่สี่ DRX กับอยู่นี้ GNT อยู่นี่ จัดเร็วไหม GE อ่ะผมให้อยู่ประมาณ GE เหรอวะ GE ตอนนี้ ถ้าฟอร์มตอนนี้น่าจะประมาณตรงนี้ นี่ RRQ มันไม่ใช่เทียร์อันนี้คือเป็น A อ่ะตาเปลี่ยน A S A B C มาจัดแค่นี้บอก RRQ อะอยู่ตรงนี้ อ่ะ T1 T1 น่าจะ ฟอร์มตอนนี้หรือว่า T1 T1 ถ้าเกิดไม่ได้แพ้ EDFM อ่ะผมว่าอยู่ A เว้ย แต่ตอนนี้อาการหนักอยู่ตรงนี้แล้วกัน ว่าทีอันยูเอว่ะทารอนยูบีดีเคดยูบีสตาร์ยูบีเนี่ยประมาณเนี้ยอันนี้คือเทียร์ในใจผมนะตอนเนี้ย ถ้ามี B บวกอ่ะลองละเอียดหน่อย A A ลบ B บวก B อันนี้ต้องเป็น A นี่ A บวก ถ้าจัดละเอียดหน่อย C แล้วจัดละเอียดหน่อยก็ RQ จะอยู่นี้ T1 จะอยู่ประมาณตรงนี้ อ่ะตัวนี้ ถ้ารอนจะอยู่อย่างนี้ B จะอยู่นี้ นี่ไม่ต่างจากเดิม เซต้าจะอยู่มัน B บวก มันไม่มีไอ้นี่เหรอวะ เอามีนี่มาซีเคทจะอยู่มัน B บวก นี่ประมาณตรงนี้ที่ผม นี่คือเทียโดยผมเอง IGL ตอนนี้เป็นน้องพลใช่ไหมแอบเล่นเกมแบบนี้โอ้ยาว IGL คือคนสั่งแผนนะครับเป็นคนอ่า เนี่ยคิดว่าถ้าบีดดึง RB มาพร้อมเซตส่งจะดีไหมน่าจะดีกว่าครับเฮ้ยแข่งแล้วนี่ว่าเปิดเสียงแป๊บ
We'll see if they can bounce back. Now, RRQ on this icebox. It wasn't a clean victory last week against Team Secret. It was definitely a bit of a struggle until that overtime.
I mean, it took Jemkin heroics to really get them over the line in that one. I mean, this is the side of the map that Bleed did do some damage to Talon on. I'm just concerned about when they switch over to that defender side. Maybe having that Viper in there is going to give them a little bit more comfort. It gives you a lot more map control than the Harbor does, especially on that defender side. You know, those toxic screens are so valuable for delaying and setting up your retakes and things like that. I mean, you could try it with the Harbor, but it just didn't seem like it was there just yet. And Bleed is taking their sweet time trying to sell a bit of a fake. And a few members biting for RRQ.
It's working out, right? You draw out Elmimore from that Sova all the way from B site, and now Estrella all alone as the lone Viper. But look at this deep lurk already from Xfero. You've already got the plant covered. He will be spotted by the turret if he goes any further. For the time being, Spike Plant still hasn't happened. Elmimore dancing on top of the bridge, but that's a double kill for Bleed. Scary and Ye one each, but an immediate answer back from Jemkin and Xfero. Now a 3v2 in favor of Bleed. You still don't have the Spike planted. Wingman being sent out. Flips, he knows that they just have to pay for time, but dropping the screen to make sure they can cover for Wingman. It's going to be Bleed. Looking strong in the pistol, only 25 HP and a dream for Jemkin.
13-2
Creeping forward.
เขาควรให้เยเป็นเซนติเนลไหมแล้วแต่ครับมันก็ได้หมดแล้วแต่ถนัดดีกว่าเยมันอาจจะไม่มั่นใจเซนติเนลก็ได้นะณปัจจุบัน
Just doing a good job, just selling some fake info long enough that they're able to get to the site and kind of get their feet planted. And some big shots coming out from your big players, Scary and Ye, to open things up. That's what you need. That's what's going to get the engine churning here for Bleed. And even a little bit of a wry smile there from Zest, starting to feel like, okay, maybe we can do this. This is how it started on their attacker side with Talon. They're able to get the win, get the follow-up. Can they find some value? All classics for the side of RRQ. Jemkin going for it. He gets the spot. That's no way.
That's a rough one with the classic. But what I love is that Bleed puts up that turret, right? They're aware of that potential push out. They don't want to take any chances. You're going to have to clear it on this eco. So now 5 classics on the side of RRQ. Yeah, you have the read that it's an A push, but you don't have the weaponry to combat it. So now regrouping towards mid. RRQ just looking for a bit of a curveball that they can throw. The real deal here is on the map. You can see Scary holding on to Garage for B main. They've always had a rotate in the back of their minds. Continue to put on the pressure. Do we see Darion putting out any more util on the side of A? No, it's just going to be the hold from Retla. Long range with the Bulldog.
I love this choice here from Bleed, recognizing that the A site was going to be the more difficult of two options for sure, especially with that longer range utility in your hands. Some of those right clicks around those corners, around 410 and around nest, going to be difficult. A little bit of damage to EA on the turret. Xfero maybe looking for a one and done, but contact there, trying to delay, can't.
I love this from Zest as well, right? Taps the spike on his own first to see if there's a peek out, backs out and sends Wingman afterwards. Just great usage of that utility. Definitely looking a lot more comfortable than he did his first time around with that Gecko. Give him a week, he'll start to learn all the tricks of the trade. Retla now going for a deep lurk through tube as well. Really wants to make sure they snowball their ult economy forward. Flips is watching for it though. He'll get one kill. Retla recognizing he's been spotted. He snaps on the two. Getting comfy on the stage here for Bleed Esports.
Last player standing. Flawless.
เชี่ยมาว่ะ Flawless
There's the flawless.
Oh, there's the flawless.
Congrats, Victoria.
T-Rick for Quack to kill you. So, yes.
มาแล้ววะ
Everybody celebrate. I'm sorry, my friends. We are friends, just in case any of the viewers are wondering.
หลาย
Yeah.
F
คืออะไร
It's a lot to see their friends lose. I mean,
I didn't even realize.
มันเหลือเชื่อ กูเหลือเชื่อเมื่อกี้
I
มึง
totally
ดูดิ
forgot about it 2 rounds
แบบ
in.
ฟอร์เรสเลยนะเว้ย
Oh, man.
But it just, yeah, it was like
Nhân
kind
ba-
of knocked your
nhân lại
mind
ba?
'cause it is the
กูอย่าหลายอู้นะมาตอนนี้
Yeah,
นะ
but it's a flawless nonetheless.
still very good.
สู้ราบัวไล่บีราบัวซับ
Yeah, Vic's dancing out here, ranking up on the guessing game board.
อุ้ยมันใจมาแล้ววะ
Bleed, they're going to need a lot more than that. I mean, you can get, the pistol and the anti-eco, but it's a long haul all
Ma
the
แล้วค
way
รับ
forward if you want to get to that third map of Breeze.
แมปเขาเราเก่ง
And being a little bit proactive is RRQ, just kind of
ขออนุญาตมองแมป3แมป3เลยเหรอ่ะ
walkabout. And Retla there, gonna get spotted by the turret though, so contact made. Nobody other than the Gecko. Flip sider just double checking, making sure that there's
ทำไม
not
จอ
going
มัน
to
ใกล้จัง
be
วะ
some kind of pincered attack onto the A site. Instead, just waiting this out are Jemkin and Elmimore. Flips now making his way back over. Let's see if RRQ can hang on in their gun round.
They've got the nano swarms to buy time as well. You've got Jemkin up on top of the screens. This is going to be a drone that finds a lot of information. They're aware of it. Jemkin sees the spot as well. He's ready for it. So he gets the advantage over Ye. They dodge all the flashes as they're swarming on the site. And now the spike has been dropped as Zest once again trying to go for the tap. He gets picked off from long range. Elmimore with another kill. Scary answers back, but it's still a 2v4. Spike down inside the site. And Elmimore leaps forward off of that toxic screen, and he's ready for the quick 2-tap. 4 kills for Elmimore.
That reminds me right there so much of what Team Secret was doing to Zeta, where they just wait. They'd wait for all that util, then after it's expended, it's like they just snap their fingers and they are going to hammer you down. Now it helps that Jemkin hits a banger shot there on the Ye. That absolutely opens up some space.
เขามีปืน
Still,
รอบนี้โบนัสลาว
the decisiveness.
ตะครีนนะเนี้ย
tucking
นะ
himself in behind that
โคตร
toxic screen. And the expected round win for RRQ in a way, and already
เอาตั้งแต่อันแรกเลย
very, very early timeout. I mean,
ต้องเอาหน่อย
This is a little surprising.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you had a rough first map, but it has to be something that he's hearing in the comms, something breaking off, because from what we've seen, yes, RRQ played this very well. Yes, you might have been caught off guard a little bit. Yeah, he gets taken out early. But all in all, it's an upgraded bonus for you. It was a little bit rough. You now read a little bit of what's going on. And perhaps that's a part of it. Perhaps Lagia feeling that, the players in the server not able to catch on to the patterns quick enough. He wants to kind of mitigate the bleeding, so to speak, no pun intended, early on in this map.
Nah, embrace the
ถ้านั่งสุขภาพดีนะค
bad
รับ
puns, Will.
It was all intended.
Yeah, no,
Bleed
I
is
mean-
bleeding.
I really just think it's, in my mind, if I'm the coach here, I saw what happened
RRQ
in the
มันเอา
previous game, right?
Professor
I
มาเป็น
watched
ไอ้
that
นี่เหรอ
icebox, and I want to get ahead
เป็นโค้ด
of these util dumps not being effective, not being, able to really catch any targets where they need to.
Sure.
Finding ways to push and pull the map a little bit more. Try to bait out some of the utility of RRQ. Try to bait out some of their players. See if you can isolate some of them. See if you can do a little bit more damage. A little bit of a pacier hit. Potentially, nope, they're just going to look for those picks. That's fine. This is a decent start. spread the map, work the map, something that Zeta was not really able ever to accomplish.
Yeah, they were all kind of tunnel visioned on one side.
กูอยากรู้ว่าเย่มัน
change up the timings, but at the
มัน
very
มอง
least,
นี่แบบมันจะหน้ามันจะชน
trying
จอ
to get rid of the
หรือแค่
opponent's
เหลือบตา
util
มอง
while expanding their control over the map. They've covered green already, so if they ever want to rotate, they're not going to have to expend too much. However, mid droned out from RRQ. Now we're going to hear it on the side of Scary. Not quite sure if he was spotted. Looks like it wasn't. So Poison Cloud goes up, and RRQ decides to just regroup. They're aware that there might be a late lurk, so the Gecko goes back, but it's been a regroup over to B. Now Nanoswarm's not popped just yet. His alarm bot not destroyed yet. One way comes up, and Bleed, they're going to dash in, and Gay is caught in all this util. He already took so much damage on the way in. There is a trade. The Killjoy now taken down, and Scary already holding the angle under the one-way. Wingman being sent for that Spike
เรียบร้อย
plant. It gets taken down. Spike now stranded.
เฮ้ยเลดล่าว่ะเชิงหนา
Outside of the B plant zone. Retla in a tied 1v1. Jemkin eliminates him. Now a stabilized 3v3. Recon spends a little extra time.
กูบอกเลยถ้ารีคอนดอกเมื่อกี้ได้สแกนนะกูว่าแตกหมดอ่ะ3คนอ่ะ
Even further, all 3 members of RRQ have arrived on the scene. It's a quick kill for Elmimore. Scary answers back. You have to stick the plan. Elmimore takes out Scary, and he's gonna get the triple. 2-2 tied up for RRQ.
Yeah, last couple rounds, Elmimore having a ton of success. 7 kills in 2 rounds for him. Gets the Hunter's Fury available. Really good patience. Tremendous patience from X-Sparrow on this. Him and Estrella just waiting this until the last possible moment to pop their mollies and shut Gay down. And then this lurk accounted for by Jemkin. Retla just a step too late to catch Jemkin in the back. What can you say about RRQ today? It seems like they're just so well mentally prepared for all the situations that they could run into on this map. And Bleed, I think that's some good things in that round. It's just not enough.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, definitely looking a lot better with a game plan here on Icebox compared to their own pick on Lotus. So sure, it's early on in the game. We've seen a lot of 2-2 score lines. And things will flip on its head on an instant, but this one's going to be a tough round to make that happen as it's all shares. They spot the op. Yay doesn't want to deal with that. It's going to be a quick rotate all the way over to A, but they'll have to make it speedy as we're going to start to see the rotates coming out from RRQ shortly. Operator on the minimap slowly receding away from B site. Meanwhile, just holding onto screens from the 2 initiators. Thrash will be used as well. Bleed wanting to make sure that they can take as much space as possible to set up for the post plant. But with all Sheriffs, what's the most ideal scenario here? Shock Dart's coming out, and so is Hunter's Fury. They want to deny the plant to make sure that they can go for a flood retake. The 0 point denies any more shots out of that ultimate. But now RRQ has all arrived, and they've got the weaponry. The Dizzy will hold them at bay for the time being. Darion already down. Now Nanoswarm's activated. Wingman trying to buy time to clear out the site just a bit further here from RRQ. Estrella gets another shot on that double peak. 3 members left for Bleed, all pushed out away from the site. Retla gets one on the push out. There's the mosh, but it's just outside, it seems, as Jemkin will be able to stick the defuse.
Well, a few consolation kills at the end of the round, but it is going to be the cleanup for X-Sparrow with 2 at the end. This is like, I feel like I'm watching the same game that we watched earlier on Icebox. I mean, it's the exact same kind of strategies. You use the Hunter's Fury to delay. You set up for these retakes. You dodge all the early utility. The Thrash completely wasted. Not, you know, it's not like it's not a good idea. It's not like you don't want to use that to clear the space and do those kind of things. But RRQ is a step ahead of you. They know that this utility is coming. They expect it, and therefore they're just playing outside of A. They're over in mid by Boiler, just chilling, just waiting, and there's no pressure on them. They can just wait you out and then just flood retake. So, what are you gonna do?
I mean, we've seen it so much, on this
เย่เปลี่ยนมาใช้ไกอาร์แล้วว่ะ
The strength is the double flash. The strength is the util dump. You just wait for it. That post plant gets a little tricky. So Bleed now trying to work the middle of the map a little bit as well. Maybe give themselves a little bit more breathing room with a lure, or at least some extra pressure. And RRQ, their thought process is, let's just clear it. Give the site once again. Sure, there's a pit in Scary's hand, but we have Thrash on the side of Flips. And RRQ, they clear out mid. No lurk remaining for the time. So now all eyes set onto the A site once again.
ร่างกายออกซิเจนจะทำให้เราหาว
See the util dump once again. Again, so much used. Mosh, you see the flash drives, you see the Dizzy. There's a 0 point, and now a pick goes up. The Thrash wants the timing on it. It's going to be used before the spike finishes. Yay on the outside. This is going to be crucial for
Who's the
RRQ
guy
to be able to try to clear that out. Scary will get 1 kill onto Elmimore. Now Thrash already expended. Scary holding on close inside the pit and back. Starts back out. Yay getting 1 kill. He gets traded out immediately, but the pit still stays alive. Scary's outside of it. He is all over the spike as RRQ cannot find an approach. Bleed finally stabilizing and resetting the round score as Estrella just waits to see if he can get a couple more kills. The Cred situation very healthy on the side of RQ. He wants to do some damage, trying to get up to that Viper's pit. He'll get a couple extra points for it.
Yeah,
Scary
this
ตาย
is
หรือเปล่า
pretty well drawn up
น่าจะรอด
by Scary. The Scary wins them this round with his positioning, with the way he
ดูลำบาก
places
เนี่ย
the
มันจะได้
Viper's
แต่ละ
pit.
ราว
Because he
ไอ้
knows
สัตว์
there's the Thrash to counter it, he stands up on top of the box and places it from there so the Thrash can't get up to him, or at least make it easy to see him. Elmimore's trying to follow that Thrash in to see if he can catch anybody. Nobody home. So this is a really good read from Bleed.
เขียวแบบ
That's what you need
จอ
to
มัน
see
เขี
here.
ยว
You
กระ
want to
ทั่ง
see
แบบ
that
สะท้อน
bounce
ไป
back.
ที่
You
หน้า
want
น้อง
to
อ
see
ย่าง
these
เงี้ย
counter ideas. So well thought out.
หน้าเขียวจัด
Storm as well for another shot and the null command. So RRQ perhaps expecting a fast push. They want to meet him outside of A site. Now Bleed's not going to quite jump in for that early, but yeah, they're ready for it. They send in the util, the molly, and the shock dart to deny an early push out. Now Jemkin, sets up.
That's an op, man.
Yeah, he's going deep. He's spotted by the turret. He'll just shoot it.
ไม่รู้จะ
Just lets
ยิง
him
อะไร
know
ก่อน
that
แต่
this
โด
was
น
an
ก่อ
off
น
setup. Then it's a reset for RRQ.
But you suspect that that might be the weaker side. Still, they're going to try to go against the strong side of RRQ. Blades out for Yay. Trying to bust this through. You do have the null command for Darion as well.
Yeah, it gets used immediately. There's the dash out above. Just
Yeah,
trying
but
to push them back, making sure you have the sight lines. Good entry in from Yay. No kills just yet, but Darion will find
บอก
one.
ให้สิ
มาแล้ว
เพล
เย้
ง
Swivel right outside of
มี
that
เจ
top
จัก
screen.
ชก
เอ
แค่
อ
Trying
จุก
to
จัก
take
จุก
so
จัก
much
จัก
space, and they will be
อ้าว
rewarded so
อะไร
far.
เดี๋ยว
But Elmimore just
คิดมาไง
flew
อะ
out of nest all of a sudden, and now Bleed
ไม่โดนมันจะคั่ว
surrendered. They
มันมาไงวะ
catch the Sova.
โดนมันจะ
กูจำได้ว่าเมื่อกี้เป็นเพื่อนไม่ใช่เหรอ
Destroyed.
ไอ้เชี่ยมันแปลงร่างเป็นโซวาเฉย
Off in the hands of Jemkin.
เซตช็อตนี้แหละ
They don't want to peek out into this.
Shot
But
that
Elmimore so close,
Oh.
just has no idea. He
เฮ้
has
ย
been
ยัง
creeping
ไม่ทัน
up.
เกิดยังไม่ทันหายใจ
There is
เลย
the pit. How are you going to defend this post plant? The peek out from Scary. Tap hasn't happened yet, but Scary knows that there's more than one member. Another
ยากไปหน่อย
4K
แค่มีมอนี่เอาจัด
Elmimore is
Mark.
on one
เดือดมาก
right now.
ตึง
He is
เปรี้ย
just
นี้แหละ
running
Amy
these
Moore เลย
rounds over. Just spectacular play, spectacular awareness, spectacular timing, and having that Viper's pit to counter this play. I love what Bleed does. Good, it's a good push. It's a good clear for space, trying to get ahead of
ยังงง
things.
จริงนะ
Just Elmimore's having none of it. He's so clean, and he's just a step ahead of a couple of these players. That is filthy there, that last kill.
Yeah, I mean, he seems dialed in, but quite frankly, you can't really blame Bleed too much. How many players just choose to drop out of nest like that on your own to hold on to the site on a drop against two members that you know have already broken through the site?
Very few.
Yeah, it's one of those moves where just 1 second too early or too late, and it looks like a silly one.
Look where Flip's got. Completely unaccounted for, but he's already going to back off. A little bit wary that maybe overstayed his welcome.
Okay, the late scope in, but
Still.
both of them looking their
Hardcore.
first shots. The Jets will just back out. Don't want to deal with each other. Both of them giving the respect that on a repeat, either of them could win.
This round's so crucial for Bleed. Their economy on a precipice of being turned into another eco. You do have the lockdown available. However, Hunter's Fury to counter it a
แชทฝรั่งบ
lockdown
อก
as
เย
well.
วอนมาส
Here
เตอร์
for RRQ,
ไม่ใช่
so
แชมเปี้ยน
plenty tools.
Yeah, the lurk
Yeah, like
spawns
that.
on both sides.
ช
But
นะ
it's
มาส
Pharaoh,
เตอร์กับ
quite frankly,
ไม่ชนะ
trying
กัน
to
เพื่อน
know
เอ้ย
if there's
ที่
a
ทำ
lurk
พวก
at all. So he'll be happy with that information. Meanwhile, Spike
โอ้โห
still
กูระ
not
เบื่อเย้ย
planted
น้ำห
on
ก
the A site. Flips is already inside the site a little bit. Clears out screen side with Wingman, and he starts to creep up. Destroys the opponent's Wingman as well.
ยังจะมา
Spike
พีคเอา
still
วิงแมน
stranded
อีก
inside the site, and Ye
ทำมิ่ง
realizes where it
Ye
came
มา
from.
ว่ะ
He'll go for
มัน
the
ไม่ให้
clear
วางเลย
anymore. Trying for a trade, gets one.
โอ้ยไม่ให้
Now
วาง
the
จริง
lockdown. Spike still
แล้ว
stranded,
30 วิ
mind you. So Bleed, they have to have an answer. If they're gonna back
เอา
out,
แล้ว
they're
ปัก
gonna
สวน
start to
นะดิ
run out of time. As
โอ้โห
Elmimore
แล้วไซส์สวน
just
กลับ
sends the Hunter's Fury. Wants to make sure that they
มันเอา
can
สุดจัด
stay inside, and the lockdown will be destroyed.
แล้วเวลายังบีบ
I
เค้น
thought for a second there he
50
might
วิ
have missed it.
Ow.
Oh, Jemkin as
Oh,
well.
la
The
positionยัง
operator gonna
yeah.
take down Retla.
Yeah, this is one heck
โด
of
น
a
ไล่ออกมา
reset on this round. As now you have to creep in towards that off. And Yay, he did spot him on that swing around the corner, but not able to land the headshot.
10 seconds left.
Scary will do his best, but as you mentioned, a crucial round that they
Player
need to
standing.
win, and time is running out. RRQ just has to stay alive to get their 5th round win in the first half.
Yeah, this is, again, having that extra ult in the bag is kind of what tilts this towards
มันติไล่
RRQ's
เขาก็แก้
way. They have the Hunter's Fury to counter that lockdown. That is one of the important factors to consider in the agent compositions. You know, you don't have an ult command, maybe shut down Blade Storms, things like that. They make your executes a little bit easier, but doesn't matter. When you're playing as smart as RRQ is, playing back, getting Jemkin into position where he can do some serious damage with that Appa as well, buying him some time, buying him some space. All of those things working out in RRQ's favor.
แม่งมีมองแม่งมันอยู่
Now
คนเดียว
Jemkin being aggressive with this op.
Now, once again, it's just a fast
มี
push
คนยิง
out,
ให้ด้วย
trying to hide
อุ๊ยโดน
away
แฟลช
from that
What is
turret.
he
The
doing?
flash
Sorry.
lands long enough. He thinks he might not push
เดย
on
อน
it. We've seen some
เล่นเอง
players
กินเอง
eating
ส่งเอง
flashes and having the confidence. This time it doesn't pay off. Jemkin
Ui.
will pay for it, but Elmimore's truly the superstar
มั
of
นอยู่
this
คนเดียว
map
เลย
as he goes
หม
for
อเนี่ย
another
พลิก
opening
ขั้วโห
kill.
เลย
He's gonna snag that operator and juggle it back. Just off one kill. Oh no.
Oh, Flips finds one. He is a bit stranded on his own, so Dizzy will have to be spent out. Bretla wanted a timing, but Dizzy lasting just a bit longer. Estrella catches sight of one, catches sight of two, realizes he's trapped. Back up, not in time just yet, but Poison Cloud is Xfero, how does he reset for that?
RQ โหดทุกคนเลย
Moving
ว่ะ
to
เอ
the
ฟ
side, resets for the headshot, and now you know
โหดมาก
Bleed stranded on B main.
เป้าแบบ
Two
โหด
sheriffs
มาก
and one vandal available. You do have a thrash for Zest, so done a good job of getting those into his hands, but now you're looking at a difficult crossfire.
And with the toxic screen coming up, it's just going to be a snake bite and a bit of a spray to gain some information. RRQ not taking any chances. Xfero still clearing out any of that lurk. And Bleed will start to creep in closer. Yay, trying to hold these close angles right under. Be a curveball, a wild card, a joker that RRQ does not expect. See if that wingman spots him. It's bouncing back. It doesn't quite, but Elmimore will catch him at long range with the operator. And here's the
กำลัง
flank
โอ้เย่
from
เลย
Xfero all the way around mid.
ไหลยาวไหลยาว
Defuse first. Doesn't quite finish the half, but it doesn't matter as they have so much time to get their 6th round win.
Just beautiful stuff here from RRQ. Tremendous patience from Estrella, playing his life so nicely. I mean, Elmimore just, again, not sacrificing himself, you know, throwing himself out there to make sure that he can get that off juggled back.
Nice, bro.
Doing all the right things at the right time. You know, flips with that weird kind of deep play. He's trying to get under that nest a couple times. Almost gets a kill out of it. Yeah, yes, use the Dizzy to get out, but so what? You know, your other players are playing so well.
ตัวแล้วเหรอ
Xfero,
ขนาดฟิปไม่ต้องยิงเลยนะ
I could see
ส
Zest
บายสุด
watching for it. I was actually very keen onto Zest, but once that Ye went down, he had to turn his attention, had to throw the thrash in to try to make it go, and Ye's
Oh,
just
and
red.
they read this as well. The push on to 2.
โอ้
The
ไป
spray
สอง
down
อ่ะ
from
ดิ
Xfero. RRQ is just leaps ahead of
Boom,
Bleed in
man.
this best of 3 so far. It looked like things might stabilize a bit, and Zest will do his best to do so. But Helmimore, now all the way up to 18 kills in the first half. Nearly 2 kills per round for the Sova of RRQ.
And they stopped the plant, too, to make matters worse.
Yeah, it's stranded once again. How many times have we seen this in this first half?
โหแล้ว3กระบอกเล็งมา
Creep forward, and he expects it.
โอ้โห
Yeah, that's a triple.
เอาอะไร
High,
ไปรอ
low,
ด
left, right, it's
ดับเบิล
everywhere.
ดาเมจว่าโหดแล้ว อันนี้ทริปเปิลดา
And
เมจ
RRQ will continue the lead. Bleed looked like they had a good reset in between the maps. But now they're facing off against an Elmimore that is fired up, and Xfero that has the read. And RRQ,
โอ้โหแฟ
perhaps
ดมา
this
ก
is
ด
the
ค้าง
type
ไว้
of
เลยอะ
play, the type of potential that a lot of
มันต้อ
their
งมีคน
fans
เจ็บ
are
เหรอวะ
waiting for.
Oh,
อุ้ย
yeah.
เป้า
I mean, it is just incredible to see them firing on all cylinders like this, reading this tube push like a book. I like, again, don't mind the idea, don't mind the change of
โหด
play
ทาซาน
from
อ่ะทา
Bleed,
ซาน
where they're trying to go.
ศาสตร์
It's not quite the same as, you remember those old DRX pushes underneath tube where they would fast hit and plant on the top? It's
Yeah,
not
the
quite
jet
the same.
flies up, yep.
Yeah. Not quite the same, but had a
นี่
little
ข
bit
อ
of
พลัง
that
จากแล
feel
ก
to
คูน
it.
ว่ะ
It just is, again, read so well and, you know, just
อยาก
thwarted
เก็บ
it
ที่นอน
when it
มากเลย
was
ตอนเนี้ย
Yeah,
โต๊ะแม่งเกะ
honestly,
กะ
like
ชิ
you
บ
mentioned,
หาย
it's a good variation
แต่
of
ขยับ
that
เก็
mid
อี
hit,
ที
right?
น้ำ
It's
ก็
not
หก
all
โอ้
in
โห
under 2,
กู
but
จะ
you
บ้า
send the jet above to be your scout. You guys can still walk through your own poison cloud. And add the thoughts to it. It's just that RQ reads it. I mean, they just know that something is coming mid. I don't know if Xfero knew quite well that it was always going to be up on top of 2, but you can see, like, yeah, he calls for the timeout, but
สู้ๆอีก
it's
2
stressing
เอา
him
มาอี
out
ก
as
2 ราว
they
ไป
are now down 3-7. It started off 3-3.
It's a second timeout gone.
Again in the first half.
Yeah.
We'll see if this time it's enough to try to stabilize things.
มันก็มีฝาปิดอะแต่มันต้องปักหลอดลงไป
Gain a heartbeat
อยาก
here
ใช้
in
หลอด
the
พลาสติก
first
มากเลย
half, as we only have 2
หลอดเหล็ก
rounds
มันปิดฝาไม่
remaining.
ได้
And boy, oh boy, we're seeing 2 games today with 0 kills on a player, but very different tones for sure.
Yeah, you're going to need a defibrillator to get this heart going again, it feels like,
Well,
dude. It is.
I mean, maybe
rough.
something like an ace, right? Something
There you go.
to really get you going.
Yay, Guardian Ace. I would love to see it. I'd be so happy.
Yeah, Guardian. Yeah,
Oh,
Guardian
no.
Ace. That sounds good here for Bleed.
They've just been taking so much space, and
ได้ข่าว
now
เยอะเกินเดี๋ยว
it
นี้
keeps getting left unaccounted for.
But this is also RRQ understanding that with the broken bind, they can't play a full spread out default. This is a risk that Jemkin takes, but a very timely one. Yellow being given up relatively free. Estrella just hiding. They think that Yellow's free. Eventually they swing around, but it's going to be the rest. The trees are just there. Elmimore and Xfero, the duo continuing to rack up more kills onto the scoreboard. We talked about it, but the ace not going to
ที่โดน
happen
ช็อ
in
กดัก
this
เข้าไป
round.
เต็มๆ
And
โอ้
it's
เมื่อ
going
กี้
to
ถ้า
be
เย่
Xfero this time with a
ยิงโดนหัว
4K.
มีลุ้นเนี่ย
The third one for RRQ players in this half.
There's a chance to make this 8-4. As one-sided as it's felt, you can get this over to an 8-4, and you've corrected some of the wrongs that you showed against Talon on your defender side on this map. There's still hope here for Bleed. I really do feel that way. And they even won the eco against Talon, if you think back to it. Talon won the first pistol, and then it was the eco win by the follow-up round as well for Bleed. But after that,
เฮ้ย
did not
มาล่า
certainly looking to get this over the line. At least you've got to deal with this operator. Still have to deal with some big ults coming through. Hunter's Fury gathered by Elmimore. Lockdown as well in play. It's going to be tough for Bleed.
แต่ว่ามาล่า
Very, very
ยู
tall
มาล่า
over
อยาก
the
กิน
op there as well. And meanwhile, you don't have your ultimates online. Another
Ooh,
flash
fat.
spots Jemkin, and they know they've pushed him off of the box. So A weakened up just a bit, but Bleed, they've tried this before. They think just by pushing the operator that RQ will rotate. And this time, it's actually the reverse. They'll just send the operator to the other side, reading that Bleed will most likely go for another shift onto the B side.
They're pinging deep here. They're expecting this.
Absolutely. Op set up outside of Snowman. Gets spotted by the Dizzy. He'll have to back out. Respect
ยิงมา
the
จาก
toxic
กลาง
screen.
ไอ้
But what
เหี้ย
in
เหลื
the
อเชื่อ
world? The
Come on, man.
Hunter's
ไม่มีโม
Fury catches
ทำอะไรก็ดีไปหมด
Rella, seemingly inside the tube. Now pushing past into Snowman. Yay will try to open up the
เอาไปอีก
site.
หนึ่ง
They need to get the spike down. They've dawdled for so many rounds. And
แต่
again,
ไม่ไหว
the
กับส
spike
แก
is
รี่ไง
dropped in the middle of the
อุ้ย
site. Lockdown activated. Yay stranded in the middle of it. No exit
เยโดนนะเนี่ย
whatsoever. There is no room in the corner.
อุ้ยแล้ว
It
อุ้ย
is
แล้ว
too
โดน
much
ฉลาด
distance
มาก
for you to escape. And
ฉลาด
eventually
มาก
you will be
มาไว
detained
จัด
inside your own pit. Flips trying to run in. He spots one.
เนี่ยสอง
He
คน
knows
แล้ว
it's just buying time for his teammates to come back in. Xfero gets one. Pit drops. Where is Yay? Xfero tapping the spike. Doesn't quite see him yet.
ว้าว
He
เฮ้ย
snaps
ว่ะ
it. But Yay.
มา
เย่เอาให้
ดิ
ว่ะ
Ever so
นี่
needed
มันเป็นดูเอลิส
fourth
แต่มันเหลือ
round
คนสุดท้ายเนี่ย
It's an
เหลือจะ
8-4
เชื่อ
scoreline.
That took everything in the kitchen sink for Bleed to get that round. I mean, it's a tremendous deep push by Ye, set up nicely by the Flash, but
ไอ้บล็อกเช
still
สบาว
never
นี่
really
นี่เก็บ
felt
6 นะครับ
comfortable.
ตาเนี่ย
I think Elmimore kind of overheated a little bit in that round. He might have
ตา
went for
เตะ
a
แล้วลูก
long-range kill. That was a little ambitious,
ตา
having to repeak that angle, but I mean, he was feeling it, so it is what it is. I'm not
I mean, when
going
you
to
got a player
complain.
nearly 20 kills right in the first half, you can't really blame him, I guess.
ไหว
Yeah,
ไปอยาก
buy
ดู
the
เกม
Bleed
3
bundle. Yes, please do.
Buy all the bundles.
Yeah,
all
support-
the Pacific bundles.
Yes, all of them.
The Americas and EMEA ones, they're kind of
Yeah.
cool, but,
They're
you know.
okay. If
yeah.
you want to.
I mean, you do you, but
Yeah.
as long as you buy the Pacific bundles.
I mean, I'm sure Leviathan got a bump today after Atlas just dropped that 47 bomb, but
That's true.
อยากให้บีชนะมาก ใครๆก็อยากให้บีชนะ
to bring it out earlier, so
Yeah.
you know you gotta like it. But
Some fans of the Crane
Well, how
casters as
big-
well out in
Heck
the
yeah.
crowd.
heck yeah, I am too.
Yeah, we've got a good spread of casters out here on Pacific on both sides, putting in the work to really showcase what these teams and players can do. And you know, everyone used to joke about Pacific; they're still far behind, etc. And I think now, with things getting a bit more competitive, and maybe some of these games getting harder to read,
Look,
a lot of eyes on here.
Look, we're one best of 5 from being the best region in the world.
3
okay?
times, 4 times.
We are one best of 5 away.
That's true. That's true.
We're so close.
6 รอบที่ 4 แล้ว
I mean, listen, DFM, has really caught the eyes of all the co-streamers around the world.
Yeah.
Everybody's paying attention.
Everybody's a DFM fan now.
Yeah, you want to be there when it happens. When DFM wins champions, you want to be there. You don't want to miss it.
Everybody's now like coming out of the woodwork, be like, I was always a DFM fan. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it's going to be a fast hit this time. The same up on top of 2, but this time on the pistol round. And RRQ, they've done this a couple of times in the past as well, where you just plant Jemkin and then some main force elsewhere. They're happy to put their duelist on the lurk.
And Jemkin hoping to outduel Retla. Retla, though, tucking himself in behind the box. Still, Jemkin gets the better of him.
Yeah, just on that second shot. Bounces right up to the head.
แล้วไหลมาสแกรี่เนียนจัดแต่เขาเหมือนจะย้ายมา
But look at this. RRQ recognizing that it might be a push out. And Scary can't land the first shot. So crucial.
แนวข้าง
If he could have gotten just one kill, even backing out, allowing for his teammates to pinch, but no, it will be the death. And now a 4v2 advantage for RRQ.
That's a heartbreaker.
Oh, the ayahs come out.
There it is. There's the ayah.
Oh, man. Well, at least a double team here. No, they're going to split up. Darion just checking for mid. Zest spots one. Now they've been spotted. RRQ trying to see if the other one's gone the flank around. And the Dizzy sent out, but it's closer than Zest thinks. And they just cannot get the pinch. The reload, and it's the shock dart.
ดับเบิลช็อกดัด
Elmore just has to now get a kill by somehow bouncing the recon dart with enough velocity. He'll have gotten a kill with almost everything in this game.
24 ตัว
Yeah, like, can you headbutt somebody with the owl drone to get a kill? Just like,
I mean, 24 in 14 rounds. Ridiculous by this guy.
74-7 ไอ้สัส
Just so we're clear, Flips also still has 0 kills, but maybe it's just because Elmore's stealing all of them.
Doesn't matter.
It just, I mean, sometimes it doesn't matter. You're right.
Who cares? I guarantee Flips does not care one bit that he has 0 kills.
No, not at all. Not at all. Well, maybe a little bit.
Well, maybe a little.
Yeah, maybe 1%.
It is Flips after all.
Well, you know, kills or not, RRQ definitely feeling good about this match.
มีทีมมาแทน DFM แล้วปะ
So
เนี่ย
far, the Outlaw back in Xfero's hands. We
เป็น
saw
ไง
how
พี่บีท
much
ส่งพลัง
damage this thing can do on both maps. And he'll just start to creep forward, clear all the angles for his team. Holds that as and the drone clears out all the close little cubbies. And B main is clear.
Gonna be tough. You do have a Marshall for Ye, but that's on the other side of the map. Damage done to Scary. Has to back out. It's just the decay and shock darts to clear the corners. RRQ looking to set up a potentially comfy post plant, but they're really taking their time here. They're sensing a trap. There wasn't any contact really, other than a little bit from Scary. So you're worried now, and I think RRQ might want to pull back and try a different site. They're going to go for it.
Oh, they wait for the screen to go back up, and then immediately goes down as he starts the plant, draws out everyone from the woodworks of Bleed. And now only Zest remaining with the Bleed Classic. He can work some magic. Things might look a little different. Couple members low, but Xfero's the one with full health, watching out from afar. Not quite checking the right angle, and Zest will try to swing. It's a triple kill for Xfero.
That could have been a little bit worse for RRQ. That took a little bit longer than I thought that they would. You know, maybe just feeling confident. I expected them to kind of pull the trigger on that plan a little bit quicker, but again, it felt wrong, so they had to hold up. Still eventually going for it. Yay, good for one with the Marshall, but immediately shut down by Xfero, who has been phenomenal with the sniper rifles for RRQ today. Doing a great job holding angles, being that backline support. Even in that case, a little bit right on the plant site, holding it down for him. Now, a lot of half armors in here for Bleed, so that Outlaw could still do some serious damage.
แต่เป็นศูนย์ที่ชนะนะ
out these angles on B, and boy, oh boy, that's a lot of vision gained by
ล่องลอยมาก
Xfero. He'll get spotted, doesn't
มีมอง
find
เล่
it
น
at
คนเดียวเลย
all.
มั้งเนี่ย
Knows that if anything, that might create more
มัน
pressure
จัด
for Bleed to leave one person on the anchor. The toxic screen going up as well. Now RQ, they think they've sold this fake quite a bit. And maybe they have after waiting a couple extra seconds, as it's been absolutely silent on the A
ช็อกดัด
site.
อันนี้โคตร
The
คุ้ม
nano
อ่ะ
swarms have been cleared out by the shock dart. Jemkin gets the first kill far away, all the way to the back corner, and the Bosch pushes him out. Retla at least trades for one.
ซื้อแล้วก็ไม่ไหว
This is crazy. This is working so well. He just walks into Elmore's guns.
Thinks he just has to clear screens first, sure, but it's too many angles for you to clear alone. Ye goes down, and Bleed. It's a 10-4 score line. You don't have creds,
มัน
but
เป็
you
นอะไร
feel
กล่อง
like
เหร
you
อ
need
ไม่
to
มี
claw
ใคร
your
เช็ค
way
เลย
back in
ไม่มีใครเล็งหรอก
on this anti-bonus.
ระวังขวากระโดด
And they will not be able to. Darion will have to save this rifle.
I really felt like Bleed had a good read on this round. It felt like they were going to be able to contest this plant, but they never got confident. It just seems like, they just never felt like they really understood the timing and the situation altogether. You know, there are a couple players playing on site and there's a couple players playing back. They either need to decide we're going to play for full retake or we're going to try to commit to preventing the spike plant, or at least disrupting the execute as best as we can. Neither of those happen. It's completely disjointed for Bleed. The map read is correct, but the tactical read is not there for them. And that's super concerning. Elmi Moore with a Hunter's Fury. Guardians, as Bleed knows that they are on their last legs.
Yeah, don't want to give up match point. You want to fight for it. It's going to be the early util, and Ye's already ahead of it. That's the start that Bleed needs. Taking out Elmi Moore, cooling him off, takes away that initiator. Now Darion holding close. He sees the gun barrel. He's waiting for him to peek out. He's patient, and he will be rewarded. RRQ, a couple of their tendencies, the weakness tendencies starting to show where they start to try to just answer back. They love to fight, and Bleed uses that against them.
Yeah, it's so funny, yeah. And it's also taking a page out of RRQ's book there. Flips was pushing that angle all the time in the previous half, and so they're saying, well, we can do that too. And now we've got these Guardians with these cracked aimers, should be able to put them to good use, and they have so far. The real question is even with a 3v5, somehow, some way, you feel like RRQ is going to fight their way back into this.
I mean, especially looking at the hold right now. Yeah, you're holding a bit of a crossfire, but it's within the site. You don't have really quick exits yet. Darion will be able to spot X-Ferro first. They both get spotted, and Darion calls her back up. There's a crossfire, but it's an instant trade. And RRQ, now only 2 members remaining. They will get the spike plant. 1 point towards that thrash for Flips. He's up to 4. Now the flank coming in.
กูขอล็อกตัวนี้กูขอสักตัวเดียวเท่านั้นกูจะไม่เป็นเลข0
RQ might have a shot, but Ye misses the first shot. But he knows they have the numbers advantage. They just need to buy for time. Flips cleared out in the site. Start to push and pull back in towards the site as you start the defuser tap for it. Estrella swings out, but he won't connect to the second. And Bleed trying to catch up with their 5th round win.
Yeah, this is looking good now for Bleed. Starting to work the map a little bit more, being a little bit more patient. You know, off the rip, obviously the aggressive push works out, but after that, you know, Ye taking his time, not over-aggressing on that angle, not giving up a free kill. Starts out hot, gets Darion into position. Little bait and switch at the beginning. Retla hitting some good shots, so the Guardians are going to come through. They're still open here. Still Darion trying to keep him in the game. Zest has an all, Darion has an all command.
พี่บอกเดี๋ยวกูเป็นเพื่อนเจสซี่
Now you have an opportunity
โห
to change your destiny a little bit. See that economy going. See if you can stop this momentum that RRQ
ยิงกันโหดมาก
seemingly
ยิง
has
กันแบ
been
บ
building
ตายก่อน
throughout
เลย
this
ไม่แบ่ง
entire map.
เพื่อน
Yeah, if you can just cool them off, right? Start to gain your own momentum. We know that Valorant can sometimes be a very streaky game. And Bleed hoping for the best of it. As Ye the only one holding inside the site, but he does have an exit prepared right around screens. Mosh coming down, he's trying to clear the mollies. Just trying to let RQ know that there is presence on the site. Jemkin sees where the shots are coming from though, and he is trained in. Takes down El Diablo, and Jemkin holding on to the site, guarding the wingman. As now we see RRQ moments away from creating match point against Bleed Esports. Crash Lab continues. Bleed, they don't want to let this go away. They clear all the close corners, but they don't quite find anyone detained. Jemkin will go for the drop. Just trying to fake it out. Scary on the lurk out. He finds it. Estrella with his gun down. And it's going to be Jemkin now fighting for his life. Hunter's Fury coming in. Elmi Moore catches one. Does he find another? No, he's instantly just going to have to buy for time. A quick pass through the toxic screen. And RRQ, a triple kill for Jemkin. And match point
หน้าเดยอนแบบ
in the
เซ็ง
second
เลยเมื่อ
map.
กี้
Yep. I mean, Ye just overstays his welcome there a
ปิ๊บ
little
ก็ยัง
bit.
คงไม่ได้ยิง
Should have
แต่
just
ไม่เป็นไร
backed off, waited for the reinforcement. You
กู
know,
ชนะ
Scary's able to catch the lurker, but then he's caught trying to catch up to Jemkin, and Jemkin's just moving silently. Scary has to hook it through, trying to press, trying to get into these deep post plants. You know that there's mollies and lineups for days that are going to be behind this spot. And it's just great positioning, great map awareness. I love the way Jemkin navigates all that utility. You know, he's able to dodge the thrash, work on down, and here we go. They're pushing hard, and they're taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, got spotted by the 0 point. Thinks he might be able to still sneak in, but That 0 point doesn't
GG
quite
แล้ว
cover
เนี่ย
pipe, so it's immediately spraying through the wall. There's a close drone. He tries to swing on it. He
โอ้
can't get
เกือบ
to as there's still
มิกเพลย์
going
ส
to
วย
be
แล้
the
ว
crossfire. Zest
แล้ว
only
ก็เป็นฟิป
dropping
ที่
the
ตาย
opponent's Gecko, so it'll be a trade for trade.
ไม่
No
เป็นไร
more
ฟิปบอก
win
ไม่ต้อง
now
ยิง
this
กูก็ชนะ
round.
ในราวสุดท้าย
Very
ไอ้
active
เหี้ย
to work. This position finds one, but doesn't land the first shot. He knows he has to back off.
ฟิปบอกขอร้อง
Weapon upgrade. But right now, your
คือ
life
ตอนนี้ฟิป
ever
แม่งเชียร์
so
บีทแล้ว
valuable
มึง
as
ช
you
นะกู
hold
เถอะวิ
on
นเนี่ย
to another
วิน
flash
นั่งขอ
drive
ตัวเดียว
and a fragment.
ทำไมต้องเป็น
It
กู
looks
วะ
like
ฟิ
he
ปบอก
might be trying to body block that fragment as well.
แม่ง
Doesn't
เอ้
look
ย
like it would have worked. Still going to
เชี่ยพัง
destroy
ล็อก
that
ดาวน์ไอ้
lockdown.
ตึง
Yeah, nice lineup. I like the thought from RRQ. Try and put it in a different position, but Darion with a good lineup with the fragment. Now the full forces of RRQ stream on in, trying to clear if there's any nanos. There were none. Jemkin gonna get up on the rafters, see if he can cut off this position, set up a dangerous crossfire.
Yeah, this is so much space as well.
Kelly.
Only more on top of Nest, and it's just a late regroup
แถ
for
มไม่เบียร์ไป
Bleed.
อีก
And they're aware they have to clear every single possibility. They're trying to jiggle onto that Nest. It's going to be given up by Elmimore, but he's back on the box. Jemkin now hiding on the side. Elmimore eventually gets traded.
Yeah,
It's
good
still
one.
a 3v3 as Bleed start to
Oh,
approach, but they
oui.
can't quite clear
Good
Jemkin in
combo.
time. It's a 1-for-1 trade. The pit still up, but it's going to be a Estrella far back away from the site. He actually starts to creep in towards it, trying to hold close. This is absolutely unread by
Oh my
Bleed.
God.
They have no idea that he's still moved on into the middle of it, and
Oi.
Spear will find him in the last moment. But time is ticking away,
Wow.
and RRQ will get a 2-0 victory in their
เจอกัน
ฟิปบอก
กูไม่ได้
กูไม่เล่
เล่น
น
ดูหน้าพี่ดิ กูคิวศูนย์
Definitely.
ไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไร เพื่อนตัวไม่เป็นไรกูเอาให้ผู้วินนี้ ฟิปบอกมาสั่งแผนเดียว
What the hell is going on today?
I mean, this might be another
What the hell
record
is
where
going
the
on?
team is winning so one-sidedly.
คิว
with
ศูน
one
ย์
player having 0 kills. But it's not the Jet, it's not anything else, it's your
นี่ไงอย่างน้อยเจสซี่ก็ไม่เคยละมีเพื่อน
30 kill rampage for Elmimore.
จบไหมนี่คือ
RRQ like
ปิ๊บแม่งเดินออกไปนัดเจสซี่ไปคุยไปหาข้าวกินกัน
I don't know, it's like it's so weird. Like
เราเข้าใจนาย
I get your feel
very similar stories because we saw the same maps. We
That's
saw
true.
like similar play in terms of how the maps played out. Like, which is very different, but I mean, a 2-0 kill games from players. I mean, not again very different results.
ไปแล้วแชทเดี๋ยวมาเล่นวาโลประมาณ 2 ทุ่ม
เกม for
แป๊บ
player
เดียว ไม่ถึงหรอก 2 ทุ่มเดี๋ยวมาแป๊บเดียว
You gotta be happy that
Long
your
teamกัน
reads were correct. You're able to just keep
เดี๋ยว
up
มาใหม่
the
แป๊บเดียว
never
วาโล
letting
นะ
it go over.
2 ทุ่มเจอกัน
Well, a dominant look from
ขอดูคะแนนหน่อย
RRQ, and that's for the analyst test to break it down further.
Flips on 0.
2 ทุ่มนะเรามีนัดนะ
This match timeline, it doesn't matter because RRQ finishes
Flip
dominantly
on
in a
0 kill
2-0 fashion against Bleed. This is their time to shine.
It really is. I mean,
Elmimore was like wiping the sweat
ไม่
from
เล่น
his
เนี่ย
oh
ตี
my
แตก
God.
รีมิโมโคตรลั่น
This guy, as the support player,
ทำไม
he shot 30 by the end of
เซ
it.
ตดูเล่น
I mean, that's
เล่นยังไม่เข้า
the funniest thing too. It's just like we flip
Ui.
rolls and flips ends it
Nó
still
không hit
on
rồi này.
0 kills. But he is a true MVP because the calling, everyone doing their job on this map, it just shows so much in RQ's prep work, the coaching from Coach Ewok. They knew exactly what they had to do and they did it right.
It was just beautifully done. And I think for RRQ, coming away from this match and not having a dominant showing in, both or, 3 of the maps would have been a cause for concern because we've been, expecting a lot from this team coming into this year. William especially diving on the grenade, not predicting them to spare them perhaps, but this is
Yeah,
a
I
team
couldn't
that
suck
has
home even
immense
yet.
amount of talent, the hype signing of Jemkin, etc. They have to go up against Genji twice in kickoff. They push them, they take maps off of them. How do they look coming into kickoff? Minor struggles in the opening series. This matchup, though, we wanted to see them in form. They absolutely were. We also wanted to see Bleed make improvements. Didn't have as much as that.
Well, we're seeing the making
Let me show-
now of a champion level team from RRQ if they continue on this trajectory.
I mean, the thing is, Bleed, they just look disjointed. I think there's just one word for it. It's
เอเล่นมาโลใช่ปะ
They get some kills, but it's a
ใช่
lot of
แต่เดี๋ยวมาประ
individual
มาณ
plays.
2 ทุ่ม
Zest, you know, Retla, some of them,
เขามาตีมก่อนใช่
they
ปะ
try. And
ใช่
there are some, you know, supportive efforts coming through, but apart from it, it's not enough to bring them over to a win. Meanwhile, if I were to summarize RQ, you know, to analyze their game in one round, it would be the pistol round in the second half, their attacking half, where you see Jemkin diving into mid, creating a lot of presence just to buy a bit of attention away. Meanwhile, the rest of the 4 players rush down A and they contact Ye on pipes. There are 4 players there. Ye cannot take them on by himself, so they trade, and then they all rotate over to B and successfully take it because they have this advantage. That's the teamwork that RQ has. Bleed doesn't do that.
But you know what Bleed did on round 2?
Let's do it.
Oh, flawless.
Oh, God.
That's what they did.
I forgot about that. No.
And then it came crashing down.
Okay, take this as your victory, Bleed, but it is hollow. This is a crown of thorns, not of gold.
Oh, here.
Push me down to bronze.
All
It's
the
fine.
salts, all the salty tears, because I rank up.
Wow. Wait, where's Victoria now? Oh,
Back and dive in.
I'm gonna drop down.
Can we just look at
Just
this?
You gotta
yeah,
zoom
yeah,
in
just
on
do
that.
it.
Just
do it.
Focus on it.
Doesn't matter.
It's killing Achilles.
He can't
I don't
even.
care.
Doesn't matter.
Achilles.
I'm killing it in the predictions
Hey.
game.
That's true. You're
That's
like
the main
Flips
thing.
right now.
Also,
You're just like 0, but like the team's still winning as a whole, so you're good.
Oh, I gotta drop down
yeah, you gotta
too.
move Quack
I
down
did.
as well.
You were plat, and I just.
Oh, was
dropped
I?
you down.
Not
Oh
sure.
yeah.
Oh.
What did the audience predict? Oh yeah.
Audience.
The audience
You're
went for
also
RQ.
wrong.
Completely forgot about that.
You didn't believe in Bleed.
Join me in my
Maybe rightfully so.
join me in my
because
pit
they
of
lost.
despair, but not really because you know it's a silly little game. We have fun with it.
Yes,
I
it's-
act mad, but I don't care.
It's okay. Oh, sorry, wingman. Let me fix
Okay,
it.
make it perfect. There we go.
Gotta respect the wingman. Respect our wingman here. All right, well, that was great. That was a good game. I enjoyed today's games. Back where I started. It's great. Anyway, you know what was great? RRQ. RRQ was fantastic. Let's talk about RRQ again. Where do we start?
We start with Xfero
Where do we
Operator.
start? Yeah.
I mean,
That's an
Oh
old-
yes, you really love that moment.
I had more questions about whether or not these roles were gonna stick through, and they did, and it looked so much better. RQ clearly putting in more time, even Estrella widely more so jumping onto that smokes role than he had before. Is just looking cleaner and cleaner. The team cohesion, it seems like no matter what they how they mix things up, who they put what on, they just work together incredibly well. I mean, you can see here there was 9 first kills for Bleed on that map. They just couldn't really utilize their advantages at all. Only being able to get the 5 rounds, like, yeah, it's better than Lotus, but not by much. RRQ just, it never felt like this game was getting away from them. Even when, Bleed started streaking together a couple after those opening rounds, it never was convincing enough to feel like, oh, it might actually take us to 3.
What were you mentioning, Quack, earlier about the timeouts as well? And it, interestingly, not
Round
impactful
3.
for Bleed, yeah.
So yeah, they did call a really early timeout. They tried and they did find a bit more success at the start of the first half. But then once RQ started to find that streak, there was a second timeout, and you could see that feeling or that look of frustration all across, and they weren't able to come back at all after that. So it's just tough for Bleed. They find those first kills, they find those moments, but it's all individualistic. Meanwhile, RQ just completely working together as a team. I mean, we joke about it. We do joke about it. It's very funny to watch Flips with his reactions, 0 kills. But truly, it doesn't matter. It really, really doesn't matter because they work so well together.
They work so well together, and I think the big crucial difference, granted, he didn't have that many assists, but the big difference between this performance and what we had seen from Jesse Bash playing Fate on Lotus was that Flips was getting use out of his util. He was clearing space with mollies. He was trying to open things up. He was getting plants in with these wingmen. It was
Killing
just
the opponent's wingman too.
Yeah, it was just a lot more involved comparatively. So even though it is very funny that he is 0 and 11, 29 ACS, I think 24 ADR or something to that effect, with like 5 assists across the map. There was a lot more going on here. He wasn't getting caught with dizzy in hand and that kind of stuff. So he also just didn't need to have any impact. That's the thing. This guy, he comes in, he just IGLs the team to a victory. Doesn't get a single kill, and it doesn't matter because Elmimore drops 30 and Xpero drops 23. It was a star-studded performance from these guys the whole way through. I mean, 440 ACS from a Sova, that's just not something you see every day.
I mean, that's another thing. He's playing Elmimore, 30 kills. He's playing the support role. He was a support role in the previous map as well. And he's finding so much impact, so many kills, partially maybe because of the calling from flips, but just having the awareness of when to go in. There were rounds where I think Bleed's trying to work the map, trying to travel across and pull off bits of fakes and rotations here and there. And Elmimore is always like tailing behind them, and he's able to strike
8,500 บาทครับคุณ
collecting on those quadruple kills, double kills. There are so many of them that's why
เดือดดีมาก
maybe Elmimore got all the kills and then he left none for flips.
I really like their tempo all throughout both maps, but especially on Icebox. You can see how confident they were. Elmimore just pushing through on the defense the moment he knows that Bleed is on site. Now, Paper Thin tweeted earlier something about Depp getting 30 kills. He would buy the Zeta bundle, but he should have been betting on RRQ.
Should have already bought the RQ bundle. It looks pretty clean.
Yeah, I think they deserve the bundle buy actually today. And you saw the 12-year-old in the audience saying buy a Bleed bundle. I think they need all the support they can get. Alpha Group does get one more championship point today. Thanks to Team Secret, and Omega Group, though, continues on being, fairly, the dominant group here between the two. RQ placing now in the second position.
It's just a brutal fall off, though. Even with the teams that, with Secret picking up their win, they're still in a negative map differential. That might not matter too much in the end because it doesn't seem like there's going to be that many other teams challenging them for these playoff positions. But we'll have to see how that continues to develop. I mean, right now, yeah, Omega is just feasting.
Omega is doing a great job. And you know what? It's actually going to be very tough within their group when we move on closer to champions. But that will be Omega, Alpha Wall. Anyway, let's go down to the stage for the interview with our MVP.
Sitting here with RRQ's Elmimore now. Massive congrats, Elmi. Did you know you just broke the record for single map highest kill for stage 1?
I don't know, but it sounds very good to me.
It sounds amazing. Now, what the heck happened to you today? Were you just feeling it on the day? What was different?
I just listened Taylor Swift the whole day, and then I popped off.
Okay, Taylor Swift whole day, that's your secret?
Yeah.
Alright, what song did you listen to before you came up on the stage?
Enchanted.
Enchanted, that's the secret. Enchanted, listen to that, everybody. Now, what did Flipsider say after that icebox?
He's just saying like, oh my god, what did I do this map? He say, how did we win?
Yeah. How did we win with 0 kills? But that's all good. That's all good. I mean, you got a little bit upset at me looking at the monitor, checking out the stats. Once again, he's like, what are you doing? Why? But yeah, good game, good game. Now let's talk about that role swap between you and Xfero because we had Jemkin on stage last week and he actually said the role swap was your idea, the player's idea, and that the players kind of asked for it. So what was the reason and how do you think that kind of affects your performance personally? Because like we could see the difference.
So the first main problem usually because we have Estrella. English is not that good, so I think I talked to the coach and the players like how about we change the role so because I can speak English more fluent than Estrella, so yeah, and then naturally I'm initiator main from past teams before RRQ, so yeah, I really like the role now.
How's Xfero feeling about taking on the Sentinel role as well?
He likes because he is a natural lurker. He always bait. We always call him the baiter.
That's a good role for him.
Yeah. So when I say I think you play Sentinel, then yes.
Okay, so everyone's feeling comfortable.
Yeah.
Comms are flowing way better. Now 13-2 on Lotus. That's not what Bleach Lotus looked like last week. So it must be something you guys doing something right. So what do you think went well?
Well, actually, I don't watch their match against Thailand. I forgot. So we just do what we usually do in practice, and
Usually our main problem on stage is always about the comms, but today the comms is very good, and I'm proud of my team. And yeah, we can win easily. Like if we comms good every day.
Yeah. I love how you guys found out the solution that fits for you guys, and the brotherhood and the friendship is kind of there. The energy is up high. Now, next up, you guys are playing T1. What's your mindset?
I'm very ready. I'm very. I cannot wait to face XQRed because he's my friend. I'm so close with him. We always hang out every weekend.
Every
So,
week, okay.
Yeah.
Listening to Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Elmi Moore, and good luck in the upcoming match.
Thank you.
And good night. Well, that was Elmi Moore from RRQ for our post-match interview, and that's all we have for today. But stay tuned for tomorrow because we have Gen.G versus DFM and Global Esports taking on Talon. We'll see you tomorrow.